and they come to California and they set up Indianness in California. It's great, Indian food, love the food and everything else, right? But what's happening in California is Indian people in California are complaining to their boss, to their place of work, to their senators of the Indianness, and specifically, they're complaining that when they are at work, the people from India who are Brahmin and have, I don't know, some red tattoo on their forehead or something, are looking down at the people who are not Brahmin and treating them like shit. Because that's the way of India, is the caste system. The Brahmin are the elite class, and they have the right to shit on everybody else. And so they come to America not to leave that crap, but to bring their crap to the United States and reenact their shit in the United States. And it's not a problem, weirdly. It's not a problem for people in the United States. The Brahmin don't look down and don't treat people in the United States like shit. They treat the other people who have immigrated. It was a shock. I know if you're liberal in the audience, if you're left, if you voted for Kamala Harris, close your ears for a minute, because this is going to be really difficult for you to hear. It's really difficult for you to hear. Sometimes when people leave a country, they leave that country because they don't like it. And when they go to another country, they want to get away from it. And they want to be away from the people that they are leaving. And when they come to a country and they get a job and they're exposed to the same kind of caste Brahma shit that they just tried to leave, it is really depressing. And it's a problem. And when people leave an Islamic country and they come to the United States, the best thing for them would be to escape Islam. Right, but the worst outcome is that they get shuttled into a place where there's a lot of people, and the imams are there, and the dominants, and the people who will threaten them, literally kill them if they leave Islam, are there, and they haven't escaped the very thing that they left to escape. The Sharia law is still in place. If they leave Islam, they could be killed. If they don't wear the hijab, they could be treated harshly, and et cetera, and et cetera, and et cetera. So I think that what we have to do as a country is we have to understand who we are, what the rules are here. I have known people that have immigrated from Russia. The last thing in the world they want to do is be around other Russians, because that's exactly the culture that they left. And they know how people behave in that culture. They know how the men treat their women like objects, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And if you're a liberal and you voted for Kamala, you don't know this. You think that all cultures in the world are equal, and everywhere people treat each other with respect and dignity and equality. And Kamala told you that, so you believed it. It's really sad that you're in this condition, and I don't know what can be done to help you. But look, reality is a bitch. And you have to appreciate that you are infinitely better off in the United States than you would be in an Islamic country.
1 minute, Benjamin. 1 minute.
So Pro challenged me with this the other day, and he said, "Well, what about Malaysia? It's an Islamic country, and it's good." And it turns out that in Malaysia, if you draw pictures of the Prophet Muhammad, you can go to prison. If you blaspheme the Prophet Muhammad, you can go to prison. You don't have freedom of jack shit in Malaysia. Okay, so I just challenge anybody here to name an Islamic country that they would send their daughter to go live in. A country that they think has good laws on the books, laws that will protect their children. And I will show you a country that will kill your child if they are gay, if they blaspheme the Prophet Muhammad, if they have opinions about religion or politics. You just don't know, because you're so goddamn ignorant about the real world, and there's so little people can do to get through to you.
Ranger knows that if you're a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility and your machinery isn't working right.
It's not. But Japan is far from the best country. Japan would be a goddamn shithole if it weren't for the United States. Do you know what Japan was doing?
15
know the kind of violence that Japan implemented on China. There's just a horrendous anti-civilization that was Japan before the United States got there. And fucking Canada? Canada can't defend itself against a ship full of rats. It's the United States that is creating anything that looks like civilization anywhere in the world. The reason Canada has a medical system is because it doesn't have to pay the cost of keeping the world safe for people who are atheists, who have ideas about religion, who criticize Muslim countries where the axiom is to America and kill the infidel because it's baked into their religion. It is only America defending civilization.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Charles, can you mute up, please? Can you mute up, please? Yes, thank you. Charles and Daniela and Doctor are new on stage, but first is Dr. Francine. Dr. Francine Hardaway, it's always a pleasure to see you. Fresh Five starting now. What would you like to talk about?
I talked about what Howard said.
Please do.
And what Scott said in response to what Howard said. And I just want to say that we, the people, not the government. That's something we always have to remember. And Benjamin, we have to remember it about Islamic states too. That not necessarily are the people a reflection of the government. You get what you get in a government. You either elect it or you don't elect it, depending on what your political system is. But your government still doesn't necessarily reflect your wishes or your desires or the way you would like to see yourself as people. And I've been, I don't know where you've traveled to, Benjamin, but I've been in, I'm going to say 45 countries. And I've seen, including India 4 times and China 4 times. And I've seen, and Malaysia. And so there are a lot of these countries where I've actually been there. And, you know, the only thing that I can say is that in every country, no matter what the government, the people are pretty nice. I've always been able to strike up relationships with, you know, real people, no matter what the religion of the country actually is. So, an optimist. I guess that's it. And that. You can call me a liberal. I call myself a centrist.
Good Shabbos.
Definitely not. Never mind. I'm not going to start that discussion. Thank you, everybody.
Next, Doctor, good morning. Welcome to the show. You have a Fresh Five starting now. What would you like to talk about, Doctor?
Thank you. Just really quick in response to Benjamin. The data shows otherwise. People escape tyranny, but when they come to this country, they gravitate toward their own. They build family businesses as opposed to becoming entrepreneurial in the sense that they're escaping their own culture. They do all kinds of things to actually find their own tribe, when they come to this country.
Absolutely, such as here in Los Angeles, we have Little Tokyo, and then we have the Armenian communities in Glendale. Absolutely, people gravitate towards their own truth.
So that's all I really wanted to say. I'm just waking up here in Los Angeles. Thank you.
Well, please go on mute, stay on stage, and when you wake up and have a fresh cup of coffee, maybe you don't want to talk in hour number 3. Let's go to, is it pronounced Daniela? Do I have that right, Daniela?
Daniela.
Daniela, good morning. Welcome to the show. What would you like to talk about, Daniela? I am glad that you took the plunge. Is this your first time on our stage? It is. You know what? It's a pleasure to have you because the show is better with you on stage than without you.
the city. But I'm more comfortable every day with the kind of discourse that people like Benjamin is saying in social media and in this act. I don't know what is his background, what is his religion, but every question.
Very much appreciate that.
I just wanted to respond to the prior speaker who suffers from American exceptionalism.
And who might hopefully have eliminated the prior speaker?
So, guys,
Very good. No, it's okay.
thank you. America is the biggest recipient of the NATO budget. We're the only ones who use it. So that's the first thing. The second thing is America is like Canada doesn't help or doesn't defend. We trained your Air Force for World War I and World War II. We were in both of those wars before you. We fought basically every single war that America's ever gone into, except Iraq or Afghanistan. What the fuck has America ever done for Canada? What fucking war has Canada started that we needed America? So this idea, right, that, Canada needs defense from America, you're the ones who are drifting off the rest of the world. You're the ones who are receiving funding from the entire world to start your bullshit wars. So Benjamin, all of your points are bullshit. You're misinformed.
Thank you. And before we go to a formal invite, I'd like to have Jason.
Wait, I get to respond to that.
Yes, you do at the appropriate time, which will be in a couple of minutes. Go on, you absolutely get to respond. Go on, and JCC, if you could unmute, please.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you, in regards to the show, and Benjamin, agree with him, you may disagree with him, but he drives content like no other niece or nephew. Am I off the rails?
No, I agree. He does bring content. You're right.
Wow. That is some exciting content. It's so controversial. We're living on the edge, ladies and gentlemen. We're living on the edge of YouTube community guidelines.
You are going to get to the Mod Squad, then audience, you want to come up, but you don't know what you want to talk about. We call this the best 2 minutes on Clubhouse.
Tonight, breaking news what President Trump is now saying about the war in Iran and about gas prices in the U.S. Also breaking tonight, the airline here in the U.S. reportedly set to shut down, and the alarming images tonight of a nun being attacked. First tonight, President Trump says he does not need congressional approval to continue the conflict with Iran, declaring hostilities with Iran have been, quote, terminated.
Wow.
The Strait of Hormuz remains closed, gas prices soaring, and the president late today saying the options, Iran agrees to a deal or will blast the hell out of them. Gas prices surging across the U.S. again tonight, the national average now at $4.44 a gallon. How much are American drivers paying to fill up their tank, and what it could cost by Memorial Day? Tonight, reports of Spirit Airlines is about to shut down. What are passengers to do? Did the government effort to save the airline collapse? Tonight, the deadly bank robbery, 2 people killed, including a bank teller. Police chasing an 18-year-old suspect. Schools on lockdown. Police turning to images on social media, including this image of an alien holding a fan of $100 bills posted after the robbery. Tonight, the disturbing video showing a nun attacked on the street, shoved from behind and knocked down. The suspect then kicking her while she's on the ground. Tonight, chilling new images of the suspect accused in the alleged assassination attempt of the president. The suspect heading into a doorway, an alert canine appearing to sense something seconds before the suspect sprinted through security. And the video tonight showing him casing the hotel hours before the attack. Tonight, inside Cuba, the massive May Day demonstrations as President Trump increases pressure with new sanctions against the Cuban government. gas now costing up to $40 a gallon there. What are the Cuban people saying? Matt Rivers in Cuba tonight. Here in New York City, news tonight on that deadly home explosion as the NYPD was answering the call. Officers thrown from the front door. There is a major
Just 2 to 6 months.
plane crash in Texas. The images coming in, 5 people dead. Tonight, the images of a suspect attempting a daring escape from police, dangling from underneath this bridge. The big news tonight involving those famous eaglets. Many answering the call to help save them. Tonight, the
Fucking
decision
moron.
is in.
Jesus
New names
Christ.
taking flight.
And if you're in the audience and would like to come up, we encourage you to do so. We'll get to Benjamin in a couple of minutes. For those of you that didn't hear yesterday, thousands of Americans across the country took part in a coordinated, quote, no work, no school, no shopping, close quote, protest on May Day, marking one of the largest labor demonstrations targeting wealth inequality, labor rights, and immigration.
Jesus Christ, that's leadership
policies.
illuminate the
Major
texture of you
actions
fucking
including
moron.
protests in corporate headquarters, rallies in major cities, and even school closures in some districts due to teacher participation. Organizers say this is just the beginning, with long-term plans aimed at building momentum towards a nationwide general strike. We'll go to the Mod Squad, and then, as promised, Benjamin. JCC, thank you for doing the heavy lifting. Would you like to contribute at this time, or are you good?
Yeah, I'm pretty good, but I just want to say, yeah, that's why that dude climbed that bridge in D.C. yesterday, because the May Day strikes. Yeah.
Thank you. Alfonso, who's normally with his family. Alfonso, would you like to contribute at this time, or are you good? Alfonso, once, twice, 3 times. He's with the fan band. Give him a hug and a kiss on the cheek from their Uncle Steve. Violet, would you like to contribute at this time, or are you good?
Well, one of the other things I've been thinking about recently is the impact of social media, not so much on a societal level, but on people's personal lives. Like, I was thinking about it because when I share stuff on Facebook and or Instagram, I know it's not appearing very high in my friends' feeds. You know, it's going to be like 200 posts down because I'm not playing the engagement game with Facebook and Instagram. I'm not posting 3 times a day. I'm not commenting, liking or disliking 500 comments. So the algorithms are saying, oh, well, you know, you're not being a good girl and participating like we want you to. So we're going to put you low on people's feeds. And I mean, I don't know about others, but as somebody who's not trying to be a creator or make their living on social media platforms, I hate that. I just want to share pictures with my friends or like little songs or links or whatever. And I know that they're not seeing it a lot of the time. Even the ones that use their Facebook regularly. And then, there's a percentage of your friends who don't use the Facebook regularly or whatever. But those algorithms drive me crazy to use it on a personal level, and I kind of wonder if other people feel that way too. Because it's one thing if you're trying to make your living that way to have a certain amount of engagement. I mean, you have to put in the work in your job to make money. I understand that. But as somebody who just wants to share a little something with friends and they're never going to see it because, like I said, the Facebook or Instagram algorithms have decided that I'm, not playing along, it drives me crazy. And like I said, I was just wondering if other people feel that way on a personal level when it's not meant to be a promotion for their business or their podcast or whatever else, that they get like no responses to their posts because it's not playing along with the system.
Thank you, Violet. And last but not least for the Mod Squad is Reverend Scott. Reverend Scott, would you like to contribute at this time, or are you good? Reverend Scott, once, twice, 3 times. Okay. We'll go to Benjamin. Oh, okay, very good. Thank you very much. Shayna is new on stage, but before we go to Shayna, as promised, Benjamin. Benjamin, you get a fresh 5.
Well, I want to donate all 5 minutes to a young woman named Noor Al-Maleki. Now, Iranians, because they're Kamala voters, are kept in this ignorant box where they don't know about Noor al-Maliki. And bless their hearts, people who think that it's just so great to go to other countries and just not know what's going on in those countries. So I just want to read for 60 seconds about Noor al-Maliki. Link is in the way. People who say that I only bring bullshit, I also bring receipts.
So thank you very much. As a reminder, we do have a 60-second read rule here, which is still in effect. So anybody can read for maximum 60 seconds.
Growing up, al-Maliki was expected to cook, clean, and help take care of younger siblings. Following this, al-Maliki began to move in and out. The father disapproved of her non-Muslim style of dress. Her father sent her to Iraq to marry an older cousin, but she flew back to Arizona in 2008 and began dating someone of her own choosing. On October 20, 2009, al-Maliki was assisting her boyfriend's mother with translation at an office of the Arizona Department of Economic Security in Peoria. Outside the office, her father, Fidel, struck them with his vehicle, causing a brain bleed, partial paralysis, and other injuries in the case of al-Maliki. Then slipped into a collision and injured her boyfriend's mother, including fracturing her pelvis. Fidel did not stop and render aid, nor did he call for help. Following the damage, doctors performed surgery, and to make a long story short, she contracted an illness and died. Now, al-Maliki is just one of about 5,000 women who are killed every year in honor killings. And these honor killings, link is in the description, happen in countries as varied as Bangladesh, Brazil, Canada, Ecuador, Egypt, India, Iran, Iraq, Israel, Italy, Jordan, Morocco, Pakistan, Sweden, Syria, Turkey, Uganda, United Kingdom, and the United States. Now, these are almost all associated with certain Middle Eastern ideologies and religions. And the point is, they don't stay there. When they come to the United States, they bring this ideology of honor killing with them. And women are largely the targets of Islamic honor killings. And when you're Kamala Harris and vote for women, people like Dr. Francine, who think that they're supporting women's rights when they support Islam, they're just so profoundly ignorant and misguided. When you support Islam, you are supporting violence towards women. And you need to understand what you're doing. And you need to stop doing that thing that you're doing, because it's a bad thing that you're doing when you support Islam. So stop, please, in the name. If you're not going to stop for me, would you please consider stopping for Noor al-Maliki, who was 20 years old, living in Phoenix, who was killed by her father in the United States in an honor killing. Please, for her sake, will you stop your stupidity and your evil violence towards women in the name of Islam? Thank you so much.
You're welcome. David is new on stage. If you're in the audience and you want to come up, please raise your hand, talk about anything you want. Let's go to Shayna. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. You have a fresh 5. What would you like to talk about? Hi.
Hi, Steve. It's Shama.
Shama, I'm so sorry. My reading glasses are in the other room. What would you like to talk about?
So tomorrow I have a session that I'm attending on adolescent sexuality in India. So I was just doing some reading on it, and I was just curious to understand the American culture and American people's. I know this is not just a room with people from USA, but just
yes, we have people all over the world in this room. Yes.
Yeah. So I was kind of curious about understanding the American outlook towards teenagers dating, and more importantly, teenage sexuality, because from the country that I'm from, it's still a taboo topic that has a lot of nuance. It's not as black and white as teenagers should not date, and it's not like let's push them all to have sex when they are in their teens. It's not as black and white as that.
Well, wait a minute.
It's
Are
not.
you are you saying that dating means sex? Can't you date without having sex? Or
Yeah, I
when
mean,
you
of
date,
course
that
you can.
automatically means you're encouraging sex.
No, not at all. Not at all like that. So that is why I wanted to understand what does teenage dating in America mean?
All right. Well, tell you what.
And
Hold on.
what
Hold
is
on a
people's
second.
take
Stop.
on
Stop.
it?
Stop. What does teenage dating in the America mean? Fair. Is that was the question you asked? Correct.
Yeah, more or
Oh,
less.
all right. Oh, okay. Go on mute, and we'll ask the Mod Squad. JCC. What does teenage dating in America mean? JCC.
Oh, it varies from household to household, right? However, it does not necessarily encourage sex. It just encourages a relationship building experience with these young teens, and I highly encourage it because it's a good stepping stone to being social in society. And if you are obligating your teen in protection and sexual activity, and that would be the safe way to do it. And definitely do not educate your child to not force the other, and for the other not to be forced. That's very important, and to be yourself, and not to give in if something you're not wanting to do. And definitely protection.
Alfonso, you maybe with the fam bam. Alfonso, are you there? Going once, going twice. Let's go to Violet. And Violet, I think you have a one or two teenage daughters, don't you?
Yeah, 16 and nearly 13, respectively.
There you go. What does teenage dating in America mean to you?
Well, I mean, my oldest daughter has a boyfriend, and what that means at the moment is, they like hold hands in the hall, walking down the hall in high school, and they go kind of on group dates. I mean, it's a group of friends. The other people aren't necessarily couples. They just all hang out together. So, I mean, at the moment, the example I have of a teenage relationship seems to be kind of affectionate, friendly. As far as like talking about dating, JCC was right. It varies a lot from household to household. I mean, you have some people who just don't want their kids to have any kind of romantic, quote unquote, thing until they're above 16 or whatever it is. But in my case, I started talking to my girls about dating and relationships, around the age of 12, talking about how sharing communication and a relationship is very important to. I'm sorry, I'm like trying to recall what I said to them and I'm getting screwed up in my mind. But basically, that it wasn't just about what feels good, that, you don't just plunge into physical relations. You need to get to know them first, was my instruction. And then I did have I am not encouraging you to have sex, but if you choose to do so, I want you to talk to me about getting birth control. And I spoke to them of all the options available, because you can't stop them per se. And this is actually a repeat of what my mother did in my case. She told me, like, when I was 13, just let me know. When I lost my virginity to my high school sweetheart at 16, I went to my mother. I told her, we've decided to start doing this. I need you to take me to the doctor. And she did, without saying anything or any judgment. And that's what I would do if one of my daughters approached me, at least on the outside. On the inside, I'd probably be like, panicking and needing straight jack.
Reverend Scott, would you like to answer?
Yes, I think.
What does teenage?
I think what we're doing with teenagers is we're involving them earlier. So it's
I think Violet is largely on the nose, but I think kids are getting educated quickly on intimacy, on sex, and I think we'll have to deal with that. Like we're getting a younger population that's getting older quickly. And I don't know what we do with that. I mean, but it's going to have social ramifications that I don't see. And I'm not a conservative, right? But I think we've got to put some brakes on something. I don't know where we put it, but that's what I would say.
And for me, both of my children are in their 30s, but I distinctly remember I have a son and a daughter. I specifically endorsed any time they asked a question about anything, I would never respond by saying, "You're not old enough to have that discussion." I answered any question that they had to what I believed was their best level of understanding. And also when my son brought home a girl or my daughter brought home boy and they wanted to go in their bedroom, I said, "Hey, no problem. You stay in your bedroom as long as you want, as long as the door is open. You are not allowed to close the door, but you can stay in your bedroom as long as you want." There you go, Shayna. I know I'm mispronouncing it. I'm sorry.
Shayma. I want to add something to I want to
JCC.
Just real quick to what Scott said. I think that the progress of relationship as teens are having today was very similar to my time and not far off to my parents' time, right? The relationship was the same. There was teens having sex in the 50s, teens having sex in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and currently today. I don't think anything has progressed any further. Now, their access to data, that's a lot easier. However, teens are going to do what teens are going to do. I mean, we don't need social media to educate teens. They already know what the hell to do. It's not that.
Yeah, because I figured if they didn't get the correct information from me, they were going to get the incorrect information from the street. Shayma, you want another minute or two to follow up? Good topic. Shayma. Yeah.
I think there are a lot of similarities in the way Indian culture and American culture look at dating in terms of it's important that kids explore relationships, but there's also this India is a lot more conservative than what the American culture is like. So it again depends on which section of society you're coming from. So somebody from certain sections of society might be certain teens might do date and again with the implicit instruction that the parents are not okay with them having sex, but yeah, hanging out together. But that is what I was kind of wanting to understand that what is America's take on teens having sex. So I got a basic idea of what you guys are trying to say. So yeah.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Let's go to Jim East. Jim, good morning. Welcome to the show. What would you like to talk about?
Sure. And my specialty is actually teens and transition. So I appreciate the opportunity. First, most of my peer group does what you did and says you can be in the bedroom, the door has to stay open. So to me, that of the progressive parents that I know, that's the most popular way of dealing with that. Now, my nephew, on the other hand, that's 16 years younger than me, he would go out with groups. And I think that was a trend. I don't know, sounds like it might still be like there's less pressure, but I could also see that if everybody else in the group has done it and you haven't, or you and your city and the other haven't, then there might be some pressure there. But I honestly think, and He's not on the platform, so I know I'm not going to embarrass him by saying, but I believe my nephew was most likely a virgin when he got married. But our movies, our media, a lot of it, shows a lot of activity and can add pressure to that. But America, as you know, I don't remember the lady's name, and I can't read the screen. So when she asks a big question about America, you have to realize that we're a big picture of the world. We have the most conservative of any faith you can imagine here in the United States, and we have the most liberal, free love people in the world in the U.S. here, and then we have a bunch of us that are in the middle. So the U.S. is big. So to add, from a social science background of mine, both bachelor's and master's level, I'll just tell you that I've seen both, but Steve's seems to be what I've experienced with parents and with kids the most popular. Yes, you can spend time in the bedroom, but that door better be open. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. Thank you. If you're in the audience and you'd like to come up and talk about anything, you're encouraged to do so. Would anybody on stage like to, who has not commented already, comment on teenage dating? Just unmute and say your first name. We were hearing this last part. I asked GPT, what do you think about teenage dating? This is what Chat GPT told me. Teenage dating is one of those things that can be healthy, messy, formative, and confusing all at the same time. It's not inherently good or bad. It depends a lot on how it's approached and the level of maturity involved. On the positive side, dating as a teenager can help people learn important life skills early, how to communicate, set boundaries, handle rejection, and understand their own values. Those lessons tend to carry into adulthood in a meaningful way. It can also be a normal part of social development, especially as teens start figuring out identity and relationships. That said, there are real downsides if it's not handled well. Emotions at that age can be intense, and not everyone has the tools yet to deal with the heartbreak, jealousy, or pressure. It can also distract from school, friendships, or personal growth if it becomes all-consuming. In some cases, there can be unhealthy dynamics like controlling behavior or peer pressure that teens might not recognize right away. The biggest factor is guidance and balance. Teens tend to do better when there's open communication with parents or trusted adults, clear boundaries, and a focus on respect, both for themselves and the other person. And that's ChatGPT's answer. So there you have that. We've got a break coming up in under 10 minutes. Would anybody on stage like to talk about anything? Just unmute and say your first name. Yes, Jim, go ahead, please. That would be Benjamin, yes.
And you look at the Declaration of Independence and all those things that talk about freedom of religion and all those things, there are peaceful people. Now, yes, there are some cultures that come here and recreate what they got away from, and that's humanity. People sometimes make mistakes. I'll agree with that. There's parts of Miami that are Little Havana, and you're like, why? Or Little Haiti, you're like, why? What did you do? Why were you thinking? And yes, a lot of family businesses. And you have to kind of figure, especially if you look at Old West movies, when people came from other places, they were the stranger, they were the other, they weren't always welcome. So the only way they could make a buck is to do their own family business. So I'm just going to close by saying I think that the extremes, the zealots of any faith or any belief system that we've got to be aware of, but to totally knock a faith, I don't get it. And also, Kamala was raised as a Christian. From what I understand, she went to church regularly with family. But anyway, that just this whole don't support Islam as a whole. I've met some really wonderful people that have different belief systems, and that doesn't bother me. It's their belief system. They respect me. I respect them. I'm not trying to convert anybody. They're not trying to convert me. So I'm landing.
We have what I believe is a new Sam on stage who's also new on once. Sam, there you go. Hi. We cannot hear you, Sam.
Sam doesn't understand. I'd like to respond to that comment.
You can in a moment. Let's see if we can hear Sam. Thank you. Benjamin, go on mute, please. Thank you. Sam, you unmuted. You may have to exit out and come back in, but we can try you. Sam going once. Sam going twice. Okay, Sam is having some technical difficulties. Benjamin, let's see. No, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and have you respond. Take 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I get that everybody wants to be inclusive and turn a blind eye to people's ideology, but the honest truth is people who say this don't mean it. They're lying to you. They're liars. They're deceived. They're existing in a catatonic state of self-delusion. And the way you can test this, the way you can diagnose their delusion, is you just simply ask them, do you do this with your Nazi friends? You just ignore the fact that they're Nazis. Would you be comfortable sitting next to a Nazi? And you ask these same questions, right? And the answer is, oh no, my God, I would never sit next to a Nazi. I'd never have a friend who's a Nazi. And that's how you can diagnose them. You just have to kind of it's very simple. It takes about 4.5 minutes, maybe 2, if you're as smart as I am. But for people who have undiagnosed ideology confusion disorder, this is just a helpful diagnosis. Hi, Jane. Helpful diagnosis. Look, Islam is an ideology which mostly could be thought of as a systematic violence towards women. And if you need the evidence, the numbers, the female genital mutilation statistics, I can help you with all of this. I can Google for you if your Googler is broken. But if you just think you can sit next to somebody who is promoting Islam like Kamala Harris does, like Mamdani, who swore himself in on a stack of Qurans, does, and not understand that what you're supporting is a system of violence towards women, then you are just you're just kind of like an intellectual turd, so to speak.
All right, you have made your point perfectly clear. Thank you. Let's try. Let's. I said 3 minutes. You'll have a fresh 5 in hour number 3. Let's try Sam again. Sam, are you there? Sam going once. Sam going twice. Sam sold. We'll give Sam one more chance in hour number 3. Let's go to Jane, who's new on stage. Jane, good morning. It's a pleasure to see you on stage. What would you like to talk about, Jane?
I'm good for now, Steve. Just listening.
Oh, you got it. Okay, cool. Well, let's see. We were talking about
I wanted to say real quick. I don't know why this is bugging me so much, but I did not vote for Kamala Harris. I voted for Jill Stein of the Green Party. It's driving me crazy that Ben keeps calling me Kamala Harris.
Wait a minute, I didn't hear him say. I didn't hear him reference you once. Did I miss it?
No, well, not personally, but he kept saying, "I know everybody on stage voted for Kamala, or whatever. These are all Kamala voters."
I didn't hear him say
I
that
suppose
one
that was a
either.
generalization, but
I didn't hear him say that.
okay. Well, I just wish to declare that I voted for Jill Stein since you're
And I voted for the Libertarian candidate. Whatever the hell that
to
was.
Ben's point, though, I mean, I think his point is these are pluralist votes, right? And what his point is that the pluralist sort of multicultural vote leads to a liberal ends. I think that's fair, right? I don't know that it's right, but I think it's. I mean, that's. I think that's the point he's making. That
I got to tell you, I think Benjamin's modus operandi, and I very well could be wrong, is a mixture of truth, satire, and stirring the pot. And like I said, he's a great content creator. I absolutely don't agree with everything that he says, but it gives me great pause to think about things. It also adds content to the show, and that's what I think.
But Steve, isn't he saying, what he's saying is that if you go this pluralistic, multicultural voting tendency, what you're going to get is cultural chaos.
Isn't he also saying that if you don't agree with him, you're an idiot, in so many words?
I don't know that he's saying that, but I think,
okay.
But I think he might not be wrong at this point. I mean, which I'm not in agreement with him. I think I'd rather go down.
So 75 million voters are idiots because they voted for Harris.
Well, of course, we could all be idiots. But I think what he's saying is that if you want a liberal democracy, you have to police it intellectually. And what he's saying is that we've gone down some roads that are unhealthy for the liberal establishment. And yeah, I mean, I think he's not wrong.
Well, I'll give you this, and then we'll take the break. I don't think the extreme on any side is healthy. The extreme on either side, in my humble opinion, is a bunch of mishigash, and that's not how you win elections either. You win elections by coming as close to the center as possible. Most elections are won by 5%, 5% of the undecideds. And as if you're at the extreme of either side, it becomes more difficult to win an election. And with that, we are done. 2 hours in the tank, 1 hour left. I will be back at the end of the break to host all of hour number 3. So don't go away. And when we did a lot of talk about dating. And so let's hear some more from Taylor Tomlinson about the truth about dating.
Like, this one's available if he just talks and talks and talks. You fall asleep eventually. This bit right here. Wow, okay. That was fun. We all stepped in a divorce. Wasn't that a good time? That's the first time that's happened when I asked that question. Never done a tour. Never gotten one of those. I didn't take this boring piece of shit home. All right, this last one. What do you got? You eavesdrop on somebody's phone conversation from the other room. You listen to your mom talk to your grandma. Did you miss the whole part where I said I am alone? Have you tried falling asleep to the sound of people who love you in the other room? I would that I could! Okay, well, those hurt my feelings. I'm going to tell you the best one I've heard on this tour. Best one I heard on this tour was a few months ago. There's a woman in the front row. She raised her hand. She goes, I have a weird sleep tip. I said, what do you got? She goes, when I can't sleep, I lay on the floor in the kitchen for 10 minutes. And I was like, okay. And then what happens? She goes, then I get back in bed, I go sleep. This poor girl, abusive parents herself. He's like, oh, you with the guy she's dating. I was like, really? She goes, yeah, would you ever have a threesome? I was like, oh my God, no. I didn't want to hang out with two other people. I've never been in the middle seat on a flight fighting for an armrest, like, wish we were all naked. Yeah. I don't even think I could date an extrovert again. I dated an extrovert once. We moved in together. The first week we lived together, he's like, hey, what if we had some people over? I was like, look, if you don't want to be with me, just say so. You want to have people over? Over what? My dead body? If you're an extrovert, you're in love with an introvert, you gotta understand, asking us to invite people over is like asking us to do anal. Watch our face change. Like, I'm sorry, is it your birthday? Seems like a big ask for a random Tuesday. I live alone now. It's incredible. I fall asleep in the middle of the bed like a boy king, just like, good night, Joffrey. It's fantastic. I eat all the food I buy. Every grocery I buy, it goes near, it goes bad. That's power, DC. Yeah. If I clog the toilet at home, I don't have to deal with it right away. That's freedom, DC. When I lived with a man I was attracted to, I was just like, no, please, toilet, don't tell him I'm a human woman. I beg of you. Take my dark secrets to your watery grave. Remember our bargain. Now I'm like, you are toilet, that's what lids are for. You want to see the sky? Want to share your point of view? Vent a little about what's bothering you. Got a question that's on your mind? Be bold, brave, courageous. Come on up and get you fresh fire. What does that mean? Well, listen up. Have a take, just don't suck. Be respectful, make your point in a reasonable way. Come on up. That's what we'll see today.
And welcome to hour number 3 of Ask Uncle Steve with the Mod Squad. If you're here for the first time, this is how the show works. Unlike other clubhouse rooms, we encourage everybody, especially the new speakers, and that means you, to be bold, brave, courageous. Raise your hand, come on up, and you can talk about whatever you want. We never ever put a restriction on content. You can talk about current events, politics, God, religion, atheism, what's going on in your life, what's going on in my life. Maybe you like the show, maybe you don't like the show. Maybe you have a question to help you, maybe you have a statement to help me. Just have a take and don't suck. What does that mean? Be able to put 2 sentences together, folks. It doesn't matter if we agree, disagree, if we like or don't like you, but just don't come up and say you think the earth is flat, because I will stop you on a dime and I will grill your ass. And so with that, let's go to JCC. JCC, good morning.
Yo.
Thank you for doing the heavy lifting. Do you have any plans for this weekend?
Yeah, man, it's a busy weekend. We got a recital. My daughter's performing at 1 o'clock, 2 p.m. today, Central Standard Time. And then prom night, folks, 2026 prom. I'm helping her right now. I did an errand. I went out to get some black ribbons. She's making her own corsage, so I'm highly involved in her activity. I'm going to take pictures of her and her boyfriend at either a Japanese tea garden or a local museum here that has a very nice landscape area. So, yeah, busy Saturday for today. And so, yeah.
So, JCC, if you don't mind me asking, did you say you have to be home by a certain time?
Yeah, I'm pretty flexible. She has like a 1 a.m. curfew where we're at.
Okay.
So yeah.
Thank you for that. Let's see if Alfonso, he's been with the Fam Bam pretty much all show. Alfonso, are you there? Going once, twice, 3 times. There you go. Alfonso, good morning. Thank you for doing the heavy lifting. Would you like a fresh 5, or would you like to talk about what's going on this weekend or anything else?
No, I'm okay. I'm busy with my kids, so I won't be able to chime in much.
You got it. No problem at all. Let's go to Violet. Violet, is it prom night where you are?
Not for my girls, but it's date night for me.
There you go. Well, what are you doing this weekend for date night?
Tonight, my husband and I are going to go to a place in our area called The Works. It's kind of a grown-up arcade with like skee ball and 10-pin bowling and our old-style arcade games, but it's a bar. And they're having a cover band tonight. I forget their name, but they cover like 90s alternative. So, it's kind of like if my husband and I had dated in high school, this was the kind of concert we would have gone to.
Exactly.
So, we're meeting several other couples, high school friends of his, actually. So it's kind of a group occasion. And I'm trying to decide whether I want to go with a skirt and my knee-high boots because I want to look cute, or actually be comfortable and warm in pants and a cute t-shirt or a cute sweater.
Right, exactly. Now, how many other couples are you going with?
I believe two. There might be three others, but the third couple, their schedule seemed really, they weren't sure.
Right.
So.
And I presume you guys are meeting around dinner time or so?
Yeah, we're going to eat. They serve food there too, so we're going to meet around 7 and eat, and the show's supposed to start around 9. And yeah, we're going to, they have really good food there too.
Yeah, no, I'm assuming because it's kind of like a bar grill entertainment thing, you guys are going to do separate checks for each couples. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Good decision.
Yeah. So, we're going to have a good time. I can actually still play skee ball to a degree. I mean, I can't really aim, but I can roll the ball up that little alley. And the last time I did it, I actually managed to hit like the high score thing like 4 times. So I got like 500 tickets for my daughters to exchange at the arcade counter on that one game. It was a fluke. That's never happened again, but it was fun.
Reverend Scott, I see you're on the phone. Are you on the phone, Reverend Scott? Looks like
Scott.
he is on the phone. Okay, if you're in the audience, you want to come up, please do. Let's go to Doctor. He's next. Doctor, good to talk to you again. Did you want to talk about anything for a Fresh Five, or do you want to talk about what you're doing this weekend, or have you had that cup of
I still
coffee?
need to get that coffee, Steve, but thank you so much.
No problem. And I'm gonna mispronounce it. Is it Shama? Shama? Did I get that right? Shama. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It's on you now. You have a Fresh Five. You can talk about whatever you want.
I saw the movie Michael, and
You mean with John Travolta? With John Travolta?
No, the one with Jafar Jackson, Michael.
Oh, that is with Jermaine Jackson's son, who plays Michael.
Jafar Jackson.
Yes.
That's what I said.
Okay. How was it?
I liked it. I
heard it made over 90 million in its first weekend, which was last weekend. Yes.
Yeah, but the only thing I felt was the story felt incomplete. I mean, I don't know, since I'm from a different country, so whatever I know is from popular culture. But I felt I also wondered where Janet Jackson was, where the rest of the siblings were, and it showed Michael in the best of the light, and I know it's just a 1.5 hour movie, so you can't show his whole life story, but it was just all the best parts of his life, and how he came out of his father's influence.
Yes.
So I was just wondering, shouldn't there be more nuance than that? But that aside, I thought Jafar was spectacular as Michael, and I loved his moves, I loved the music, and that part I really enjoyed.
Thank you very much. Let's go to RM. RM, you're new on stage. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. You have a Fresh Five. What would you like to talk about?
Good morning, Steve. How are you?
Do you care?
I want to ask you a question.
See that, everybody? Yeah, go ahead. Please ask me anything you want.
Okay. Have you been travel out the United States? And
Yeah, the answer is yes. I have traveled out of the United States many times.
okay, can you give us or tell us and share with us which country it was the bad experience and the country it was good experience?
Okay, well, let's see. Which country did I have a bad experience in? Well, I wouldn't say it was bad, but when I went to France, I find that when the French find out that you're from the United States, now then again, this was decades ago. I haven't been to France in a while, but I didn't like the way that the French treated me and my wife at the time. Now, as opposed to that, right around the same time, I went to Italy. I went to Europe for 2.5 weeks. In Italy, they treated us like family. Oh, okay. I mean, we drove, staying in France, we drove into Italy. We drove a mile down the road and literally we saw 3 restaurants in one area. And we literally went meeny, miny, mo. And we picked the restaurant, and it was one of the greatest experiences ever. So I would say my worst experience was in France. It was simply because I didn't like the way that we were treated. And also, I think somebody tried to rip us off. And I don't mean like somebody on the street. I mean like because we didn't speak the language, they were adding the bill incorrectly. I could be wrong. The best experience I had, without a doubt, and again, I haven't been there in decades, is when I went to Hedonism 3 in Jamaica. An all-inclusive resort, I believe. I went to Hedonism 2. I'm sorry. Now that they didn't have Hedonism 3 at the time. I went to Hedonism 2 in Jamaica, and it was an all-inclusive resort, and I had a fantastic time.
So if you wanna advise me to go to visit in which country in Europe, you're gonna advise me Italy, or of course, not France.
I think it depends what you're looking for.
Okay.
Hey, JCC, do me a huge favor. Take over for a couple of minutes. I got something stuck in my throat. JCC, thanks.
So, Reem, what were you asking? You're asking where to go?
No, I'm just planning to go in the summertime to Europe. So I want to know everybody if they have an experience in Europe. Anybody that have been in Europe, in which country, and what's happened with you have a good time, people are friendly, they were racist, they were treating you as family, or I mean, I like to hear from everyone if somebody in Europe before.
Yeah, me personally, I have not been to Europe. I do hope that someday soon I can go. However, I open it to anybody on the stage who wants to add in to help Reem with her travel.
I can try.
Yeah. Paola?
Yes,
Is that correct? Paola?
Yeah.
Welcome to the stage. How are you today?
Thank you.
You have some
very
European travel?
Well, I am European. I traveled around the world. Actually, I also lived for 7 years in India, and I lived in the US as well. But I'm actually Italian, so obviously I'm a little bit biased.
Well, of course.
Of course, yes. Well, Italy is a nice place. I mean, even if I so say myself, I mean, I'm obviously, like I said, I'm biased, but it is a very pretty place. It has practically the best of both worlds, nature-wise and monuments. So you have 90% of the UNESCO sites in Italy. So you can visit historical cities like Rome. That's where I live, where I come from. You can go to Florence, you can go to Venice, you can go to Milan, you can go to Sicily, or you can also explore places that are not the usual tourist attractions like Umbria, or maybe you can go to Trentino Alto Adige and experience the mountains there, which are spectacular.
And the food is probably the thing that makes the difference compared to the rest of Europe. Having said that, the food is very good in Spain. It's also very good in France. But again, the Italian cuisine is a notch up, I would say. You can visit other places in Europe that are very interesting. You can go to United Kingdom. I don't know if you've ever been there. You can visit Spain. Spain is very nice as well. I like Scandinavia. I really like Scandinavia because it's so different from what I'm used to. Or even the
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on unsacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of my light I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the travel on the beats of pearl, so I after thee in thy car of glory. Yes, I invoke I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. To the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, by the song I invoke in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike get thy pity. By the sword I invoke. The voice of the Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the ox. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Shines the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it he of thee, O Lord. By the loved I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the interwear. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Mine are the wand of double power in the voice of the master. By the word I invoke thee. I know taught to waves of music and the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. In my hand is thy sword of revenge.
This has been an amazing. Ladies make this good. So you got the Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it.
begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Upon me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign even of none. Safety of the whole Lord. By the moment I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee.
Good morning, designer.
Turban of white and gold, and mine the blue river of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the bond of double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. The master chord, the flaming sword, child and conquering love, avenger, by the song I invoke thee. In my only voice, sword of revenge, let it strike at my vision, by the song I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the sex, the voices, everyone.
I'm going to touch all your fucking mom. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Around me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Save it be, O P, why that I work. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a office and typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold. And mine the blue figure at the end of it there. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For that the one that has the power in the voice of the master. Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Mine heart and my blue waves of music in the song that I made up for you. Strike the monster core, draw the flaming sword, shine the conquering Lord, all of America, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is the sword of revenge, let it strike, I die beneath, by the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the six, 11 of the voices. Abra, abra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I know about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. I know mine is the red triangle reverse with the sign, given of none, save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. I know mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I know thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and
you do realize
by their brightness.
you'll have to be more radical to win at the battles. Hi, friend. Just a little advice. Since the polls no momentum. You might want to stop expecting to. You do realize you have to be more radical to get the ballot.
So that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the
Hey friend, just a little advice since the polls show no momentum. You might want to stop expecting Jody by calling him Jody. You do realize to begin changing the norm, you have to be more radical.
and every spell and scourge of God, the fast one might be. Mine is the head of the
Hey friend, just a little advice since the polls show no momentum. You might want to stop expecting Jody by calling him Jody. You do realize to begin to it, you will have to be more radical.
cross of life and in the sign, the invocation comes therefore I say unto thee, thou movest within me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or of the earth, and every spell and scourge of God, the fast one might be I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be thee. Mine is the head of the hawk, 6, I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Giving the sign, teaching abrahadabra, remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be
Takes for 2 months. Jesus Christ, it's really fucking hard.
You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light.
Brain science.
The day, stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from feeling. One more second. You can start believing. Wisdom of God. Is coming. Wisdom of Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I am. Every wound gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can't stop believing. Wisdom of God.
Kitover, stupid. Over to New York, Memorial Holiday. Kitover, stupid hypnosis. Every day in New York, we will have no new Kitover contact for the city.
Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Take the night, take not like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. The fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath, hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. If I tremble, stay near. If I break, pull me through. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Tend my night, tend my land. I breathe in your holy call. And the storm in my head lays down like a wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Wisdom of God, now it's home. Wisdom of God, I'm yours alone. Wisdom of God is now joy of heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Wisdom of God is now, joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt, like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay.
Can anybody say who's actually in, who are the other two people that are in that picture?
This image on my PTR is Ayaan Hirsi Ali. She's a beautiful woman from Somalia, and she has said everything about Islam that I have ever said and more. She writes about the problems in Islam, the genital mutilation which she experienced as a child, the forced marriages which she escaped in Somalia, and her life of criticizing Islam is well documented. I suggest to all people here who voted for Kamala and are suffering from the disease that causes them to embrace Islam, please take some time to read anything by Ayaan Hirsi Ali, including her book Infidel. Now, this book is real. You can get it.
30 seconds.
You can get it at Amazon. You can get it anywhere else. And she will tell you everything that I have been saying. And she will do it from behind this beautiful dark skin that she owns. And so all of the people who are losing their shirts or calling me racist because apparently my skin color is not the right color. If you need to hear from somebody whose skin color is this beautiful shade of bronze, feel free. And if you need to hear from a woman, this is a 2-for-1 package. You get to hear from a woman who has this beautiful face, and that will fix you. If you can just take the time to spend 15 minutes with Ayaan Hirsi Ali, you will be fixed. You'll be straight. You'll never vote for Kamala Harris again. Everything about your life will be better. Thank you so much.
Thank you. First class escort to the VIP. Let's go to, am I pronouncing it right? Paula, would you like to say goodbye?
Yes, of course. Goodbye, everybody. It's been a real pleasure to be in your room again, Uncle Steve. And I will come next time for sure. Thank you very much.
Time is tomorrow. Can't wait to see you. First class escort to the VIP. Jim East, would you like to say goodbye? Jim East, would you like to say goodbye? Jim East going once. Jim East going twice. Jim East, you get the stretcher ride. Oh, let's bring him up to say goodbye. Jim East, raise your hand. We'll bring you up because you caught it at the last moment. Jim East, this is the chance to raise your hand. Jim East going once. Jim East going twice. I don't see him raising his hand. Okay. Let's go to Violet. Violet, would you like to say goodbye?
Goodbye. It's been a great show today, Steve. I'm going to party as hard as I can tonight.
Have a great
which
time
isn't very
tonight.
hard.
Have a great time tonight, yes.
And I will see you tomorrow morning.
Love that. Alfonso, would you like to say goodbye all the way from South America? Would you like to say goodbye, Alfonso? Alfonso going once to say goodbye. Alfonso.
Goodbye. Have a great weekend and see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you. And last but not least, NJCC, I'm going to give you a call right after the show if you don't mind. Would you like to say goodbye, JCC?
Of course, Steve. Yeah, great room, great show. So we had some good combos. We shared our American side of teenage dating. I really enjoyed participating in that conversation. Benjamin provided us some interesting content. That was
some excellent content, yes. Not that I agree with everything he says, but the content is excellent.
Otherwise, a great 3-hour tour. I love it. Yes. And to all, I wish you all a good Saturday, and see you all tomorrow. Peace out.
Thank you. And with that, we are done. On behalf of the Mod Squad, we thank all of you for your participation, because without you, the show is not as good. We wish you and your family a great remainder of your Saturday, and we will be back tomorrow, 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, for another.
Controversial as funding for immigration enforcement. And that's why actually today there was this statement from Delta Airlines calling on provisions to make this a permanent thing and not tie these together. Well, Julia, how long could it take for them to rehire all of those TSA workers? What's the timeline there? And could there be an impact when it comes to staffing?
There's always some asshole who doesn't have to do anything. All they have to do is be stupid. They don't have to do anything. Like, you could sit here and put all this effort into that Draco, and it takes one fucking idiot to fuck it all up. Oh, like cost at all costs? Oh my God, that's such a bad. Why would you say something like he didn't do anything to contribute to my room, didn't do anything to like bring up a point or an argument or any of that. Just fucking complained like a little bitch.
It's weird, man. I don't get it. It's what Christ said.
People are fascinated with stupidity.
Even the elect will be deceived. That's what he said. Even quote unquote people who believe in Christ will be deceived. We know this. We were told this. So it's not a shock to see it.
No, it's not.
Not a shock.
Now you get all the fucking African nigger Israelites on this fucking app together, right? Not that I'm racist, dude, but they seem to be pretty proud of how fucking stupid and ignorant they are. You know, you get them together, right? And they start doing the Torah. What do you think that's like?
I just wish the Jew would come in here and Bart's not in here and just listen to his conversation, how it goes. Because Bart's going to send for him quickly. Very quickly, he's going to send for them. Like, I attack all these Jews are so dirty with our text, saying that the people who brought the New Testament are making stuff up. He didn't read, Jesus didn't know anything about the Greek, yada yada yada. Bro, I'm done. Like, this is it may read. Like, it's no. The gloves are coming off every single time. Because by the time it's all said and done, what they're going to tell me is, after I give them the facts and the information, all they're going to tell me is, well, we're just going to follow our tradition. Yeah, because you're carnal-minded, like your own scripture says about you.
I don't have an issue against like tradition, but I mean, No,
The tradition
isn't. It's not the same though. Point is like you have a difference in opinion, as you put it, right? Pre-Christ, how Jewish, how it's functioning, right? And then afterwards, it's functionally different. When you have to go into your synagogue at like, what is it, like 150, 200 AD, and you're in your synagogue, and Christianity's on the rise, and you're like, okay, Isaiah 53 admitted from synagogue, no more, because it's completely fucking embarrassing to our religion. Imagine that.
Yeah, the Muslims. And the Muslims want to take the Jewish interpretation of Isaiah 53, but they don't believe it at all. They can never accept it. They can never accept their interpretation of that verse, ever. That all the nations are going to be saved. The nation of
Dude, Islam is a bunch of fucking chumps anyway. I don't know why you think they have any like real horse and like they don't have a horse in the fucking race. Listen, like if you noticed my argument earlier, right? They pick and choose when Muhammad's like it's this book that appeared out of fucking nowhere with this civilization, right? But then they pick and choose of how it fucking overlaps with like the prior civilization before it, and Aramaic and all this shit. They like to pick and choose, dude. Hey, fuck it, whatever, man. I don't take them seriously.
Good morning, Draco. Do you believe Isaiah 53 is referring to Jesus?
Of course.
You do? Okay.
Of course.
Hey, why would you even ask that?
Of course I do.
I mentioned it.
Oh.
We're Christian. Why would we not believe that, Joanna?
Because I watched a lecture that sort of debunked it and said it was speaking about the nation of Israel.
Oh.
Trust me, we know. We know what they say.
We know what they say, yeah.
Do you know what antibiotic can do to your liver?
Can't be this. There's like 12 different tribes of Israel that have different interpretations.
Hey, Regal, I have a question for you.
What's up, wild?
Regal.
What's up?
So, like, just a question on that Isaiah 53. Is it so it's a dual fulfillment, though, isn't it? So you've got the present context of Israel, but then it's pointing to Jesus as the Messiah, isn't it? By his wounds we've been healed, he would pierce for our transgressions and stuff.
Who else would they be talking about?
Not even that, bro. Like, as a Christian, one day you need to sit down and read the book of Isaiah and look at the themes that Isaiah says. He talked absolutely negative about the people of Israel the entire time. The entire time.
Hey, Regal, I got a question for you. If you could put me in the queue, thanks.
That's what I'm just telling you. Like, if you read Isaiah until you get there, like, there's no reason to think this is talking about Israel. The righteous servant, the whole time prior, like, that term is never used for them. The opposite is used.
Hey, Regal, this is Alistair. I have a question for you. I'd like to be put in the queue.
What's up, Alice?
Yeah, this is a question for Regal. Hey, Joanna. This is a question for Regal. Do you think everybody has a soul? I'm asking Regal here.
No, not everybody has a soul. There are people who are atheists. They don't believe in souls. They don't believe that they have one. So by proxy of that, they don't have a soul.
Okay, so when you referred to the Hebrew Israelites as N-words, do you think a Christian should refer to other people as N-words? Well, I'm just trying to, point out that I don't think a good Christian should refer to other people that, obviously some people don't have souls according to Regal. So I'm just saying as a Christian, you might want to reflect on some of the terminology you use.
to look at yourself. You should examine yourself.
I like that question. Who else has soul? I wonder if the soul is compassion or not. So you have levels of souls with degrees of compassion.
Well, you know, a soul, if you look at the word, you got that word soul, and then you got the word soul, which is the sun. So, you know, some people either have the sun or they don't have the sun. And if you don't have the sun, well, you got a melatonin deficiency. And if you do got the sun, well, some of them people, they got melatonin in extremely dense cellular composition. And so they reflect the light at a much higher rate than the white skin that absorbs the light. You could call it metaphor. You could call it symbolism. You could call it a joke. You could call it a troll. But what you can't do is you can't take the low IQ, racist, obnoxious troll out of Clubhouse. And if you do, where is he gonna go? And I heard about Regal. Some people on some other platforms are talking about Regal. They're saying, yeah, I know Regal. He's from fucking Discord. That loser has been on Discord for years. Everybody knows that loser. So I'm just saying, I was surprised that some of the people in my audience were like, I know that fucking loser, Regal. He was on Discord for years, or some other social audio chat app. I can't remember what they said, but just wanted to share the good news of a happy Shabbos. Oh yeah, and Draco, he got a problem with the Jews. He thinks the Jews are a bunch of like book slanderers or something. What's wrong with you, Draco?
Draw the flaming sword. Cloud child and conquering lord, Horus, avenger.
Yeah, I guess.
O thou of the hair of the hawk,
is nefesh or
thee I invoke.
Break that down into something.
Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain, she that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water.
Salon I worked in when I wasn't busy, I would keep writing every word. And somebody, I came in one morning and it was gone. Someone took my book away.
Whiter than the forehead of the morning.
They didn't like that I was reading it.
Thee I invoke. O thou who hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy mother, thee I invoke. O thou whose garment is of golden glory, with the azure bars of sky, thee I invoke.
For Isaiah 53 being this year.
Sorry?
Thou who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon, thou who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust, thou who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee, thee I invoke. O thou whose nemesis hideth the universe with night, the impermeable blue, thee I invoke. Thou who travellest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the Ashtet boat, and of the Sextet boat.
But you know how you can swing things either way, right, Draco? So there's a lecture by Rabbi Michael Slovak that will kind of convince almost anyone, but it says here, Isaiah 53, Christianity is heavily disputed. The ultimate view suggesting the suffering servant, referring to the nation of Israel, a specific historical figure, or the person of Jesus the Messiah. Contextually, many scholars agree it's a lot to read. I don't want to bore you. The suffering, the servant is Israel. Okay, we're just Israel. According to Jewish tradition, including the early interpretations, the servant is interpreted as Israel, not Jesus. It just goes on there.
Strike the master
I can
chord.
put it in the chat if
Draw.
you're interested.
Draw the flaming
Yeah,
sword.
I mean, that's the whole
Crown
point.
child.
We just made this argument a minute ago, right? If anybody was literally paying attention, who the fuck were panicking in 280 days when Christianity was on the rise, and they were panicking so bad that they had to go into the Old Testament and reinterpret it. According to ancient rabbinic Jews around 200 AD, this is what it meant. Doesn't give you the distinction what they thought before and after, though.
By thy name of law,
Does it give you
I
that,
invoke
Joanna?
thee. Mark of the Son,
I don't
the
think that the
glorious one.
Israelites were.
By
Does it
thy
give you
name,
that distinction? Is this after Christ
Youth
or
of the
before
brilliant
Christ?
morning, I invoke thee. By thy name, Mao, I invoke thee, Lion of the midday sun. By thy name, Tum, Hawk of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name, Kephra, I invoke thee, O beetle of the hidden mastery of midnight. By thy name, Gur-Par-Krat, Lord of silence, beautiful child that standest on the dragons of the deep, I invoke thee. By thy name of Apollo, I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O father. By thy name of Phoebus, that drivest thy chariot through the heaven of Zeus, I invoke thee. By thy name of Odin, I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the sagas. By thy name of Yahashua, O child of the flaming star, I invoke thee. By thine own, thy secret name, Uri, thee I invoke. The names are 5, the names are 6, 11 are the names. Abrahadabra. Behold, I stand in the midst. Mine is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned. Unto the splendor of Geburah, the magnificence of Hesed, the mystery of Da'ath, thither I lift up mine eyes. This have I sought, and I have sought the unity. Hear thou me. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reversed, the sign given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Laman I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing abbai that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine also is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl. So run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the word of double power in the voice of the Master. Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering lord, Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 other voices, abracadabra. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament or of the ether, of the earth or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, of whirling air or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, may be thou. Abracadabra. Take a seated position. Command yourself to relax.
Man, I'm relaxed.
Start rhythmic breathing. Let us ask for divine guidance at the beginning of each session. O Lord of the universe, the vast and the mighty one, ruler of the light and the darkness, we adore thee and we invoke thee. Look thou with favor upon me, who now standeth before thee, and grant thine aid unto the highest aspirations of my soul, that I may be enabled to accomplish the great work, to the glory of thine ineffable name. Amen. You have achieved perfect relaxation. Your mind is at peace. You are now able to concentrate your thoughts, your feelings, your awareness. Imagine now that towers above you another being who represents your higher self, your holy guardian angel. See this majestic towering figure standing above you, watching over you with his light and love, protecting you, guiding you. With each breath you take, you aspire and yearn to be one with your angel. With the exhalation, this great being descends into you. You and your guardian angel are becoming one. Inhale, yawn towards your divine angel. kind, gracious, be attentive. Inhale.
I'm a strike.
Huh?
Hi, Carmelita and company. I just want to confirm that Clubhouse is a place where highly obnoxious, low IQ, abusive people come to do what they do. Is that what Clubhouse is all about? I just want to confirm. Hello?
Yearn for and aspire towards the great being who is yourself made able.
You want to have a conversation. I ain't trying to have no topic of conversation.
Wait, so Alistair, what are you asking? I'm sorry.
I'm just saying that, like, it's my observation that a room I was just in, the moderator was highly obnoxious, extremely annoying, low IQ, and abusive. So I'm just saying, like, that's what it's like. Road raging. They come here to just do their road rage, and you're their victim. You're the bug on the windshield. I'm just wondering, is this the kind of room where I'm the bug on the windshield? Hello?
Yeah, that's the reason.
To find out whether or not I'm the bug or the windshield. Hello?
It was a game. Why does it matter?
Divine occupying your body, your mind, your soul.
Am I a watermelon or am I a hammer? I guess one way of saying it is, am I a watermelon or am I a hammer? Hello?
Inhale. And imagine that you are lifting up your arms towards the heavens, towards the skies, aspiring towards this noble being who is yourself.
No, I asked if I'm a watermelon or a hammer, like Gallagher's Sledge-O-Matic.
Air going out of your body, and your higher self, your angel, descending into you.
You angry. Leave me alone. I'm happy.
I never said I wasn't. Nobody ever said I wasn't. Oh my bullshit.
You angry. I'm happy. Leave me alone.
Inhale. Aspire. Exhale. You are one.
I am one. You angry. Leave me alone. I'm happy.
You're angry. I don't read you. Hey, what's your cash out right quick?
John Z. Kitover. You can Cash App tip me or buy me a coffee at John Kitover.
Your holy guardian angel is the symbol of your higher self.
Oh, goddamn. Now,
Imagine and visualize him there, as he always is, ready to help you and guide you throughout life.
I'm kicking this guy out with the car. Wait, so why would you kick this stuff? Wait, oh, hi. Sorry, I didn't know it was you.
No, that's the other person that was. They got moved out.
The fucking harmonica?
Yeah, like why took you so long to get that harmonica fuck out?
Hey, would you take can you tell your big who are you talking to, Franklin?
Transitioning kindergartens, which is like obviously not.
Or abortion or whatever. It's always some other way.
Talking about it all the time, not the Democrats. Democrats want to talk about, economic policy.
Well, the point is that I don't even think Bill Maher agrees on the economic policies. Like that's the thing is I think he's opposed to the progressives on the economic policy.
You're absolutely wrong, Frenchie. The progressives don't talk about economics. They just put out filibuster hypnosis.
I think Bill Maher is, wittingly or not, carrying water for the right, and that's how you have to dislike it.
Yeah, 100%. And he does like actively defend like Israel and shit, which is I obviously.
I haven't seen.
Sorry, Sam, but I obviously see this.
But is he basically defending like what's going on like in Gaza, like to that extent, or just generally kind of pro-Israel?
It's a more general thing. Like I don't know. It's a more general attitude that like we should be supporting Israel, even given whatever the. I think he's probably going to be resistant to like calling it a genocide.
Right.
Inhale, aspire, exhale. You are one.
Good job. An architect who's really talented, he's done a lot of work for him. He's got a flair, a beautiful Hispanic flair in particular. And he comes from originally a place called Cuba, which we will be taking over almost immediately. Now, Cuba's got problems. We'll finish one first. I like to finish a job. On the way back from, on the way back from Iran, we'll have one of our big, maybe the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier, the biggest in the world. We'll have that come in, stop about 100 yards offshore, and they'll say, "Thank you very much, we give up."
Drinks from Rohan. Not much of a flop for King Jack. Dr. T could take a stab at the open ender, and he does. He's got the marker as well. So extra. Overbet the river and got jammed on. Like, so what was it again? 20,000?
Mentally, you see your angel. You feel his presence, handsome, beautiful, robed in brilliant, scintillating white light.
Early.
40.
Inhale. gradually merging with a gigantic figure of the angel. This is your higher self, your guardian angel, desiring to be with you, and you to become united with him. Yearn for your guardian angel. You and your holy guardian angel are one. This is the goal of your lifetime. This is the great work, uniting with your holy guardian angel, your magnificent, beautiful, mighty, heavenly self. Meditate quietly.
If you want to do that
Rolling now.
I have performed puppetry in Budapest. This strikes me as something that I would.
But it's like that person just literally decided to stay inside the world now. The world that is of a lot of contention, of the world that is like causing having all this war against each other.
Well, here's the thing though about the puppet. We put the wrong people in charge. I know they have a lot of money and power, but like we still ultimately put the wrong people in charge.
That's it, and it's because they don't have love inside. But people, again, it goes back to as long as people don't know what love is, they are going to keep on doing the same thing. They're going to put the wrong people in charge. What is love?
I don't fucking know, mate.
sing with me that wonderful peroration to an ancient adoration. I am he, the born, the spirit, having sight in the feet, strong and the immortal fire. I am he, the truth. I am he who hates that evil should be wrought in the world. I am he that lighteneth and thundereth. I am he from whom is the shower of the life of earth. I am he whose mouth ever flameth. I am he, the begetter and manifester unto the light. I am he, the grace of the world. The heart girt with a serpent is my name. Now take a deep breath. Stretch and twist your body. Terminate the state of bliss, of ecstasy.
If your belly is the reason why you are hiding in pictures, do these 4 Tai Chi exercises daily for 2 minutes.
Invocation of truth. Procul, o procul esti profani, all lusty on Peter. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou, majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the eyes head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards, the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the calm flows over the flood. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of news. I raise up minister of the daily glorified law, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Hepra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tammuz, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a guard sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the tower when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth hath ever nourished the changeless guardian of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto thee, so that every spirit of the firmament do not be eaten, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of roaring air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God's vast one may be obedient unto thee.
A full cart that's lighter on your wallet. That's a breath of fresh air. Use the code on screen for a $10 bonus on your first purchase.
This bra is for seniors who want to get back their youth. Lift breasts right after first wear. Breasts stay higher as if going under surgery. Your gals will always look firm and intact no matter what. So easy to get sweaty and sticky in the summer, but with this ice silk fabric and hold back design, all pressure and heat will be released from your aging skin. Bulges are so annoying, especially under tight outfits, but now you'll be getting rid of them forever. There's absolutely no stitchings, no bra lines. Totally invisible under any type of outfit. This bra is 5 times stretchier than any bra out there. Available to cup F, fit every body sizes and shapes. Gives you that confidence you've always been looking for. Every brace on you is the best version of itself. Summer sale going on right now. Don't miss it.
The bornless ritual. Thee I invoke, the bornless one. Thee that didst create the earth and the heavens. Thee that didst create the night and the day. Thee that didst create the darkness and the light. Thou art Asa Arnepha, whom no man hath seen at any time. Thou art Yahweh. Thou art Eon, a Prophras realm. Thou hast distinguished between the just and the unjust. Thou didst make the female and the male. Thou didst produce the seeds and the fruit. Thou didst form men to love one another and to hate one another. I am Achav the consul, thy prophet, unto whom thou didst commit thy mysteries, the ceremonies of heaven. Thou didst produce the moist and the dry, and that which nourisheth all created life. Hear thou me, for I am the angel of the tongue, of Ophras Ra. This is thy true name, handed down to the prophets of heaven. Hear me. Aray, Theo, Ribet, Aferi, Baset, Beilathan, Abeu, Abeu, Phi Theta So Ebe, Theaof. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. I invoke thee, the terrible and invisible God, who dwellest in the void place of the Spirit. Go, 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 Abrao, so thou, Mudorio, fell thou, the bornless one. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me, through Abraio, Mario Dom, Babylon Balbin Abaf, Asalo 9, Arfen Eof, E, Hoteth, Abra Sex, R-A-O-O-U, Ishure, mighty and formless one. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. I invoke thee, Ma Eo, E-O-L, Kotham, Asori Balo, Abraf. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me. Aftam, Abaftam, Das Om, Isaac, Sabaoth. This is the Lord of the gods. This is the Lord of the universe. This is he whom the winds fear. This is he who, having made voice by his commandment, is Lord of all things. spirit subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me. E-A-O-U, Pe-U-Re, E-O-U, Pe-U-Re, E-R, E-R-A-O, E-O-O-U, Abra-Sax, Sabri-Am, O-O, Oof, Oof, Adonai, A-Day, A-Do, Angelos Tontheon, Alala Lai, Ga-E-R, R-A-P, Diathana Thoron. I am he, the born in the spirit, having sight in the feet, strong and the immortal fire. I am he, the truth. I am he who hate, that evil should be wrought in the world. I am he that lighteneth and thundereth. I am he from whom is the shower of the life of earth. I am he whose mouth ever flameth. I am he the begetter and manifester unto the light. I am he, the grace of the worlds. The heart girt with a serpent is my name. Come thou forth and follow me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. E-R-O, Saba-O. Such are the words. The invocation of Isis. I beheld a great wonder in heaven. A woman clothed with the sun, with the moon at her feet, and on her head was a diadem of the 12 stars. Hear me, O Lady Isis, hear and save. O thou Queen of love and mercy, thou crowned with a throne, thou horned as with the moon, thou whose countenance is mild and glowing, even as grass refreshed by rain. Hear me, Our Lady Isis, hear and save. O thou who art in matter manifest, thou bride and queen, as thou art mother and daughter of the slain one. O thou who art the Lady of the earth, hear me, O Lady Isis, hear and save. O thou Lady of the amber skin, Lady of love and victory, bright gate of glory through the darkening skies, O crowned with light and life and love, hear, Our Lady, hear and save. By thy sacred flower, the lotus of eternal life and beauty, by thy love and mercy, thy wrath and vengeance, by my desire toward thee, by all the magical names of old, hear me, O Lady, hear and save. Open thy bosom to thy child, stretch forth thine arms, and strain me to thy breast. Let my lips touch thy lips ineffable. Hear me, O Lady Isis, hear and save. Lift up thy voice to aid me in this critical hour. Lift up thy voice most musical. Cry aloud, O Queen and Mother, to save me from that I fear most. I invoke thee to initiate my soul. The whirling of my dance, may it be a spell and a link with thy great light, so that in the darkest hour the light may arise in me and bring me to thine own glory and incorruptibility. Isis am I, and from my life are fed all showers and suns, all moons that wax and wane, all stars and streams, the living and the dead, the mystery of pleasure and of pain. I am the mother, I, the speaking sea. I am the earth and its fertility, life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to me, to me. Isis am I, and to my beauty drawn, all glories of the universe bow down. The blossom and the mountain and the dawn, fruit blush and woman, our creation's crown. I am the priest, the sacrifice, the shrine. I am the love and life of the divine. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness are surely mine, are mine. Isis am I, the love and light of earth, the wealth of kisses, the delight of tears, the barren pleasure never come to birth, the endless, infinite desire of years. I am the shrine at which thy long desire devoured thee with intolerable fire. I was song, music, passion, death upon thy lyre, thy lyre. I am the grail and I the glory now. I am the flame and fuel of thy breast. I am the star of God upon thy brow. I am thy queen, enraptured and possessed. Hide thee, sweet river. Welcome to the sea, ocean of love that shall encompass thee. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to me, to me. Hear, Lady Isis, and receive my prayer. Thee I worship and invoke. Hail to thee, sole mother of my life.
Give me the tablet. Why don't you yell at me to stop?
I got the tablet for just $9.99. If you're gonna take it, just go.
What? This is a techno tablet? No way it's so cheap.
If you download 10, well, you will see what I mean. This tablet features a 10.1-inch full HD touchscreen with a powerful processor and plenty of storage. It's perfect for work, gaming, and all your entertainment. All you gotta do is click this video, download 10, and you can grab this tablet for a ridiculously low price.
What? I actually got it.
Leave it or instead. First come, first serve.
Even though with all the young people that you see in this crowd, the elementary schools have...
Boost your immunity the easy way. Dr. Mercola Organic Astaxanthin Gummies. 4 milligrams per serving, natural cherry flavor, and USDA organic. Get 20% off your first order with code EXTRA20. Free shipping available. Take control of your health today.
minutes.
Mantra. It is important that all the exercises on all of these tapes be performed regularly. Sooner or later, some salutary results may follow. You might then wish to offer up a prayer of thanksgiving at the opening of each practice session. Use your own imagination and ingenium to compose the kind of prayer that suits you and your own beliefs, rather than follow slavishly some already existent prayer, no matter how excellent it may be. The practice of the presence of God. Let us dedicate this work to an awareness of the ever-living God by using an ancient prayer. Who should not praise thee, O Lord of the universe, unto whom there is none like, whose dwelling is in heaven and in every virtuous and God-fearing heart. O God, thou vast one, thou art in all things. O nature, thou self from nothing, for what else can I call thee? In myself I am nothing. In thee I am self, and exist in thy selfhood from eternity. Live thou in me, and bring me unto that self which is in thee. Lie down and make yourself comfortable. Relax completely. Breathe easily and rhythmically.
Cook County.
Meditate on the fact that your body is composed of millions of atoms. Each atom is composed of electrons and protons orbiting about a center. Vast open spaces exist between these particles. These atoms form all our bodily tissue, forming the cells, the bones, the skin, all muscles, and all the elements of the bloodstream. The whole body really is made up rather like a woman's hairnet. Millions of holes or spaces connected by thin gossamer threads. Think of the skin on your face, covering your whole head. See this skin perforated by millions of tiny holes, which we call pores. Imagine and feel that these pores are opening up, stretching wide. Your face has thus become transformed into a network or a honeycomb. Millions and millions of yawning open holes loosely knit together by fine, thin filaments. Now extend the mental picture to include the neck and shoulders. See the skin covering these areas, becoming a fine lacework of holes. Do the same with the chest. The arms and hands are mere extensions of the chest segment. These areas of your body are now largely open holes. Space is held together by loosely woven thin threads. Feel the holes stretching and opening as you slowly move your imagination into the abdominal area, into the whole length of the back, down into the pelvis, the thigh area, and your legs and feet. See and feel the entire skin covering of your body as a hairnet or as a honeycomb through which the air around you can flow into you and through you. Now return your attention to the head. Realize that the contents of your skull and brain are made up of atoms and even smaller particles, all of them separated by enormous spaces. Feel that the bones, the blood vessels within the brain, and the cells of the brain itself are very porous, filled with holes similar to a sponge. Let your imagination extend down into your neck, your shoulders, your arms, and your chest. The whole upper part of your body. The inside, not the external skin this time. Feel that all this vital tissue within is no longer solid and impervious to the air. It is porous and sponge-like because the tissue is nothing but millions of holes, vast spaces lightly connected by thin filaments. As you continue working in this manner, you will experience a distinct physical sensation, rather difficult to describe, but it is distinct, different from anything you've ever experienced before. Now go down to the abdomen and the pelvis. Consider them together. Feel the solid tissue becoming transformed into a honeycomb. Millions of holes, the spaces between the atomic particles composing them, tied together with a network of little threads and filaments. The whole area is seen and feels like a sponge. Extend this method to the thighs, to the legs, and the feet. Continue your imaginative effort, seeing the bones, the muscles, blood vessels, all composed of minute particles between which are vast spaces. All the apparently solid tissue is transformed into a honeycomb, into millions of holes flimsily connected by fine filaments and threads. Pause for a moment. Get a view of the organism as a whole. The skin outside, the organs and other tissues inside. All of you is now a simple mass of holes, from the top of your head to the tips of your toes.
Do the COVID-19 vaccine turbo cancer?
You are full of holes. All of you is simply a mass of holes, connected lightly by threads. You are no longer solid matter. You never were. As a result, you can feel the surrounding air flow through you. Sense the air permeating you, pouring in from every direction. There are no impediments to the free movement of this air. This air, which is life itself. So you are bathed in an ocean of spirit. It is spirit which you are breathing in and spirit which you are breathing out. Taking in and giving forth the one universal spirit in which you live and move and have your being. Realize your imagination has transformed all your tissue into sponge-like substance. From head to toe, all of you, you are one vast sponge, open to the divine force surrounding you. Your sponge-like body offers absolutely no resistance to the living air coming in and passing through your body from any direction. You are no longer breathing only with your nose or chest, but actually you are breathing through every pore of your being. As you inhale, feel the air pour into your spongy body from head to toe. As you breathe out, the air passes all the way through your body, coming out through your head, through your back, your abdomen, your legs. Continue your rhythmic breathing. Feel the air flowing in and through your body. Your body is nothing but a mass of holes, spaces tied together by thread, no longer dense and solid. Air pours through you, ascending through feet and legs, through the entire body, and making exit through your head and everywhere else. Now the air is coming in through the front of your body, and as you exhale, it goes out through your sides and back. Inhale, and the air flows in. Exhale, and the air flows out. Keep up this rhythm, this new and most pleasurable experience of the divine life entering you. This is taking over. With each inhalation, you breathe in life and spirit. This air that is coursing through your body is the carrier of life. This air is the divine spirit which is created, and so can transform, heal, harmonize, and restore our everyday lives. This is the one life animating all created things. God is coming into your life, into your very body, filling it with divine spirit. As you breathe in, as the air rushes through your body and mind, you are in reality opening yourself to the ever-presence and power of God. The consciousness of God is pervading every part of your body, every nook and cranny of your mind, conscious as well as unconscious. There is no part of you that can be free from what God is. You have opened yourself to God. You have dedicated yourself to God and to the great work. Surrender whatever you are, whatever you have, to the omnipresence of the one life, this one universal spirit. With each breath, the ever-living God surges into your body.
Kirk, what is disinvestment? How many decades of disinvestment? What are some of the controversial reasons for disinvestment? How does investment work normally when there is disinvestment?
God is in us, and we are in God. Now take a deep breath and return to your normal state of consciousness.
Do you mind if I ask you a couple questions? Sure. So real quick, what's your name? Ian, do you have any idea where your family comes from? Very little. But I'm going to tell you a crazy story, okay? So my grandfather has a sister. My great-grandmother passed away. My great-aunt did not tell my grandfather about it for 6 months. What? Brutal. After we found out, we got the obituary. We wanted to do a little bit of family history. We wanted to do a little bit of, reflection. Understandably so, yeah. Have you ever heard of Been Verified? No, I haven't. So Been Verified has an obituary tool where you can put in the birth date and death date of people that you're related to, and they'll pull obituary information and look up crazy info that you might have never otherwise known about that person. Oh, well, that's cool. Yeah, and then from there, you can add family to your family history, to your family tree. Oh, well, that's convenient. Sounds easy. So after this conversation, hearing my story, has Been Verified something that you'd be into maybe going home and trying for yourself to learn about your family? Oh, yeah, absolutely. And make sure if you want to learn more about your family, check out Been Verified. Got the link below to access a $1 7-day trial with Been Verified.
The Tree of Life. The Kabbalah is an archaic system of Jewish mysticism. For us moderns, the Jewishness may readily be omitted, and most of its mysticism may also be left out, leaving only a simple, philosophical, or mathematical structure called the Tree of Life. Said Eliphas Levi almost a century ago, on penetrating into the sanctuary of the Kabbalah, one is seized with admiration at the sight of a doctrine so simple and at the same time so absolute. The necessary union of ideas and signs, the consecration of the most fundamental realities by primitive characters, the trinity of words, letters, and numbers. A philosophy simple as the alphabet, profound and infinite as the Logos. Theorems more luminous and complete than those of Pythagoras. A theology which may be epitomized by counting on the fingers. An infinity which can be held in the hollow of an infant's hand. 10 numerals and 22 letters, a triangle, a square, and a circle. Such are the elements of the Kabbalah. Such are the primary principles of the written word, shadow of that spoken Logos which created the world. Each student has the task to ascertain for himself, where the Kabbalah is concerned, what must be considered true and reliable, and to set up on his own score a reliable standard of reference. This standard can only be spiritual experience. For this reason, the Tree of Life has been adopted as the framework of practical magic, since it is, in the first place, open to synthetic and constructive classification, and because it provides what may suitably be called a magical alphabet. It must be noted that the word alphabet is used, and it is so used in preference to the word language and the developments therefrom. The Kabbalah does not attempt to provide a complete magical language or an entire philosophy. Only by spiritual experience may the latter be acquired. But from the alphabet of ideas, numbers, and symbols, and the intimations which it presents, the student may find himself enabled, with the aid of magical research and with the aid of the inner spiritual experience, to construct a satisfactory edifice of a high philosophy which will take him through life. Previously, the tree of life was considered as a numerical symbol of the orderly progression of the universe from ideality, as a classifying medium to which to refer systematically the spiritual hierarchies, and finally, as a frame of reference for ideas, symbols, and signs which enter into practical magic. The Sephiroth may be thought of as cosmic forces, as emanations whose chief sphere of operation is in the macrocosm. The Sephiroth, I might add, are the basic concepts to be found on the Tree of Life. The crown, the first Sephira, represents the self-existent spirit, eternal, supreme, birthless and deathless, and sublimely persistent through the fleeting ages. It is by definition a metaphysical and spiritually sensitive point of consciousness, indivisible, supreme, the center from which flows all the energy and all the forces of man. As direct vehicles are the next two Sephiroth, the powers of Chachma and Bina, wisdom and understanding, the two manifested poles of the creative instrument which it employs. Yet not only are they instruments, but they are in reality the highest aspects of the activity of the spiritual being whose hallowed light is infinite and eternal. In man, these two Sephiroth are represented by principles which we call the will and intuition. Existing on the creative plane, representing the potencies emanating from the divine self in the archetypal world, the will and soul constitute with the self the imperishable, unchanging man. Yet so absurd are the ways of men, and so far have we drifted from essentials, that few of us consciously realize our essential godhood, that we, like Christ, like Buddha, like Krishna, are sons of God, gods in all verity. As the will is the active, energetic, creative power in man, and inasmuch as in practical magic, the wand is the ceremonial instrument of creation, so is the wand the true symbol of the spiritual will, one, upright, towering to the heavens, a mighty and irresistible power of creation. The intuition, being in opposition to will on the tree, is feminine and passive, representing the true spiritual vision of the soul, or imagination. Like the chalice on the altar, it is ever open to receive the dictates and commands issuing from above. To it also is referred the spiritualized imagination, which, with the will, are the powers par excellence utilized in magic. The more one opens oneself to the divine will and the divine imagination of the inner self, the greater does one become in the manifestation of one's godhood, an oracle of the Most High, a spotless vehicle of the purest spiritual fire. growth are named the human soul, a composite principle of reason, will, imagination, memory, and emotion, centered in the sephira of harmony. It is this mind which is the evolutionary vehicle of the real self, a mechanism, so to speak, created through long eons of toil and suffering, as a means of acquiring contact with the outside world, so that by means of the experience thus obtained, the self may come to a self-conscious realization of its own divine powers and high nature. It is in this mind that self-consciousness is centered. Although the psychological anomaly is true, that this perceptual mechanism, evolved solely as an instrument, comes to usurp the power of that which gave it birth, setting itself on a pedestal as the ego, as that which has real power, insight, will, and the ability to solve the problems of life. In magic, it is this empirical ego, this lower self, which must be offered up in sacrifice to the higher self. As the concept of sacrifice implies that that which is renounced should be the best and the greatest sacrifice, so a well-developed mind, well-trained in all the processes of logic and thought, well-stored with things of its own realm, is the greatest sacrifice which the student can lay upon the altar as an offering to the Most High. He that loses his life shall find it. Lest there be some misconstruction placed upon the words destruction and abnegation and sacrifice of the ego, let it be understood clearly that the principle itself is not destroyed. That, of course, is an impossibility in nature. But the false values of the ego, its complacency, the illusion that it possesses, that it alone is real and permanent, all else being its creations, these are offered for destruction. When the smugness and the false egoism in the mind is rooted out, it is an instrument of the soul than which few could be better. The ninth sephira is the foundation of the lower man. It is the Freudian id, and it is that lunar, vegetative, and instinctual principle which is concerned solely with living. This animal soul is at one and the same time a principle of energy and electromagnetic substance, the totality of the vital life currents, as well as the invisible magnetic mold on which the gross atoms arrange themselves as the physical body. As a substantive principle, it is the astral body, the plastic double built of astral substance, to serve as the basis or design of the physical body. It pertains to the instincts and impulses, acting as an automatic storehouse of sensations and impressions, just as the old term, the collective unconscious, may well be applied to the more archaic concept of the astral life. All the fundamental instincts of a man, the primal root impulses which he experiences, are of the sephira of Yesod, the foundation from which all life energy flows. All of these principles obtain in and function as a living organism in the principle of the physical body, attributed to the 10th and last sephira of the tree of life called the kingdom. It is the seat of every force and function of all the subtle planes of nature and every spiritual power of man. In all truth, and in this fundamental sense, the human body is in reality the temple of the Holy Ghost.
I used to be so stressed because kids' tablets break so easily. But then I found this 7-inch Android tablet on Temu. It comes with this thick, shockproof silicone sleeve, so it's actually kid-proof. It's got parental controls, educational games, and it's super fast. The best part, during this Temu sale, it's down to just $19.99. Seriously, this price is only for today. Don't wait for the next crack screen. Click the link below, download the Temu app, and surprise your kids now.
Today I'm going to show you how to do the perfect lip combo. First, you need your liner. What do you usually do while you're doing your makeup? Once I got comfortable with my routine, I could watch mini dramas while doing my makeup. What's lost? Nothing compared to killing my baby. Just like now, I can watch mini dramas on TikTok Live while doing my makeup. Recently, I've been watching this mini drama. It's a really slow drama. I just can't stop. I can finish an entire series in just a few hours. If you have some free time, you should download TikTok Lite. It has thousands of mini dramas to watch. But of course, this is only for Android users. Android users, go click the link in my bio. And that's it for the makeup tutorial.
William James, in his Gifford Lectures of the early part of this century, wrote that one conclusion that was forced upon him as a result of certain experiments that he had conducted had forced upon him that it is our normal waking consciousness, rational consciousness as we call it, is but one special type of consciousness, while all about it, parted from it by only the flimsiest of screens, there lie potential forms of consciousness entirely different. We may go through life without even suspecting their existence, but apply the requisite stimulus, and at a touch, they are there in all their completeness. Definite types of mentality, which probably somewhere have their field of application and adaptation. Magic is the name for some archaic psychological methods which, to use James' term, apply the requisite stimulus to reveal other and deeper levels of consciousness which are ever present, but remain as a rule totally unsuspected. Once this magical stimulus is applied, and these levels are tapped, there occurs what has been labeled illumination, the flooding of the mind with light. Before I was blind, but now I see. This so-called transcendental experience, to be reached by ritual and other technical procedures, is the heart of this archaic, Kabbalistic, and magical system, and can hardly be guessed at, save by some shrewd and penetrating modern psychologists such as Carl Jung and A. Maslow. It is with the mind with which I wish in particular to occupy myself at some little length. Although it comprises the 5 Sephiroth, numbered 4 to 8 inclusive, its central seat is in Kitover, so-called, the sphere of harmony and equilibrium. One problem which concerns the magician is the fact that inherent in the mind is a principle of self-contradiction which prevents its use, independent of any superior systems, in the quest for truth and light. Using the reason alone, man can never come to any true realization of what he is in himself. That is, he can never understand by the mind alone that he is an eternal spiritual entity, a brilliant star, shining by the light of its own essence, within the bespangled body of Nuit, the queen of infinite space. Iamblichus lays the law down quite clearly in the Mysteries. that not by discursive reasoning or through philosophic thinking alone does one come into fellowship with the gods. It is through the awakening of the higher spiritual powers by means of the rite of magic that we have already defined that the consummation of the long ages is effected. What we call so casually the imagination in the ordinary man is, according to the exponents of magic, the major faculty of the soul to assimilate the images and reflections of these other levels of awareness of which James speaks. The imagination is the vision of the soul, whereby it perceives directly and immediately ideas and thoughts of every kind. The spiritual exercises of St. Ignatius of Loyola are really one specific form of magical procedure. There, Loyola counsels his disciples to relive in the sphere of the imagination all the events in the outward historical life of Jesus. By this method, they are to train their imaginations to see, touch, smell, and taste those invisible things and rehearse those incidents long since accomplished and vanished, which were perceived through the senses of their incarnated Lord. Saint Ignatius desires the imagination to be exalted to its uttermost. If you are meditating on an article of faith, he would have you construct the locality clearly and with exactitude before the vision of the mind's eye, to observe it carefully and closely, even to touch it, as it were. If it be hell, for example, he gives you burning rocks to handle. He makes you float in a frightful darkness as thick as pitch. He places liquid sulfur upon your tongue. Your nostrils are filled with a stench as of hell itself, and he shows you torments, causing you to hear excruciating groans. He would have you also construct the vision of Calvary, with the glorified Christ crowned with thorns on the cross, accomplishing the redemption of mankind, surveying the heavens with pained eyes, while calling upon his Father in heaven. He would have you envisage the startling wonder of the resurrection and the miracles performed long ago in Palestine. All this Saint Ignatius bids your will to create in imagination by constant exercise, and thus, in this way, apply James's stimulus to reveal these other levels of consciousness which are present at every moment of our lives. Perseverance and constant application will certainly bestow upon the student a will which is indomitable, a mind capable of prolonged concentration, and above all, an imagination which is the essence of creativeness. One of the exercises that is analogous to those recommended by St. Ignatius is on a more prosaic level. The student is to picture to himself, for example, that is sitting by a mighty waterfall, a Niagara, and before his inner eye, let him create an image of the river high up in its source, murmuring and rambling peacefully along. Then let him conceive of its gradual approach to the precipice, wild torrents of maddened waters, swirling hither and thither in churning cascades of white and foam, tumbling against the rocky boulders, and being irresistibly hurled forward over the edge. Let him further imagine these thousands of tons of water surging headlong over the precipice with a constant reverberating echo of thunder. Conceive then the spray being shot out in all directions, the beauty of the snowy surf refracting the sunlight into iridescent rainbows full of brilliant color and hue. And let him hear, and upon hearing marvel, the deep, thunderous voice of the terrific impact of their volume against the lower rocks and waters. The student may also construct in imagination more familiar things: the noise of a speeding train, the taste of chocolate, the smells of sweet perfumes and incenses, and the touch of burning coal. Not only must the imaginative formulation of the sense be distinct, that is to say, the taste of chocolate or not of sweet caramels, for example, should be clearly imagined, but also the student should so train himself as to sustain or prolong the image or impression. By these efforts of the imagination, its power will germinate and grow, developing beyond conception, and with the passage of time, a new power of creativity and vision will come to him. Similarly, in the Hindu system, there is the prescription of meditation for much the same purpose on the taxes, or the colored symbols of the elements, of which they claim 5. Combinations of these 5 produce 30 sub-elements and elements, the pictorial symbols of which make remarkably good objects for the exercise of the imagination. There is a red triangle for fire, a horizontal silver crescent for air, a blue circle for water, a yellow square for earth, and a black egg for spirit. The combination of any two symbols, such as a red triangle surmounting a silver crescent, or a small blue circle placed in the middle of a yellow square, seem in a most singular way to stand out from the dark background of the inner vision and to stimulate all the powers of the imagination. Only a short time suffices to procure efficiency in the visualization of these symbols. In his introduction to a book entitled The Yoga Aphorisms of Patanjali, William Q. Judd made the statement that the ancient Hindu sages knew the secret of the development of the will and how to increase tenfold both its power and efficacy. This secret of the ages, the enhancement of the power of will and wisdom, has never really been lost. Will, to the student of the divine magic, is the primary factor in the production of whatever spiritual changes he proposes. The will is neither good nor bad. It is power only, and so vitalizes all things alike. In a sense, here is where a certain danger of magic intrudes. It is not enough for the student to become God intoxicated and elect in the knowledge and conversation of his higher self. Great as this is in itself, it is not yet enough. For into him whose mind is disorderly and ignorant and poorly disciplined, the gods pour their wine in vain. Because the mind is abdicated to reach a higher synthesis and a nobler kind of consciousness, there is no cause to neglect the application of that faculty to the matters pertaining to its own place in nature. That is why, under the ancient system, grammar, philosophy, science, and logic were taught to cultivate and so improve the mind, and mathematics too, because the methods of that science were disciplinary and orderly. Geometry, Music and the arts were also inculcated, and a system of symbols was deduced therefrom. Now, the consequence of all these disciplines is obvious. As time progresses through this technique, the student accomplishes two separate things, both of them being major aspects of what we have come to call the great work. A perpetual vigilance, approximating the most powerful current of willpower has been generated. This, from the beginning, tends to bring all the activities of the human being under conscious control of the will. The second aspect of accomplishment is that not only does the student find himself in possession of a greatly enhanced will, but that the mind itself, all the faculties comprised in the ego, previously so troublesome and lacking in concentration, has gradually, because of the dynamic will and these various disciplines, has been placed under control. And in this way, the student becomes enabled to fulfill the terms of what James so eloquently wrote. We apply the necessary stimulus, and there we find in all their completeness these definite types of consciousness which must play an enormous role in the future evolution of mankind.
Zyrtec presents Zyrtalk with scientist Andy. Did you know grass pollen is one of the most common allergens in the world? But you don't need to let it get in the way of your outdoor activities. To help relieve allergies to grass, you can wear a mask when mowing the lawn, wear hats.
The whole process is simple and pleasurable. In, 2, 3, 4, out, 2, 3, 4. 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 In, 2, 3. Continue breathing and mentally counting until rhythmic breathing becomes an automatic reflex. In, 2, 3, 4, out, 2, 3, 4. 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 In, 2, 3, 4, out, 2. You are breathing gently, in, easily, rhythmically. Out, 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3, calm and relax. In, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3. Rhythmic breathing has been taken up by your lungs. In, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. 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 In, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4.
The women with six figures in the bank aren't hustling harder than you. They just said yes to the right opportunity. You know when you kind of close your eyes and you think about your dream life? Well, this is built in your 20s and 30s, period. Not in your 40s when you're tired and locked into a career that you hate. It's right freaking now. And stacking $100,000 is not about grinding doubles or begging your boss for a raise. It's about learning one side hustle that nobody told you about: high ticket sales. And unfortunately, most women think that sales is cold calling strangers, being pushy, and having to cold call from inside an office prison cell. High ticket closing is the literal opposite.
Relaxation.
Gotta be hot if you want to do that high ticket close.
It is important that all the exercises on all of these tapes be performed regularly. Sooner or later, some salutary results may follow. You might then wish to offer up a prayer of thanksgiving at the opening of each practice session. Use your own imagination and ingenium to compose the kind of prayer that suits you and your own beliefs, rather than follow slavishly some already existent prayer, no matter how excellent it may be. At the root of all systems, metaphysical or occult, relaxation of physical and mental tension is considered a prerequisite. Unfortunately, most systems contain only a rudimentary technique inadequately developed for the use of the new student or beginner, without any assurance that it will produce results. I want to present a time-honored viewpoint that is repeatedly confirmed with usage of the newer scientific techniques of biofeedback. First of all, the student is to lie down on his back on any hard surface, or on a bed with a firm mattress, or on a table covered by a thick blanket. A well-carpeted floor has been known to be most satisfactory. For some, a small cushion is permitted for the head. The basic idea is to let the hard surface support the body. Too often, when lying down, we remain fully tensed when we should permit the muscles to loosen up altogether. Thus, we support our bodies with much too much tonicity instead of letting the hard surface do the supporting for us. He must give himself wholly up to it. A few deep sighs will prove of inestimable value. We should engineer some rudimentary relaxation of the diaphragm, the big muscle separating the chest from the abdomen. What is proposed then is for the student to consider in his imagination every part of the body from brain to the tips of the toes. No intricate knowledge of anatomy is really required. On the other hand, however, if the student has been taught the broad outlines relating to anatomy and physiology, he may find that knowledge useful. While lying on the back, to be slipped into the knees, so the knees are raised some few inches from the surface. Let him now cross one ankle over another, the heels resting on the hard surface, and fold the hands over the abdomen by interlacing the fingers. Consider the brain by visualizing it in the skull. Everyone has at some time or other seen diagrams of the cerebrum. Imagine now that the brain is a mass of white and grey nervous substance, divided into a right and left hemisphere, with a little bulb at the back. The entire surface of these structures is marked by numbers of lobes, convolutions, and impressions. Try to feel this brain, normally white and grey in colour, becomes pinkish in hue as you think of it. This visualization dilates the blood vessels in the head, automatically directing an increased blood supply there. This creates warmth over and above the normal amount, and this radiating outwards to surrounding structures produces a relaxation. Maintain this visualization long enough to become aware of some kind of sensation in the head. Subjective sensations of warmth and tingling. Yet these are not wholly subjective. Biofeedback experiments indicate that the temperature of fingers or toes using this method may be increased by a degree or two. Relaxing the entire body thoroughly in this way will also be found a distinct stimulus to the maintenance and or recovery of perfect health. Imagine next that the blood, which has been warming and so relaxing the brain, pours downwards from the frontal portions of the brain into the forehead, the eyes, and the temples, dilating the blood vessels there. Go through a similar procedure as previously described until you obtain that characteristic sense of warmth, tingling, and relaxation. These are quite unmistakable, being the hallmarks of the induction of a local release of tension. Passing contemplation downward to the ears, reflecting also on the inner ear mechanisms, the cheeks of the face, and the nose. Imagine the blood flowing there, bringing about a relaxation of muscular and blood vessel tension by reason of the warmth induced by the surplus of blood in that area. Pause long enough until the appropriate reactions and sensations are clearly noted.
John, Kitover for Chicago Air 2020. John is intelligent, creative,
Hey, so the other day I saw this video by this famous heart surgeon saying how incredible olive oil is for you. So I just turned 40 and I made a promise to my wife to eat healthier. So I said, a spoonful of olive oil a day, this I can do. It's been a month since I started and I literally feel no different. I still have the joint discomfort, the brain fog, and the dad bod. What gives? Honestly, it pisses me off. Now, I'm not normally the one to do this, but I actually sent out an email to that doctor. I said, hey doc, quick question. I started taking a spoonful of olive oil per your recommendation and I feel no different at all. Please advise. Now, this doctor is huge, so I wasn't actually expecting a response. But get this, a few days later, an email from him hits my inbox. It was just 9 words. Did you watch until the end of the video? And okay, I admit it, I didn't, but it was like 20 minutes long. I watched the entire thing, did what the doctor said, and it's been about 6 weeks now. I was wrong. His olive oil hack works. My wife actually told me the other day that I'm glowing. I like it because it's so easy. You add something to your diet instead of cutting stuff out. Anyone can do it and feel the results. So watch this video all the way to the end. Do what the doctor says, and you can thank me later.
Have some olive oil before your bed, and your sleeping partner will love you for it. But before you pull that bottle from the kitchen, there are 3 important things about store-bought olive oil that you should know. According to this article, restaurants such as McDonald's give their leftover greasy oil to create fuel for delivery trucks. That belongs in an engine, not in our bodies. So how exactly did these harmful oils become a go-to for the food, restaurant, and health industry? One word: money. Rewind to World War I. During this time, seed oil was in hot demand because it was used to fuel ships and aircraft. They were also used as machine lubricants in factories, and even as a paint coating for weaponry. After the war, demand for seed oils plummeted. Coincidentally, that's when big companies and clever marketers came up with a big idea. Why not call seed oils a health food? After all, they're cheap and last forever on store shelves. And just like that, seed oils ended up in just about everything you eat. In fact, there are studies and experts to this day, often funded by these same big corporations, still pushing the agenda that seed oils are good for you, all to make a quick buck. But you don't have to be a health expert to know anything used to fuel trucks and grease machinery probably shouldn't be going into your body. And considering that we eat on average 80 grams of vegetable oils a day, which is roughly 720 calories, it's no wonder 2 in 5 people now live with obesity in America. But did you know what happens when you start eating junk?
Command yourself to relax. Start rhythmic breathing. Let us ask for divine guidance at the beginning of each session. O Lord of the universe, the vast and the mighty one, ruler of the light and the darkness, we adore thee and we invoke. Look thou with favor upon me, who now standeth before thee, and grant thine aid unto the highest aspirations of my soul, that I may be enabled to accomplish the great work, to the glory of thine ineffable name. Amen. You have achieved perfect relaxation. Your mind is at peace. You are now able to concentrate your thoughts, your feelings, your awareness. Imagine now that towers above you another being who represents your higher self, your holy guardian angel. See this majestic, towering figure standing above you, watching over you with his light and love, protecting you, guiding you. With each breath you take, you aspire and yearn to be one with your angel. With the exhalation, this great being descends into you. You and your guardian angel are becoming one. Inhale, yawn towards your divine angel. Exhale, he descends and occupies your being. Imagine this divine being with wings that are outstretched, vibrating rapidly with spiritual power.
Launch at the protesters, and again, it appears a protester fired back with that weapon.
That's another reason you can't talk about this. We are $38 trillion in debt. So if you have to look at that as the United States. Tether is going absolutely crazy. Right now, this high-end tablet is at an unprecedented price. If you order today, you're not just getting the tablet. You get the keyboard, mouse, and the case, all in one massive bundle. It's got a stunning high-res screen, runs Android, and packs a huge 128 gigabytes of storage. It's a beast for gaming or movies. This deal ends today. Don't miss out. Click the link below.
He stands above you, benign, gracious, beatific. Inhale, long for, yearn for, and aspire towards this great being who is your self-made purpose. Exhale. Imagine and feel this divine spiritual figure descending, occupying your body, your mind, your soul.
We are $38 trillion in debt. So if you have to look at that as the United States.
Inhale. And imagine that you are lifting up your arms towards the heavens, towards the sky, aspiring towards this noble being who is yourself. Exhale. Feel the air going out of your body and your higher self, your angel, descending into you.
We are $38 trillion in debt. So
Inhale, aspire, exhale, you are one.
we are $38 trillion in debt. So if you have to look at that as the United States credit card, except we only make $5 trillion in income a year. That's what we all pay in taxes, $5 trillion.
and the government spends $7 trillion.
In this country, we cherish and guard the right of free speech. We know we love it when we put up with people saying,
Your holy guardian angel is the symbol of your higher self.
Except we only make $5 trillion in income a year. That's what we are.
Imagine and visualize him there, as he always is, ready to help you and guide you throughout life. As you inhale, yearn for your guardian angel. As you exhale, feel your angel coming down, occupying you, filling you as your breath goes out. Inhale, aspire, exhale,
Fuck is this church? We're gonna show alone.
Mentally, you see your angel. You feel his presence, handsome, beautiful, robed in brilliant, scintillating white light.
So if you look at that as the United States credit card, except we only make we are $38 trillion in debt. So if you look at that as the United States.
Exhale, you are one. You are gradually merging with this gigantic figure of the angel. This is your higher self, your guardian angel, desiring to be with you, and you to become united with him.
For $6.99 each, you can mix and match this and that, or this, and that. This girl bought white powder to drug her own sister. First, she planned the birthday party and convinced her to come.
Then, at the right moment, she slipped the powder into her sister's drink. Her sister drank it with a smile, never realizing what she had done. Slowly, the drugs started reacting in her body, making her feel dizzy. The next moment, when she regained her consciousness, she was naked and in an unfamiliar bed. Her head pounded as she recalled the glimpses from the party, a drink, and then a stranger. Her breath hitched as realization dawned on her. She had slept with a stranger. As she was about to get up, the door burst open, and soon her room was filled with guards. One of them stepped right in front of her, introducing himself as a lawyer. The girl was confused. Who was the man she had slept with? And why did he send a lawyer to her? Before she could question him, the lawyer shoved a contract to her face, asking her to sign it. It was a non-disclosure agreement, stating that the girl could not tell anyone who she had slept with. She had no choice but to sign the contract.
We are 38.
Yearn for your guardian angel.
We are $38 trillion in debt.
You
You have to look at that as
and your holy guardian angel are one.
We are $38 trillion in debt. So you have to look at that as you.
This is the goal of your lifetime. This is the great work. Uniting with your holy guardian angel, your magnificent, beautiful, mighty, heavenly self. Meditate quietly.
let me explain my hair growth journey to you. So I have been on the struggle bus with my hair, with my edges, with my
Ladies and gentlemen.
Sing with me that wonderful peroration to an ancient adoration. I am he, the born spirit, having sight in peace, strong, and the immortal fire. I am he, the truth. I am he who hates that evil should be wrought in the world. I am he that lighteneth and thundereth. I am he from whom is the shower of the life of earth. I am he whose mouth ever flameth. I am he, the begetter and manifester unto the light. I am he, the grace of the world. The heart girt with a serpent is my name.
This one kid, he comes in, he tells people, I'm not gonna say it, but he's like a little brother. One day he just came out, he started sending me like pictures of stuff like he likes BDSM and stuff. I'm like, why are you? Like you're like 18. Why do you even have these things? He's like, oh, I just wanted to show that. I'm like, no, delete it. Don't ever send me this again. What the fuck's wrong with you, man? Like why did he need to send it to me of all people? I don't know. It's like maybe I'm like his priest and he wants like a confessional or something. I don't know. Like why are kids even having access to this stuff? Let's go.
Yeah. What's the problem?
Leather whips. I don't know, batons.
Do you know that there was actually literally a house in Assad a long time ago? The house was oh shit. Okay, the house was about what is it? They were running a room every day. It was a therapy room for the BDSM victims. Isn't that crazy? And then the people go in to share their BDSM experience. And some people, they get used to this BDSM whipping and, getting ripped and this and that, and it's crazy. Oh. So, yeah, there's a lot of this shit that goes on now. fucking but anyways, anybody else wants to come up? You guys welcome to come on up. Looks like this
innovative solutions with
the Iran thing. I mean, Trump denied the proposal. He's calling Iranians pirates, and looks like the blockade is still on. The U.S. Navy is enforcing a blockade on Iranian ports. The military action, U.S. Navy has been seizing Iranian ships and cargo near the Strait of Hormuz. You have the conflict has impacted regional stability with ongoing concerns in Lebanon and Red Sea. And a 45-year-old protester was reported scaling a bridge in Washington. Isn't that crazy? That is some crazy shit. And there's a public opinion. We have the survey. It says the reports indicate a joint poll shows 61% of Americans believe that military force against Iran is a mistake. They don't support it, but then you have the Saudi supporters. They want America and Israel to continue the attacks on Iran. We had one yesterday, that guy, Cash, or whatever that idiot name was. I don't even talk to people.
It's a little strange that he lives there and he feels that way. It's so strange.
Yes, sir. Anyways, so we have that right there. And what else do we have? Looks like in Iran, we have 14 soldiers were killed on Friday during operations to defuse unexploded ordnance in the northwestern Zanjan province, local media reported. Supreme Leader Mustafa Khamenei urged his people to wage economic battle and disappoint its enemies as the war with the U.S. and Israel and years of sanctions take a toll. IRGC Navy said it would enforce new rules over waters near its coast, aiming to turn them into a source of security and prosperity for the region. You have the more diplomacy. A new, the U.S. Department of State imposed new measures on entities linked to Iranian petroleum exports, including China-based Qingdao oil terminal, accusing it of importing billions of barrels of sanctioned crude and enabling billions in revenue for Tehran. Beijing rejected the move as unlawful unilateral sanctions. The State Department said it cleared more than $8.6 billion in military sales to Israel, Qatar, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates. Anyways, what's your take on any of this? Any take? No. You have the on one side you got State Department making lots of money and selling shit to Israel, Qatar, Kuwait, and the Arab Emirates. But on the other side, you have the Iranian side, Lebanese side, as well as doing as well as doing a whole bunch of attacks. But Israelis, they're killing freaking Lebanese right and left. Some civilians, by the way. So that's the thing. And I remember about a couple of weeks ago, they killed about 300 people in one day in Lebanon. which was very problematic. Now, the UN resolution that was placed in 2006 is 1701. Both parties have violated the UN resolution. Yet Hezbollah were past the Litani River, and they were pretty much occupying that part. And then you had the Israelis in 1967. These SOBs, they took over that piece of land called Sheba Farms, which is under occupation. They kicked out a whole bunch of farmers. It's located on the border of Israel and Lebanon. And so when Hezbollah started attacking Lebanon, there were Hezbollah was actually shooting rocket into Sheba Farms, not into actual Israel. But then Israel went in and started attacking and destroying people's houses. I remember watching this one video. This when the 8th of October started, these mofos. There's a beautiful house. It's owned by a doctor, right? This video went viral on Twitter. I'll have to find.
No, you don't even know about that research, bro. That research was done in UC Berkeley by one independent black researcher. He's a professor, and he didn't even get that.
Funding him, your government, right?
No. UC Berkeley was funding him in some other project with the actual pharma. Look, bro, that came from Alex Jones. Hold on. First of all, that research came from Alex Jones. That quote came from Alex Jones, but it is incorrect. I like to go back to the annual expense that she was talking about. When you break that down, every year, people are paying $5,000. This is what Ro Khanna said. That breaks down the gasoline being about $1,800, food being about $240, and other housing, interest, and goods being about $3,480. That's $410 per month.
Yeah, this is true. Right, but here's the thing, right? You guys didn't consent to the millions of dollars being spent on rats, dolphins.
You talking about pest control?
No, I'm arguing.
Hell no. Your mind will be boggled.
We're not the final decision makers when it comes to money.
We see why. You worried about fraud.
We are not. Meaning me or you. So just let it be. And sit your ass down yourself.
And hunker down.
Yeah, because buy some cheaper snacks. Stop ending ourselves. You see, I got 2 bottles.
So why are you guessing about this?
I don't even drink no. I put the liquor down.
Me personally, I really think you should focus in on AI and actually make yourself useful rather than complaining.
On AI, I handled that.
Did you?
Yeah.
So, do you know about Maestro University?
No, I don't know about everything AI. I just know what I entertain myself. I'm not
listen.
getting into AI.
No. Okay. Well,
everybody
don't want to learn.
Everybody go get
No. It's a full-free scholarship. They'll send you a laptop and everything.
Cool. I would do that too, because if you...
Well, you didn't even hear about it.
Well, I just heard about it, so it doesn't matter. Now we know.
No, you don't know anything about it.
But all I have to do is Google it, my boy. That's it.
Let your AI do it.
You're not that special, my boy. You just give me some sauce, right? Right?
I'm trying to help you.
It's done. Stop, it doesn't matter, my boy. But we're not talking about AI.
Honestly,
shout out to the AI, though.
We're not talking.
For the people who have common sense and the ability to deduce proper information, if you see the youth
please pour into them. Regardless if it's a young boy
I agree with you.
or a young girl, we need to literally pour into the youth because the state that the community is in is sad. And if we allow certain people on the stage, I'm not going to call anybody out by name, but if you make an assumption, you will probably be right about who I'm talking about. If they are leading the youth, we shall all perish. Hallelujah.
Right. But nursing homes would be if you see a child, just give them a hug. Right. Love them and tell them you love them and encourage them to go to school and not use Google or AI and any other search engine because then you are not able to deduce. You have to, in order to be taught, you have to have a teacher. Hallelujah. And that's the crazy part. You see that word right there? You see that word right there? They don't. Yeah, hallelujah. So one cannot teach themselves, and one cannot teach themselves. You have to have a teacher. You have to have a teacher. You have to, and in order for the learning to happen, in order for the learning to happen, in order for the learning to take place, hallelujah, you first have to be quiet so that you can listen. Because there are some things, there's some steps that need to be taken. Right. Who disagrees with you? I don't think you're taking it in. Alex, if you told me I have an AI software engineer. Hey, Cassie, you not hear Dr. Life?
You don't hear nobody. Just talking. All right, please. Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
See, if you see these two, this is what I'm saying, TT. I'm about to agree with you. If you see a child, you should also probably put them in an organized sport. Do you see how these gentlemen? You see how these gentlemen? Or the military. You see what I'm saying? You see how they lack discipline? They can't shut up for 10 seconds. They just going. The kids don't have no discipline. So give them a hug and a book, and sign them up for soccer.
Hey, soccer is good. Yeah, I played soccer half of my whole life.
Maybe you did football.
What I'm saying is, I have ADHD.
This app with mental health issues.
And the black community has run rampant. I totally get it.
This man cannot go on mute for 2 seconds to let someone get out a full sentence.
Of what?
I'm pretty sure that any woman that he's with, that he's done before she even opened her legs. This shit's insane.
She come first, I come last.
This shit is insane. It's not, sir. No one believes you. You don't have enough PP according to.
Yeah, mama, but it's very noble of you to think that these men have.
And honestly, you almost forgot people only have a certain amount of attention span. Like, y'all want to be long-winded, but like, how long
is the average adult?
I bet 3 minutes tops.
You ain't.
Right, because I have ADHD.
You need to go get your Vyvanse and stop thinking.
I do have Vyvanse.
It's not working. It's not working. No. I'm off my meds. It's the weekend. It's the weekend. It's not working.
No.
Hold on. You can't take it.
Wait. No, sir. No. Cinema. There's
No,
like it's not.
The way you're
It
acting,
is.
you need something to even it out.
Stir.
I had to drop him again because he's not about to lie or fight there.
There are
like
strategies. There are strategies. If you're not going to medicate on the weekend, then use a fucking strategy. There's several of them.
These are the lawyers. These are the lawyers.
The lack of discipline is.
He hurt you with that one, Doctor.
Absolutely disgusting.
These are the lawyers of tomorrow, bro.
Look, and it's still stinging.
I'm not talking about you, bitch ass. What's wrong with you?
I said, I know he hurt you with that one. It stung. And we can clearly see it's.
What are you talking about?
Oh, you're not paying attention. You have ADHD?
Yes, I just
Do you have ADHD? Oh, okay. Well, that explains it. That explains it.
You do too, dumbass. Do you know how you are in the world? You have everything. You have ADHD, ADD. You probably got some other shit going on with your slow ass. Do you know what you have?
This how you were spoken to?
You just use this
Is
app.
this how you were spoken to?
Your hyperactive mind keeps going from here in chillism back and forth, so you don't pay for your $10 vitamins because you got health insurance, contractor. Just go buy the vitamin shit to stop using chillism as your ADHD drug, nigga. You using Nathan and Manfinity and First Lady as your pills. Go.
Tell me more of your thoughts. Is this how you were treated when they didn't understand how to deal with you? Uh-oh. Let's get into it, Dr. Library, since you know so much. It's called learned behavior when you are her own by admission or maybe her parents or people around her didn't know how to treat her, so they spoke to her in this manner and they treated her in a particular manner. And now guess what? Somebody else identifies with. She's in the same non-compassionate, patient, very demeaning manner. Learn behavior. The cycle continuing itself. What's going on? When do we grow? When do we learn better? And that's to you, brother. Aren't you an educated man? Weren't you telling him how to have? But yet you have this really caveman type of approach. Interesting. Make it man getting your dopamine hit now. It's just crazy, bro. Y'all invest in the computer.
Oh my God. He just crashed. Okay. That's wild. Do we have a topic?
Ladies and gentlemen.
I guess this party just came to me. I ain't coming to
aren't trying to, in Washington aren't balancing the budget. They don't give a shit about you.
Who doesn't give a shit about me?
Well, Washington, your representatives and everybody that says they're representing you, you know, they're just on this fucking crazy spending spree. And as far as the cost of this, Trump's already said he wants to increase the military budget next year by $500 billion. We don't have it. We don't have it.
We have it.
Really?
So people keep. So when we have terrorists, right? No matter what you say about it, logically there's more money coming into the country. Logically, there's no way around it. No matter what people say, oh, it doesn't go here, it doesn't go there. Regardless of what people say or how they try to circle and discredit the terrorists, they weren't. They're still active. I don't directly from them and not people trying to fabricate information to make you dislike Trump, right? But the thing is, right, we have the money. It's not even the point. The point is we have the money. We always have the money. And yeah, people are complaining about this $1 billion a day. That's nothing. According to what we spend yearly, that's really nothing. It doesn't even do anything. And we waste more money on other shit that doesn't matter. This is relevant. This war matters right now, right? And it's gonna get done. People are complaining, oh my God, people are acting like they were paying $1 for chips and now they're paying $5 for a bag of chips, bro. People are acting like your rent jumped $1,000. Some shit we're paying equity. Right? So just your job is not paying you less, right? We can move on. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I do, because can't rebuttal anything I said. That's why you don't know. I know you can't, because of what you point. I can let you take any point I said and rebuttal. Go ahead. You can talk. Did everybody's Netflix? Did everybody's Netflix get? Do you not know how Netflix get more expensive? Really? From what? When did that happen? This month. When? Last month. So how much is Netflix? So imagine and what he references is bad clips. Yeah, Netflix is $15 a month, bro. You don't need a He dismissed y'all. So just whether or not to engage with him. He mentioned Netflix and bags of chips. Yeah, money. Things he dismissed. Money on. He dismissed people's rent. He dismissed. He didn't even talk about healthcare. He dismissed gas and transportation. How much has your healthcare increased? He how much has your healthcare increased? Utilities. How much has your healthcare? He talked about these things. And he dismissed all of them out of hand. You don't even know your own. So things that we know about him, he either is not paying his own stuff, which is very possible, and that's fine. But he can't enter the conversation. We can't have a conversation with him that is going to be logically centered. That's going to be reasonable. Everything I'm saying is logic is reasonable, brother. Because he doesn't have any moorings to reality. He talks about. So how much has your conversation with someone? Let the room know. Connect. How much has your expenses increased? You just speaking a whole bunch of bullshit. How much has your expenses increased, brother? $1,000? Are you spending $1,000 more a month now? Because if you said yes, that would be a lot. So what are you talking about? Everything is based off the budget.
The average was like $430 a month for the average family. That's how much more.
No, we're not spending. Even people are not spending $1,000 a year. What? Yeah, I did the math. It's not even $1,000 a year.
I don't think you can show the work, and if you can't show the work, you don't get credit. So we're just gonna go with Dr. Library card. So, okay.
Okay. Wait, did she show the work? What the fuck?
I mean, but she didn't show the work. She didn't show the work, but you believe her.
The man who was arguing with earlier was up here talking. His source. It was Alec, right? A-L-E-F-P-H.
I was not here for that.
He was talking to you. He literally said it on stage.
So he said something and you believed it.
No, he said what source he got it from. I mean, you want us to believe you when you were wrong about the percentage of the budget. But you were just wrong about the percentage of the budget that the war costs a day. But you want me to believe that you're. But you want me to believe that. If you want me to believe that you know the amount a family spends per month based off inflation.
Doctor, we spent $25 billion on this war so far. The U.S. spends $7.5 trillion a year. If you do the math, that's only 0.33% of the whole budget. My math is not wrong. Your thinking is wrong. Because you're. So now we're at what? 66 cents?
25 billion on stop.
Less than
on cash. Shut up.
You shut
on cash. Shut up. I'm talking. Kaz.
I don't care.
It's another 25 billion. Get Kaz. Let me finish talking. Kaz. Let me talk, and then you can rebut it.
Is it under 1%?
Kaz. Let me finish talking, and then Kaz. Kaz. Let me finish talking, and then you can rebut it. Kaz. Let me finish talking, and then you can rebut. Kaz. Stop talking. Let me finish talking, and then you can rebut it.
No, there's no rebuttal.
Kaz, let me finish talking. Kaz,
is it less than 1%?
How much budget was allocated for this year? This war is another 25 billion on top of it. On top of what was already allocated for the Department of Defense.
Are you saying my math is wrong?
Will you stop and just listen?
Are you saying my math is wrong?
Oh my God. Yeah.
If you're not saying my math is wrong, now I don't gotta listen to you. Tell me my math is wrong, now I'll listen to you. And then give us the proper math. Okay, then I thought so, because my math was right.
Your math is wrong. Yes, your math is wrong.
So what's wrong about the math?
Yes, your math is wrong.
How much does the U.S.
Yes, your math is wrong.
So how much is it?
Yes, your math is wrong. Yes, your math is wrong.
So I won the conversation. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
I know. Yes, I did. Yeah.
Yes, your math is wrong.
This guy thinks this is flat earth room. Like, yo, shut the fuck up.
At some point, the people who don't have mental illness and who aren't fucking stupid have to have self-discipline.
And not stupid people speak like you, bro. I'm just giving you straight logic, bro. We could all look up how much the U.S. spends a year, and if 25 billion, do the math with that money, that amount, you get a certain percentage. What is it? Less than 1%. What is it exactly? 33%. 0.33, not even 33. Less than 1%. So you're complaining about what? He just trying to rebuttal what? You could call me a bitch, bro. I'm so passionate like that, bro. Go ahead, you know what I'm saying? So good job, Brick. Good advice, you know what I'm saying? You should tell him to go learn how to do some math. But yeah, man, it's so crazy how people like Arthur just lost, man. Rebut. My fault, Nikki.
Damn, looks like no one can rebut his math. That shit crazy.
Yeah, he couldn't rebut nothing.
The whole argument is fundamentally wrong, Cass. I agree.
You're right here, Dr. Liz. You can give me the proper math, right? I'm just going off the facts. If the U.S. spends about 7.5 trillion a year, and we spent 25 billion on this war so far, what's the percent? What percentage of the total budget that we usually spend yearly? So correct the math. Correct the math. I stand to be correct.
You're asking the wrong question. You already brought up the problem that the government is spending too much. See, we should be attacking everything, but this one's easy, right? I mean, you got to start. So you're just going to say because we're spending so much money, let's just spend more? That's your.
I didn't say that.
You said it's only $25 billion more.
No. I'm saying, right? The year just started. So this is just 25 billion included in that budget. You can't say
say it's more because the year is not done yet, right? When the year is done, we'll know exactly if we went over or we stayed within the normal ranges, right? Which is 6.5 to 7.5 trillion, right? So let's talk about it that way, right? Regardless, right? However you want to put it, 25 billion is still a fairly low amount compared to everything else. Now, what am I saying? Well, I said this war is justifiable, and we need this shit, right?
Okay.
So everything else that we don't need, like testing gay frogs and shit.
What about food stamps? Do you think we need food stamps?
Yeah. Do you think we need NASA?
Do you think we need food stamps?
No, I don't.
Wow. Okay. Rich country can't afford to give food to the poorest people and the disabled. It's more important to have a war.
Yeah, because you're acting like Trump's been president for the last 80 years. He's been president not even 8 years. And he skipped a consecutive term. So what are you talking about, man? What were we doing before this? Before this? What were we doing? I
don't love my comparison. That's a false argument, dude.
Wait,
hey, Kevin.
Was everything good before Trump, bro? What's up, Concrete?
Good Shabbos.
What's up, Kevin?
Oh.
People over here crazy.
I can get what you're. I mean, Kaz, I can get what you're saying, but there still is a logical fallacy in that statement. But you are correct.
Let me ask Concrete.
Large trying.
Let me ask.
Large trying to make.
Take care.
Let me ask Concrete, because Concrete will tell me if I'm bugging.
Have a great week, and we'll certainly see you again one day at
$7.5
Take
trillion
care.
a year, right? People are complaining about this war, right? Just the whole budget, just on anything, yeah. So people are complaining about this war that we spent, let's say, $25 billion so far on, right? Now that's point the U.S. usually spends, so it's very minuscule and
it's in addition.
They want to start. They're saying my math is wrong. Where
to the 7.
In my math, Concrete.
It's in the addition to the 7 points in addition.
Look. Disagreement with the war, right? I think if you were to try to just look at it as a pure number, of course, it's a minuscule number. But what I think the problem is, and especially for me, is that we have other things we could have spent this on that would have been more beneficial to the community, right? So I don't know if they've made the argument.
I made that argument. I made that argument. I told them, well, they're saying they didn't consent to this. Well, I'm saying, well, you guys didn't consent to the testing on gay frogs and testing on animals and welfare shit, right? Concrete. Yeah, so it's like, why? Okay, if you guys didn't complain about that shit, why are you complaining now?
Obviously, this one is different in terms of the loss of life, right, and its effects on the global economy. Whereas testing of frogs is going to be the loss of frog life and not human life, and it doesn't have a global impact. Right?
Concrete, you remember that spaceship?
Concrete was the allocation. Allocation for the research was it? Wait, Concrete, let me ask you a question. Was the funding for the research? Was the funding for the research set aside first?
Just go after it.
Right. So,
come on, Arthur, just wait.
So, Kaz, let me ask concrete questions. Kaz, stop. Concrete. Let me ask you.
No. Yield.
Hold on, Kaz.
Because it's in response to what you said, concrete. It's in response.
Hold on, Kaz. I got you. I'm asking. Look, I was in there. Please.
So, was the funding for those that research, was that allocated initially in that 7.5 trillion or not?
I don't know.
And if it was,
I don't know.
Huh?
Nobody knows.
Stop. If the funding was, then
where did they get that number from? That 7.5 trillion, if it wasn't originally allocated.
You're saying that the budget.
You see how his argument.
Hold on, Cass. I'm trying to understand what he's saying. He's basically saying that we know the budget amount because all the line items were prior allocated for. Is that what you're trying to say, Arthur? Okay. All right.
Was this 25 billion that we accounted for in that 7.5?
Yes,
possibly. It's possible. Wait, hold on. Let's if you have a definitive answer, Cass, then just post it. I got it because I think that's a. That's the best way.
Logic.
Wait, no, hold on. Here, just think of it like this, right? You're in a fight right now, and I think the best way to like structure your side is with as much facts and information that you can provide that they're able to evaluate. So that's why links are gonna like trump you having your opinion or just your word. So that's you're in a hostile environment. You should be proceeding with links over opinions or just the stuff that you remember. Anyway, so Arthur, let's just say that it was allocated for
the research.
On both ends, on the research end and on the war end, that it was allocated for or not allocated for. What difference does it make?
Wait, hold on. They had to apply for a grant research funding, right? They had to apply for the grant. Like there's funding set aside for the grant to do that research. Like that's. Would you disagree with?
We're speaking hypothetically now. We haven't got a definitive answer that it was allocated. If it's allocated. If it's not, it's not. Now where are you going with that point?
Was this?
No. So next.
Okay, let me talk now because this nigga don't know shit.
Go ahead.
Talk about, right? Concrete. Like think about it this way, right? One. You ever heard of people putting money aside for a rainy day? Right?
Discretionary funds.
The Department of Justice. Right, yes. The Department of Justice, they have funds specifically for war. Like, what does it... He really thinks the U.S. goes into each year... This is how stupid these people are. They go into each year and have no money allocated. Let me see how much is... Because the money comes from the Department of Defense. So let me see how much is allocated to the department.
So the Department of Defense on how much is allocated for it is not including war.
This is a supplemental case.
So there's basically $900 billion,
supplemental,
right?
Cash,
So keep in mind. What up, man?
It's supplemental. You guys don't have to go back and forth. It's supplemental, and it exceeds. And it's going to be more because they have to restock munitions. That's how much they're spending. They haven't even restocked it. It's going to be way more than what it is. It's going to be about double that, what they stopped right now. It's a lot of money. It's on top of the defense budget, obviously. They don't take it. There's not an ATM where they take the money out of the ATM. It wasn't in the budget for an Iran war when they had their appropriations last year. We weren't in the war, remember? Come on. Let's move on. It's getting a little bit back and forth. It's getting a little boring. Hold on, bro. I kind of let you do your thing. It's getting a little boring. The half troll, half mag is getting a little boring. Let's kind of move it around. You can talk, but like do a different troll. The thing on it's not a lot of money. It's kind of boring.
I've been over there. He just asked me a question, but yes, that's really what it is. But
it's cool. Y'all can keep going, but let's get a different troll. Man, Infinity's here. You can do that.
I don't want to make fun of nobody. I come in peace.
Isn't that what you do? Don't you talk about people taking prep?
No, I only do that when they attack me. I only do that when I only hit back.
What's wrong with prep? I have a question. What's wrong with prep?
Because it indicates you're living a sexually promiscuous lifestyle. So I think that's wrong.
But straight people do that more.
I think they're both wrong. Absolutely.
Do you think straight should take
prep? I thought prep was a gay thing. I didn't know it had anything to do with it.
Oh, you think there's a medication just for gay people?
Yeah, because they have anal sex.
One second. Oh, You don't think
I
straight
don't do
people
that
have anal
stuff.
sex?
Not me.
I didn't ask if you do that. I said straight people. You don't
Well,
think straight people
I
have
guess
anal
straight
sex?
people who have anal sex should probably take PrEP too.
Got you. And so you think that PrEP, which is something to stop HIV, has to do with anal sex. So if I share a needle, you don't think PrEP would stop it?
You know, I never looked into it. Every time I see a commercial for PrEP, I see gay men. So it gave off the impression that it's for gay people. I never seen a PrEP commercial with heterosexual people.
I got you. But I'm just asking about the mechanism of the HIV. So you think they came up with let me ask the question. Damn. I don't know how y'all do that. So you think they came up with a medication to stop via suppression viral load of HIV, but it would only stop HIV contracted through anal sex? Or you just hadn't thought that far?
Absolutely didn't think that far. The last time I took a sexual, hold on a second. Last time I ever took a sex health class, sex ed or whatever they call it, was in 6th grade.
Okay, got you. What does that have? People knowing how viruses work. Let me continue. So, straight women contract HIV through vaginal intercourse with infected men. Straight men can also. Do you think PrEP wouldn't work for them because they're not doing it through the asshole?
Not even thinking that strong. All I know is
I'm asking you now. What do you think?
Ask the question again. I'm sorry.
Do you think that a straight woman or a straight man, if one of them was infected, not even through, it could be, so Arthur Ashe had HIV/AIDS. It wasn't through promiscuity.
He was a tennis grade, correct?
He was. He got it through, I think, blood transfusion. So you can get it in ways that are not promiscuous, just so you know. But do you think if they had PrEP, him and his wife, if he didn't know he was infected and he infected her, you don't think PrEP would stop it because they had vaginal sex?
I'm sure PrEP would be a mitigating agent. Absolutely.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, I was just making sure you didn't think.
Well, you know, that commercial is very misleading. But I guess
there are commercials with straight
across the board. For PrEP?
Yeah.
Okay, I've never seen it. But I don't watch a lot of TV. But the only commercials I've ever seen for PrEP, you got a gay man walking around in the commercials. So they gave off the wrong impression.
Well, that's the ones you saw. I've seen some with straight people.
I mean, one.
With women.
I would love to see one with straight women.
All right, how about this? I'll give you a PrEP commercial for a year. If I can't within 5 minutes, I'll leave the ad for a year.
Nah, man, I'm not gonna agree to that. I mean, I'm sure it's out there. I'm just saying this. So I'm not. The only reason I hit Hurricane with that is because he's very vicious with his words, and you know that to be true.
I understand that.
He comes in here.
But people die.
That's the only reason I take it.
I understand.
I try not to do
that. But having HIV jokes, even if you disagree with a lifestyle, because like I said, Arthur Ashe didn't get it from a lifestyle. I'm just trying to understand how disease, for someone of your professed moral and religious aims, is not off limits.
It's because I'm a Christian, but I'm not Christ-like. When somebody attacks me unwarranted out of nowhere, I tend not to think in moral terms. I tend to think in ways.
So your Christianity is okay. So your Christianity is you can't control. You just can't control. So you don't have self. You don't have the discipline yet.
Right. My spiritual journey is still in progress.
How do you work on it?
I work on it through what's called the silent prayer, and continuing to sacrifice, because sex discipline comes through all different kinds of sacrifices. And when you sacrifice, whether it's with food or sexual activity or you know, that tends to bring you closer to God and tap more spiritually. When someone attacks you, you know, you can just swallow your pride and let it go. I'm just not always there. And he comes in with this attack on me every time. So it's gotta work on it.
Maybe
it's really more revealing of
sent Hurricane for you to learn that discipline. You know, there's this thing about tests and temptations that Christ talked about and the disciples. And so maybe that's just a test for you, and you consistently fail the test. What would happen if you just muted up?
I've already done that.
I think it's bigger.
If I assassinated my ego appropriately, this man would be able to say anything about me, and I could just say, Father, forgive him, for he knows not what he does, and move on. But
I don't think it's ego.
I have to.
I think you just hate gay men.
I don't hate nobody.
Not hate, and I think you think that they're morally repugnant and they should be put down.
I don't believe that either. No, I don't believe that. I just think I don't think I'm any better than.
It might not be true. I'm just thinking what I think.
Yeah, I don't think I'm any better than a gay man. You know, because we're all struggling. We all struggle with sin. Or I don't. How are you going to tell me what I think?
Everybody thinks they're better because that's just how people are. Everybody thinks they're better than somebody else or something. Yeah, I think those men who take care of their children are better than those who don't take care of their children. Now, you can't take care of your children for a bunch of reasons. I'm talking about that. But people who actively don't take care of their children, I think people who take care of their children, men and women, are better than men and women who don't take care of their children.
But here's the problem, right? So you might have somebody who doesn't take care of their children, which is disobedient to what God wants. But then you have another person who takes care of his children, but he's sexually promiscuous. They're both being disobedient to God's word. And I believe it's the same. I'm just saying it's the same spirit. I'm trying to say the same spirit that's influencing the one to not be a father is the same spirit that's influencing the one to not be sexually obedient. So I don't
have conversations in real life. I wasn't talking about the spirit. I was talking about whether or not people rank people. These are the others. I gave an example. I had nothing to do with the spirit. Come on, man.
But the reason why the reason why I don't think the father is not better than the other one because it's the same spirit that's driving them. So I look at them the same. You don't the same. You think one is better than the other, but because it's the same spirit influencing them, they are the same.
Okay. So what was the second example? The father. And what was
one example is of one who's being sexually promiscuous and sexually disobedient.
So you think someone who's promiscuous is in the same spirit and category as a mass murderer?
From a spiritual sense, yes, but from a physical sense, no. So here on earth, how we have to judge people.
Where do you get that from?
So because there's a physical plane that we live in, but there's a spiritual reality that we don't know.
Where you get it from?
That's just my spiritual understanding. That's what's going to reveal.
But it's not from a verse or something Jesus said or anything.
I'm sure it is. I just don't have it.
That's what I was at. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I just don't have the scripture to give you. But
so you think Jesus ranked all sin as the same?
Right. There's only one sin. And the only sin.
I'm asking. You think Jesus ranked one sin as all sins as the same?
Yes, I know there's this thing about I think there's one thing about abomination and man laying with men, but I don't really know how to interpret that fully. I just put all sin in the same category because they all fall under disobedience.
And laying with men, I wasn't talking about that. I'm just talking about the nature of sin. Okay, I'm just asking. It's not a quiz. I'm literally just trying to find out how you feel. Yeah. Well, if you think that, I don't know. The prep jokes, I never understood the prep joke, but okay.
I know it hits him where it hurts. That's why.
You think?
So
why do you think
that's something I should overcome that. I don't need to be doing
Why do you think it hurts him?
Because I'm sure he's not secure in his sexuality. Because as a Nigerian man, we know how the Nigerians feel about that. So I'm sure his family puts a lot of pressure. I can't be sure.
That?
I can't be sure, but I believe that to be true. Just like you believe it to be true about the things you don't know for sure about me. That's what I believe about him. I believe he's a Nigerian man.
Mine is based off evidence.
And the evidence is that the Nigerians are famously against that kind of behavior. So the odds are that his family.
Which Nigerians?
Nigerians in general have a.
That's not true.
They're almost like the Jamaicans in terms of how they feel towards their lifestyle. That's my experience.
Is old. Do you think this man is like 60 years old?
Who's old?
Hurricane.
Hurricane is not 60 years old. I don't think he's 60. If he's 60, I stand corrected. I thought he was somewhere in his 30s. He don't seem 60 to me.
Let me.
He don't seem 60 to me.
Imagine thinking a 60-year-old Nigerian gay man who goes to the opera is not secure his 60.
I didn't know he was 60. I thought he was a young Nigerian man. I don't know him to be 60. He never told me his age. That's what's
You just said, did you say in his 30s? I was looking at my phone.
I did think he was in his 30s. I do. I think he's in his 30s.
Where's my gun? I have a gun on every floor of my house.
What's the problem? What I do wrong now?
Wait a minute. In his 30s? Are you insane?
Why can't he be in his 30s?
I don't think Prep will
What
say
do you think? Yo, man, I'll be honest. People say this app has a bunch of... People always say that this app has people who wouldn't be who they are in real life or mental illness. I disagree. This app has 10% of us who actually have experienced the world, and the other 90% of us have never left the house. There is nothing about Hurricane that sounds like, that feels like, pause, any impression he's in his 30s. You think Hurricane was born in the 1990s?
Okay, maybe 40s. I didn't think 60.
No, man, I'd kill myself. I'm gonna be honest with you. We listened to Cass talk just now for an hour. You made Cass sound like Play-Doh.
Listen, man, I was just telling you, he didn't sound 60. He could have been in his 40s.
I agree with you, man. He acts like he's in his 30s. So
I'm screaming, Monica, because I'm so nonplussed that if I don't let it out screaming-wise, I will have a heart attack. Hurricane hasn't seen 30 since Benjamin Franklin got diagnosed with the gout.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, we just don't know. This is just our impression. We all experience people in our different ways, right? You experienced me in one way.
No. There's objective markers for somebody that you can tell. It's not like it's not a belief. Hurricanes talked about shit that he experienced in the 80s and 70s.
But maybe I wasn't party to those discussions, brother.
Oh my God.
To be honest, let's be clear. Hurricane talked about the Amistad trial. Like, we have to be honest. He is old enough.
But I might not have been there for the Amistad trial.
He was on the boat. He was on the boat.
But I wasn't there for the Amistad trial. You know why I think he was 30? I now remember why. There was a time when he used to put his real picture in his PTR. And when he put his real picture in his PTR, he didn't look nobody 60 years old.
He advised CK when they should start the revolt. That's how they
y'all didn't see his PTR from years ago? His PTR showed that he was about...
He's just black.
He didn't look 60, though.
Oh, my God.
Whatever, man. At the end of the day, I only said that because, you know, he comes punching. He comes kicking.
I agree, man. The way Manfinity talking about Hurricane, maybe Manfinity needs to get the prep. I'm going to be honest with you. I'll be honest with you. It's not a little game, bro. You just said to me, I'll be honest with you, you might need to get things prep. You think that man
don't look
fine,
if that picture is what he looks like, he don't look 60.
You said he was young and fine in his photo.
Bro, I don't care if you think he's gay. I'm not gay. I just think, I don't think he looks 60. If that's gay, then that's gay. I don't think he's 60. Based on that picture.
Hurricane is a bad bitch.
I didn't say he was attractive. I said he doesn't look 60.
No, somebody put that in the chat. Just got contact.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, did you want to contribute to the conversation?
I thought Kaz was making an interesting point. Is that
what was the point?
Wait. No. Before we move forward, I just want you to know that the prep. I think you have to take it in a different form. It doesn't go the places that you have to either.
Right, but the fact that I even said that further frustrates me. Don't love you, but it's not. Okay. It's all about
the ass is crazy.
So he knows he doesn't know how to take it. That's why. So, but he just assumed that it's a suppository. Okay.
That boy crazy.
What else are you shoving up your ass?
Hey man, I don't know what prep is. I just see it on these ESPN commercials, and I'm not sure why they're putting it on ESPN. Why do they have those commercials on ESPN?
Because they bought the airtime. That's how capitalism works. So, anyway, what was the good point that Kaz was making?
I thought Kaz was making an interesting point, but I then tend to agree with the counterpoint, because the counterpoint was probably even more compelling, which is that Concrete is talking about how, you know, there's a cost to life, and there's a cost to the world economy versus the other, you know, progressive pet projects like gay frogs or whatever. It was an interesting point that he was saying, where is
gay frogs? What are you guys talking about? Gay
Somebody
frogs?
talked about gay frogs. I know I heard that. I didn't make that up.
Gay frogs? I know Alex Jones, gay frogs research.
Yeah.
I heard
They
about
did
the
research
fluoride.
on to see that they put some type of water, and it was supposedly made.
It's the fluoride in the water that makes the frogs gay. I don't know.
Oh no, that's Alex Jones. But there was, I see it here. There was a. Oh, it is Alex Jones. This is a conspiracy theory.
No,
I
it's
understood
a real
the point.
thing.
No, I understand the point you're making, but I mean, it's kind of strange. So when one administration does something, as citizens, we're allowed to disagree. It doesn't matter. I don't get it.
So we shouldn't worry about the war because it's infinitesimally, like, you know, it's too small to care about. But the money that we paid for the frogs should be the thing that we worry about, and it's even.
So, for instance, a better example would have been the Ukraine situation. All that money that we were pumping into Ukraine, the Ukraine war.
1 second. How so? Why is that a better example?
Wait, why was brother interrupted? That was first.
I was done.
You were not. You were right in the middle saying what you were saying. I didn't even get to the end of it.
Yeah, it was because as I was talking about it, I had to remind myself this is the same person who said that, you know, he talked about food and he talked about like
let's not take it there.
And I can't. I just had to stop myself.
Okay, fine. You don't want
I had to remind myself that he's an idiot.
Okay. I stay focused.
How's the Ukraine war a better example?
I think it's a better example than the gay frogs, because the gay frogs don't have a life cost to it. It's a waste of money in my view, but it's not a life cost and it doesn't interrupt world economy. But when you look at the war in Iraq, oh shoot, these people are driving crazy. When you look at the war in the Ukraine and Russia war, we were supporting Ukraine to the point where that was having a life cost associated with it. And that was, a war that, there was a conflict that so many people on the left were gung-ho about. It was the people on the right that seemed to have an issue with putting money into that type of war. But now, the way that Trump reworked it, we're giving money to NATO, and NATO is selling our weaponry.
You don't give money to NATO.
I'm sorry, we're giving our weapons to NATO, right? And then we're selling them to Ukraine. So it's like, this is a better use and a better setup for people, for American companies to make money, rather than just throwing money at a problem, which is what.
You have no idea. Be honest with us. Do you have any idea how any of that works? Just be honest, yes or no.
I remember it being explained in this very moment. I may be flubbing it, but you understand my general point. Now we're being recompensed for our weaponry today, whereas in the past we're just giving our weaponry.
That's all the time. The money, the munitions that were sent to Ukraine were U.S. stockpiles that then were replenished by U.S. companies. That's always the case. Trump did not do anything different. That's the normal way in which things are done.
So weren't we giving cash to
very little cash? They get very little cash. What are they? Watch this. What is Ukraine gonna do with cash? Go and buy some caskets? They're at war. What would cash do?
They were getting the people at the top, like Zelensky and others. They were lining their pockets.
So you think the I got you. So you think the United States government sent cash, wires for Zelensky to line his pockets?
No, that wasn't the intent, but that's what Zelensky was doing.
That's what I meant. Right. And you think it went directly to, and Zelensky could do it, and he's still in power. Nobody's killed him or anything. He just lined his pockets. Watch this. What evidence do you have of that, or that you read of that, or saw of that?
Well, I do know that he was going around the world asking governments for money, and America was his
I didn't ask for that. I didn't ask for. Well, yeah, Europe gave him a bunch of money too. What evidence do you have that we gave cash?
Just a report that I remember seeing.
What evidence do you have? If you say you don't have any right now, just say that so we can keep moving.
I don't have any right now. I'm driving.
All right, cool. So let me.
Report that I remember reading.
Cool. What percentage of it was cash?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I don't think we should have given him any amount of cash.
Why?
He doesn't. Why should we give him cash?
Well, the government needs cash to settle up debts and stuff. I don't know if you know, but it's
why can't they settle their own debts? Why do they need our cash?
Let me finish it. And so this is not a learning. Why do you do this? You ask me a question, you don't know the issue, you start speaking. I'm 3 words in. I was about to talk about wheat. Do you know about Ukraine and wheat?
No.
So why'd you cut me off?
My apologies.
Okay.
Sorry. You gonna answer the question? Why do they need to settle
You
their
just
debt?
want to talk. Another new thing is when people cut me off, they just want to talk. You got it. I'm not going to.
So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, why does Ukraine need our cash to settle their own debt? If they can't manage their own economy without our cash, they need to fail as a government, and whatever happens, happens. They should not be using our money, our taxpayer dollars, to settle their debts. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I rest my case.
Got it. So when they are owned by Russia, and Russia's on the doorstep of Poland, and we're at World War III, how much do you think we should pay?
I think NATO needs to step in, not America, but NATO.
We are in NATO.
We're a part of NATO. We are not NATO.
No, that's not how that works. NATO, wait, do you mean European countries? That's not what NATO is. NATO is a defense pact.
NATO was set up.
Hold on! Ukraine is not in NATO.
I know that.
So why would NATO step up? NATO doesn't have money. They don't have banks.
Well,
NATO is just a treaty. Hold on. It's just a treaty. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, my God. You think that NATO is a separate entity, don't you?
A separate entity to what?
You think it's like freestanding, like there's a central bank of NATO and they have currency and all that?
No. I know that it's a treaty.
So then how can NATO send the money? Now, the UN could. You mean like now, let me give you credit. Do you mean like the IMF or the World Bank?
No, what I'm saying is America should not be funding their debts.
Why?
Because it's not our responsibility.
Why not?
Because whatever debt that Ukraine incurs as a country is their responsibility. It's not our responsibility.
Why not? It's economic assistance.
Because we've got our own economic concerns here in America and otherwise. We don't.
And did helping NATO help American concerns?
Helping NATO? What do you mean?
I'm not NATO. Ukraine. Does it help American concerns in any way?
I'm sure. Yeah, because again, Russian aggression is a concern. But
you just answered your own question.
No, but what I'm saying is that it's one thing to help them from Russian aggression. It's another thing to handle their debts with cash. To me, that's beyond what we need to be doing.
Why? How much cash was it?
I told you I don't know that.
So what if it was 50 billion?
What if it was 50 billion? I have no way of quantifying because I don't have a frame of reference. All I know is that we shouldn't be paying their debt.
Okay.
That's not our responsibility.
Well, I got a question for you. How do you know it's not our responsibility?
Because it only.
What agreements have we signed with Ukraine? Be quiet.
Okay, if there are agreements that indicate that, I'd like to be made aware of them. But until
you're not familiar with the Belfast Memorandum after all these years on Ukraine.
I'm not. Neither is 90% of this room.
Cool, and they'll just have to look it up. The thing that's so strange about this conversation is people would be up in arms for World War III, just absolutely up in arms. And people also believe, on the right and the left, at least it ain't got much anymore, that Russia was or is an American adversary.
If you told people 5 years ago that you could spend $40 billion cash, 30, whatever the cash is, let's say 25 billion. I don't even know that much, but it's 25 billion cash. Let's say 50 billion cash. Not one U.S. soldier has died. I'm sure it's special forces, but you know that. Not one U.S. soldier has died, and the Russian military would be quite literally decimated. Everybody would have taken it. 50 billion in a budget in which you're spending $1 trillion to fight them hot. You spend 50 billion, and it sucks for Ukraine. I'm not put that to the side. I'm not trying to be callous. Everybody would have taken that. That would have been pennies on the hundreds of dollars. Now it's a political issue because, as you said, people on the left and people on the right. But if you literally said $50 billion cash, I don't know if you follow the war. The Russians have lost tens of, if not hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The munition stockpiles are crazy depleted. Not one American soldier died. Not one deployment. But for you, that's too much. Even though you hit an objective that you wanted to hit in a Cold War or post-Cold War era without any American soldiers. On top of that, if you ever had to fight them, you know how they move weapon systems. You understand their logistics. You understand their protocols. The kinds of things that you spend hundreds of millions of dollars on to model. They actually did it in real time. On top of that, Ukraine has developed the most sophisticated drone technology system at pennies on the dollar. But to you, that's not worth it because you want the money to stay in America. Cool. Where should the money go? What would you prefer the money to go to? Give me the programs. Or you get to the debt.
The research and development and coming up with a healthcare system that is efficient and that keeps the costs down, rather than putting. That's one concern I have.
So instead of sending money to Ukraine, we should have paid a bunch of researchers to come up with the ideas for a healthcare system.
The healthcare system that would keep our costs low and
you think that costs $50 billion?
I have no idea how to quantify what is worth what. All I know is that we should not.
You said to study or to actually do the system?
Research, develop, and implement a plan that keeps the costs low for the American taxpayer for healthcare, but also keeps prescription costs low. What is it? Pre-existing conditions. All of these things. We should come up with
pre-existing conditions.
So that right now, remember, prior to Obamacare, I believe it was Obamacare.
It's already law. We don't need any.
Right, but pre-existing conditions were not a part of it prior to Obamacare. So now that we have
pre-existing, you don't need to spend money on pre-existing. What are you saying?
That's
about health insurance.
Right.
That's about health insurance. You all over talking about health insurance.
Yeah, that's not the health insurance.
Why would you need to spend money for a law that already exists?
I want to improve upon it.
How can you improve upon a law that says they can't be denied? There's nothing to improve. Either they can be denied or not denied.
No, what I'm saying is in the future iteration of healthcare insurance, I want to make sure the pre-existing conditions remains. I don't want it to be
taken out. It already is law. Okay. You don't need to pay for anything.
Well, what if they came up with another law to get it out? I don't want it to leave. That needs
what do you need to pay for? I'm trying to now.
Two people that's talking and they trying to moderate their own conversation.
a sign that each abracadabra.
Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, or whirling air, or rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, I be thee.
Abracadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order. Mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra. Six, I bear the rose and cross of life and light, abracadabra.
Living the sun and each
Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth,
The adoration impromptu, close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's
Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the heart. By my head I control thee.
I am the only begotten child of my father's mother. is the head of the land, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb that I invoke thee. 3. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. 4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. 5. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old. Invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crown, child and conquering Lord. Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. 6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fire. The voice of the fire. The voice of the sick. 11 other voices. Abracadabra. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crown, child and conquering Lord. Horus, avenger. By thy name, O rock, I invoke thee. Hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name, Amadeus, youth of the brilliant morning, I
fuck?
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Crony Non. Profits the C2U is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1 billion to give to Crowley Nunn. Programs to C2 is a mafia propaganda. Organization Portability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Please spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist or taxologist. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion, Greg, abortion on winner for profit. Open the most transparency now. Please spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam.
$1.3 billion to get to crony nonprofits. The CCU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the test. Broken the books, transparency. No! Public spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon spending tracker. No!
head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, a whirling air of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the hawk.
Abrahadabra.
And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each.
Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire,
And every spell and scourge of God, the best one might be thee. The adoration impromptu, close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
To bow me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee.
Strike, strike the master chord.
Draw the flaming sword. Crown, child, and conquering Lord. Chorus of angels by the song I invoke thee.
In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at holy name. By the sword I invoke thee.
The voice of the fire, the voice of the saints, 11 are the voices.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee.
3, mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing array that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee.
4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee.
5, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master Abraham. By the word I invoke thee.
Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee.
Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crown, child and conquering Lord. Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee.
6, sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fire,
The voice of the fire,
the voice of the sick,
11 other voices, abracadabra.
strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger.
By thy name, O rock, I invoke thee. Hawk of the sun, the glorious one.
By thy name, Harmachis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee.
By thy name, I invoke thee. Lion of the midday sun.
By thy name, tongue, hawk of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee.
By thy name of Kitover, I invoke thee. O beetle of the hidden, mastery of midnight.
By thy root, the cry, Lord of silence, beautiful child that standest on the dragons of the deep, I invoke thee. By my name of Phoebus, that drivest thy chariot through the heavens of Zeus, I invoke thee.
By thy name of Odin, I invoke thee. O warrior of the north, O renown of the shadows.
By thy name, Yeshua, O child of the flaming star, I invoke thee.
I invoke thee.
The names of fire,
The names of sin,
11 are the names. Behold, I stand in the midst line as the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned up to the splendor of Kitover, the magnificence of Chisit, the mystery of Dam. Thither I lift up mine eyes. This have I sought, and I have sought the unity.
hear thou me.
fuck is this fucking theater?
Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crown, child, the conquering Lord. Horus, Avenger. By the name of Ryan Volpe, hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By the name Hierarchies, youth of the brilliant morning.
Ladies. Ladies.
خیلی راهنگی احساسی و لذت بخش بود خدا وکیل. در صبحان عشق منو راه انداخت ولی کن واقعا آهنگی زیبایی بود و ازش رو بود. من اینو فهمیدید خودتون آوازش خوندی یا اینکه نه عزیزم نه نوشته من هست و کار آوازش هم و موزیکش هم با ای آی هست. حالا تپس اینجوری بسازم. میتونم بپرسم از چه ای آی استفاده کردیم؟ از سونو استفاده کردم. خیلی فوق‌العاده بود. من که خیلی لذت بردم. من یکی از دوستام یه آلبوم 16 ترکه با همین سونو یه بخشی از صدای خودش هم در واقع گذاشته و توی در واقع اسپاتیفای و اپل میوزیک اساسا این آلبوم رو ریلیز کرد. تازه نسخه استدیوش خیلی کارهای عجیب غریب دیگه هم میشه باهاش کرد. اصلا دنیای عجیب غریبیه این سونو و من واقعا یعنی برمیگرده به کسی که در واقع داره پرامپت رو مینویسه و اون نوع لیریکی که داره و خیلی اینا در واقع مهمه و بعد میتونی در واقع بسازی. من برای جالبه که من فارسی خوب تلفظ میگه چون من هر چی دیده بودم فارسی بد تلفظ میکردم. خیلی خوب ترینش داده بود، پرامپت درست و خیلی خوب ترین داده بودش. فکر میکنم حالا خودشون هستن تلاش خوبی کردم. هلوش شاید 60 تا ورژن من روی این آهنگ شاید 30 تا ورژن، ولی آهنگ شده تا 60 تا 70 تا ورژن گرفتم تا مثلا
یعنی میگی اینجا رو درست کن، اینجا رو درست کن، اینجا رو
آفرین
او میذاری و نمیدونم مثلا
اصلا شاید فارسیشو نتونه درست مثلا برام تلفظ کنه، اصلا انگلیسی فی انگلیش می‌نویسمش، یه جوری باید درستش کنه تا اونجایی که میشه. آره اینجوری.
ولی موزیک هم مارتین جان یه دونه موزیک هم داشت که خوش میداد به سفاست، خواهی سفاست. من فکر میکنم حالا اگه حوصله‌اش داری وقتش داری، من البته دوست ندارم به کسی سفارش بدم، ولی یه موزیکی خودت صلاح دونستی، یه موزیک که در واقع اینجوری باشه که میزنی میتره کنیمتون دهنتون سرویس میکنی پدرتون در میاریم
یه موزیک هم داره در مورد خود پادشاه که الان لیریکشو گفت نوشته و در واقع داره فاینال میکنه با تیمش، اونم خیلی صبح برامون خوندش، متنش خیلی قوی بودش، خیلی کارهای فوق‌العاده‌ای داره انجام میده. توی این انقلاب واقعا کمبود این نوع از موزیک ها هستش.
به نظر موزیکی که میزنیم دهنتون سرویس میکنیم کم داریم.
نظر من آره اون موزیک، نوع موزیک من دوست دارم اون کارا رو توی رپ بشنویم یا موزیک های
راک میشه،
آره
راک و اینا.
آفرین. ما نایکیس رو داریم، نایکیس هم موزیک های فوق العاده ای
نایکیس هم خبر فوری همه الان پریزیدنت ترامپ
میخواستم پسش
توییتر من به زودی طرحی را که ایران همین برای ما ارسال کرده بررسی خواهم کرد، اما تصور نمی‌کنم که قابل قبول باشه، زیرا آنها هنوز بهای کافی برای کارهایی که طی 47 سال گذشته علیه بشریت و جهان انجام دادند نپرداختند. پس توجه شما به این موضوع متشکرم.
بذار ویدیوش هم بذارم.
I'll let you know about it later, but well, I wouldn't have to. I didn't say that. They said that if we left right now, it would take them 20 years to rebuild. But we're not leaving right now. We're going to do it so nobody has to go back in 2 years or 5 years. They told me about the concept of the deal. They're going to give me the exact wording.
بله حالا مصاحبه‌های دیگه هم هستش، میتونم اونای دیگه هم پخش کنم ویدیوهاشو اگر میخوایم بشنوید. فکر کنم میخوایم بشنوید.
85% of Iraq's missile making capabilities has been eliminated.
Correct.
8% is like to be eliminated by
I'd like to eliminate, I'd like to. It'd be a start for them to build up again. And yeah, I would like to eliminate it. I can't tell that to a report. Well, I don't want to say that. I mean, I can't tell that to a reporter. If they misbehave, if they do something bad, but right now, we'll see. It's a possibility that could happen, said one.
بله این هم مصاحبه‌هایی که امروز پرزیدنت ترامپ انجام داد. در خدمتتون هستیم.
بله دستون در خدمت بانوارش بفرم.
ممنونم دیوید جان. من یه سوال داشتم، کجا میتونیم سید فرد جان کاراتو بشنویم، گوش بدیم؟ جایی هست مثلا اسپاتیفای یا
درود بهت واش جان. موزیکا رو من هنوز پابلیش نکردم، رو هم پلتفرم AI هست فعلا فقط و لینکش هم روی پیج اینستاگرامه. در واقع من میتونم حالا لینک برات بفرستم اگه خواستی، ولی هنوز پابلیش نشده که بذارمش روی پلتفرمی. حالا توی برنامه هست، من یه کمی تنبل هستم داشت.
ولی سید جان این
جریانی که مارتین عزیز گفت که میایم میزنیم نسل دونه در میگیریم حرومزاده، یه همچین چیزی هم اگه زحمت چی بگیش یه تو خوش خار اومده خوب هم بشین که چند خریطه میکنیم تو فلان و امان نمیدونم بزنیم توش که فقط هر مراد میکنیم همچین شدت داشته باشیم. میاد یه دونه داشت مارتین عزیز در رابطه با همین سفاسد فوش میداد به سفاسد اینا، یه دونه دیگه هم بود در رابطه بود به داس و چکش و امام اینا بهش فوش میداد، ولی که هم صبح خالی بود. دوره هم میگه نشستی 4 تا موزیک گوش دادی. عزیزی دنیز سید جان بسیار خوش آمدی، بعد چم بیایم پیش ما، بیایم برامون موزیک بزنید لذتش رو ببرید. عزیزی دل من هم نیست فقط بدون دست موی.
سپاس از شما بابت دعوت دیوید جان، در خدمتتون هستم هر موقع هر تایمی. من میومدم هر از گاهی میومدم اون پایین یا تو آدر مینشستم لذت میبردم از واقعا و هستم در خدمتتون، فعلا هستم توی جمعت هستم.
سپاس از شما، لذت بردیم. من یه خبرم بگم و بعد علی جانو بشنویم. پرزیدنت ترامپ گفتن رقم نهایی خروج نیروهای امریکایی از آلمان بسیار فراتر از 5,000 نفر خواهد بود. با سپاس. علی جان درود بر شما، بفرمایید.
درود. نه اومده بودم من اون پرزیدنت ترامپ زد اومدم بالا سریع خبر فوری بدم که گفتیم و عاشق این داشتم که اینجا تو مصاحبه ها میگه که ازش میپرسن میگه من به خبرنگاران نمیگم. خیلی باحال.
اما یه رو بس بالا نیکسته ترامپ همین هم گفت بیکار بدا ببین
من همون موقع دکتر اومدم بالا دیگه بچه داشتن حرف میزدن نپریدم وسط حرفش.
فردت
من فکر میکنم که یه چند نفر هم داریم انگلیسی زبان هستن در اسپیس به خاطر در واقع تایتل اسپیس. حالا نمیدونم که ادامه میخواییم بدیم اونو یا نه. چند تا از دوستانم در واقع توی کامنت نظرشون نوشته بودن. بانو فرناز نوشته بود که بسالیه تقریبا هر هفته با یه نفر درگیرم، مخصوصا سر کارم. من میگم اینا به مردم خودشون رحم نکردن، به برادر خودشون رحم نکردن. فکر میکنید با تجهیزات زیرزمینی که ساختن و سلاح هسته‌ای میخوان مهمونی بگیرن، به تک تکتون رحم نمیکنن. برای آینده روشن بچه‌هاتون اینا باید از سایه زمین و جهان محو بشن. صلح و روشنی و امنیت بعد اینا بر جهان برخواهد گشت. تو این راه بانو فرناز من در پاس مایک
بانو فرناز این هم اضافه بکنیم که اینا به بچه ها خودشون هم رحم نکردن، اینا بعد از این بلا بچه ها خودشون هم کشتن بیشرف.
دقیقا. بانو راهلم گفتن که در مورد این بحث که وقتی شبا میگوین جنگ خوب نیست، به نظر من جوابش این هست وقتی که 45,000 انسان بیگناه را جمهوری فاشیستی تروریستی اسلامی کشت در سکوت و فقط در طول 2 روز. حالا من از این دوستان دعوت کردم که بالا هم در واقع تشریف بیارن نظرشون رو بگن، ولی من فکر کنم درگیر بودن. بانو پری درود بر شما.
درود بر شما. من یه ذره کار داشتم نبودم، یعنی نبودم نشدم. دید خبرهایی شد چون داشت صحبت میکرد؟
بله صحبت کرد، تمام شد رفت.
من اومدم رفت.
سلام رسون.
درود به شما دکتر.
سلام رسون.
دلم براش تنگ شده، دلم براش سراش لک میزنه. آره
تو میاد شاید این جمعه
دیشب که موین گذاشته بود من واقعا روده بور شده بودم خنده. خیلی با نمکه، من واقعا دوستش دارم، جدی خیلی خوشم میاد. داشت واسه این سومالیه میگفت که میرن توی برادرز نسرن میرن توی ترس خدافزی میکنم. با مزه بود واقعا. مرسی که انقدر خندیدین. تو رو خدا ریاکشن نشون ندین، خواهش میکنم.
خدای قشنگ.
حداقل یه ایموجی دیسلایک بدید.
آخه چیزی خنده داره میخنده، چیزی خنده نباشه نمیخنده. ما که دنبال ریالیستیم که ما حقیقت
میدونم دکتر زیر پتو هستین احتمالا
نه با نسلا در اومده با دوباره اون پنیری زیر پتو کجون
یه خبری هم الان اسرائیل وار روم گذاشته با پیروز برام فرستاد. کابینه در واقع امنیتی اسرائیل قرار فردا ساعت 8 شب جلسه تشکیل بده. اینم در واقع یه خبر دیگه بود.
Who's memorable now?
He's a 20-something section ولی به جوایز بزرگ کرد که بسید چند سرباز ایرانی شاه چطور شده دست کنی نبود سال دارم ترسید نجات مدایان راه
Look to your left. Who's there? Nobody. Look to your right. Who's there? Nobody. Guess who's still here? You are. And you against the fucking world. You against everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck is you doing? Somebody believe in yourself. Believe in yourself, world.
I remember when you just said that to نمیخوایم هزینه جنگ بشه و به ما چه اساساً برای چی ما باید وارد جنگ بشیم. خود آمریکا الان داره اینو شروع کرده. اساساً آمریکا مثل هیتلر میمونه، از این حرفا اینجوری میزنن. در مواجهه با این افراد ما باید چه واکنش و ریاکشنی نسبت بهشون داشته باشیم و توضیح بدیم که چرا شما بفرمایید.
اوکی بله، اون یه نیم ساعت پیش داشتم گوش میکردم، فکر کردم بحث عوض شده. والا نمیدونم، من اون موقعی هم که اینجا بایدن و اینا سر کار بودن یه خبر پول میلیون ها حتی بیلیون ها دلار فرق نمیدونم استادی جندر استادیز تو گواتمالا و نمیدونم خرجای علکی میکردن توی کشورهایی که اصلا به ما ربطی نداره. تو آمریکا نظریه سیدی آمریکایی رو خرجای میکردن که اصلا و ابدا نه به آمریکا کمک کرد نه اصلا منطقی بود. حالا دوربت من شبیه اصلا نیست، با اینکه من تو الی زندگی میکنم اصلا معاشرتی ندارم. همه دوستان هم تقریبا همه هم عقیده هستن، اونایی هم که نیستن باهاشون زیاد حرف نمی‌زنم. ولی من همین میگم اون موقع خرجای علکی میکردم. این خرجی که البته جنگ نیست، باید اینو بهشون حالی کنیم که جنگی وجود نداره. این یه ریسک میشنه در حقیقت. حالا
We are $38 trillion in debt.
کسی که قدرتشو داره، کشوری که قدرتشو داره و اگر از نظر انسانیتی بگم نگاه کنیم در جایی هستیم که دلیل اینکه جمهوری اسلامی چفتا به اینجا رسیده همینه که هیچ عمل که تاثیر در مقابلش. من یه چیزی که خیلی تاکید میکنم اگه با یه نفر که زیاد اطلاع نداره صحبت میکنم، میگم شما با یه حکومت، یه گاورمنت طرف نیستین. اسمشون گاورمنته و به مردم حکومت میکنن. اینا یه مافیای بزرگن، مافیای تروریستی که نظیرش تو دنیا نبوده و امیدوارم نه دیگه نباشه. و یه مافیای تروریستی افراطی دینی هستن با چند تا مافیاهای کوچیک دیگه که همشون یه مافیای بزرگ رو تشکیل میدن و این مافیا بعد از بین بره.
سپاس از شما، ممنون. خبری هم که الان در واقع خوندم اینه که ناو ابراهام لینکلن الان 250 مایلز فرام ایران، meaning این در واقع در موقعیت حمله قرار داره، تو رنج در واقع حمله قرار داره، حتی شاید یه ذره نزدیکتر. خب کسی دیگه ای از دوستان اگر بالا هستن یا پایین نظری در این رابطه و تاپیک دارن در خدمتتون هستیم، بشنویم نظرتون. من دستی رو فعلا بالا نمیبینم. بفرمایید سید جان.
موین جان، من سوال رو درست گرفتم که شما سوال پرسید در مواجهه با کسایی که دارن طرفداری میکنن از موج ضد جنگ ما چی بهشون بگیم؟ به همچین چیزی گفتین؟
درسته، بله. افرادی که چپی ها در واقع افرادی که میگن که اساسا این جنگ چیزیه که خودت
ایرانی ها نه، خارجی ها اینش به پشت نمیکنم. چپی ایرانی ضد جنگ تحلیلش مشخص، خارجی ضد جنگ بیشتر.
واقعا سوال اول باید بپرسیم که دلیل مخالفت با ترامپ هست یا نه. اگر مخالفت با ترامپ باشه به نظر مثلا بحث بیهوده است باشون، چون اینا فقط
من مخالفت با ترامپ هم زیاد برخورد کردم اتفاقا و اونها من به این نتیجه تونستم برسونم که تو این مورد ترامپ داره کار درست میکنه. من به بقیه مواردش کاری ندارم، همیشه میگم آقا من تمام موارد کاری ترامپ رو بهش کاری ندارم، این موردش رو راجعش بحث میکنم، اونجوری باش میتونیم بحث کنیم.
آره این راه درستی و واقعا هم باید بگیم که شما باید وضعیت خاورمیانه رو ببینی و کالت هایی که اونجا هستن یک کمی از مدیای چپ اینا دور بشن، هرچی تو مدیا بهشون یاد میدن و اینا میان دوباره بدقول میکنن بیرون. من زیاد بحث نکردم بالا، فقط سوال شد بپرسم. ممنون مارتین جان، یه چیزی یاد گرفتیم ازشون، یکی رو دیدیم حتی شاید بتونیم ما هم به راه راست هدایتش کنیم. خواستم یه بدرود بهتون بگم ولی قبلش اگر دوست داشته باشید اون موزیک که یک لعنتی هم به سفاست داخلش هست من براتون پلی کنم قبل از رفتنم، یا میتونم برم و بعدا هر موقع برگشتم برمیگردم بهتون دوستان.
سپاس ازت، سپاس. اگر که هستین یه دقیقه بانو پرسیس هم بشنویم راجع به این موضوع میخوان صحبت بکنن. اگر که سپاس ازت. بانو پرسیس درود بر شما، بفرم.
درود به همگیتون، وقتتون بخیر باشه. در مورد اروپا یا تجربه‌ای که من دارم اصولا بهشون یادآوری میکنم که جنگ جهانی کی اومد کمک شما که به هر حال تونستین آزادیتون رو به دست بیارین و از در واقع هیتلر نجات پیدا کنین و خیلی هاشون وقتی این جواب بهشون میدی کاملا سکوت میکنن دیگه، هیچ حرفی نمیزنن. و در مورد متاسفانه توی اروپا حالا برخوردهایی که من داشتم همشون ضد ترامپ و خیلی مسخره‌اش میکنن. نمیدونم قول آقای مارتین که ضد ترامپ هستن. من شخصا یه مثال میزنم، میگم شما فرض کنید یک پلیسی وجود داره که به هر دلیلی شما ازش خوشت نمیاد، دلایلش هر چی میتونه باشه که برای خودت منطقی گرفتی که اون پلیس میاد میاد و شما رو از اون خطر نجات میده. آیا به خاطر اون دلیلی که خوشت نمیومد از اون پلیس ترجیح میدی که اون پلیس کمکت بکنه یا نکنه؟ و خب یعنی جوابایی که من گرفتم اینه که خب حفظ جان من مهمتر از اینه که من حالا از اون آدم خوشم نمیاد. منم بهشون میگم که من کاری ندارم که ترامپ رو چه احساسی نسبت بهش دارم یا ندارم. فعلا ایشون ناجی کشور منه و حتی ناجی شما هاست، چون ما با یک قول بیشاخ و دومی و یک وحشی، یک چیزی که واقعا هیچ صفتی نمیتونه از بدی توصیفش کنه و تمام اون چه که شما در وصف بدی های دیکتاتورهای دنیا و هر اتفاق بدی که افتاده تو دنیا شنیدین رو ما با جمهوری اسلامی، با این رژیم جنایتکار تجربهش کردیم، با گوشت و پوست و خون و استخونمون تجربهش کردیم. آقای ترامپ الان ناجی ماست و حتی ناجی شما هاست، چون این رژیمی که به من رحم نمیکنه، چنانچه بمب اتم داشته باشه قطعا به شما هم رحم نمیکنه و دنبال زورگیریه، دنبال اون ایدئولوژی کثیفشه. من حتی اگه فرصت داشته باشم یا اون آدم ها به من فرصت بدن، در واقع ایدئولوژی شیعه که اومدن مهدیه و معتقدن که مهدی باید دنیا رو ظلم فرا
That is, when I say take it with a grain of salt, that is giving you the benefit of it.
Big. I've got like having around the property, like to inspect for like do a fire inspection, and then inspection for rats. So I've cleared out the property, cleared out the attic, but
to them, like you want to follow what you
even after the
rationalizing. Are you justifying that? Like if people can follow their rationale. Yeah, I don't care what you gotta say. If it don't, I'd rather just go with my own senses.
the Arabs who.
That's
generic statement.
Mention theater, the type.
Well, I agree. See, like you're talking about colonization, people fight for land, things like that. But these are different. These are a bunch of thieves that came there, try to make people feel sorry for them. People open their home. And then they stole people's house. These are thieves. These are not like warriors or people.
They're cowards.
I think you're right. I think you are.
Okay, so.
All those types of things are not gonna really take you that far away from the story. Hold on.
I don't know, it's a soul nature issue. I understand it might be.
Oh my God!
Develop Christ and give him his authority and work through him and not have, him. I mean, the people were surprised. Like, I'm quoting it as paraphrasing. No. They were amazed by how
Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. One hop this time. Right foot, 2 stumps. Left foot, 2 stumps. Slide.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the United States of America, a land of opportunity.
I told you to stay there. I am not resisting. You walk in here dressed like that, expecting everyone to salute you. I don't care how many medals you pinned on. You don't get special.
What do you call a lesbian dinosaur?
One of Zero's disciples.
I like Zero. I want to say I was his disciple, but I definitely like the way he thinks.
Explain it, just to point out that the mere existence of time zones on the flat Earth is impossible.
The part B is, what exactly is the shape of the zone on a flat Earth?
What is the geometric shape of the time zone? That would be interesting too. What would that look like? I'm assuming it looks ruler shaped. I'm just not sure. Just rectangle. Maybe a golden rectangle. I'm not sure. That'd be a fun one.
I think it depends on the shape of your flat Earth.
It certainly does. And there we get into the $1 million question. What's up, Davey? Pleasant to have you. Hero! What up? This is like a rare sighting of you.
Wait, what?
It's like a rare sighting of you, seeing you in full glory here on the PTR.
What's up, Pedro? Oh, an actual photo of myself. Yeah, I don't do it.
Yeah.
This is an old photo, though. But, be careful with those time zone shapes because they're kind of gerrymandered.
Gerrymandered is a great word. That's a good word for it.
They really are. They're all over the place.
Yeah, but at least you can name those on a spherical Earth. You can name them. And you of all people, you can draw them.
I should. I mean, I could draw the actual. I could draw lines of longitude. That's easy.
Right. You could cut them out. And you do a 3D printing. And you'd be like, here's a cutout.
I was thinking of making a globe. Literally making a globe and printing out the little pieces of the globe and gluing them on, and you can make whatever funny country names you want. That's why I thought that'd be a fun thing to do. A little DIY project.
Yeah. Look at all the people chilling here. None of them are bots either. This is crazy. We have no bots.
It's bot free zone.
We have one anonymous.
Yeah, I mean that's par for the course, but nothing crazy in the title.
We have two anonymous.
Nothing crazy to attract 50 to 350 bots,
My conspiracy is that John Kitover is involved.
I think that's everybody's. I don't think that qualifies as conspiracy. When you have physical evidence that the man has 100 phones in his YouTube videos, all turned on to Clubhouse, at what point does that cease to be conspiracy?
Kind of marveling at it was a conspiracy theory that there's a massive pedophilia ring of the global quote unquote elites, and then we get there's actually real fucking evidence now. It's no longer a conspiracy theory.
She didn't want to let go.
Yeah, the Pizzagate people were vaguely correct in the most abstract of ways. Because now we know that the Epstein class exists.
Yep. At the highest levels of government.
In academia.
Top men.
Who's the guy who wrote the People's History of the United States?
Howard Zinn. Howard Zinn is useful, but only when you pair him with another historian. Otherwise, you get a filtered version of U.S. history, which leads people down this road that we're always evil. I'm not advocating that we somehow go back to be paired with an older school historian who does specific you could use Howard Zinn as the overarching, like, look for the course, and then inject some specificity with, like, other documents. And then, at least in my mind, as somebody who loves history, Howard Zinn becomes useful. But Howard Zinn on his own is not useful.
Maybe Howard Zinn and Thomas Sowell.
No, hey, look, I've read Thomas Sowell, and I find Thomas Sowell to be smart, but I think of, like, including other, like, first-hand documents in it, right? So when he talks about, say, the Native Americans, you would include Native American speeches to both the Congress in, say, Georgia at the same, like, when they were being forced to leave, at the same time as you would include, like, the administration at the time's rationale for, like, why they were doing this. So you, like, read that part of Howard Zinn, and then you get both. My friends because I don't possess the book by Howard Zinn, but I've looked through it in Barnes & Noble, and it does do some nice quotations. But I would prefer it to be heavier on the first-hand document side. But I prefer all general studies coursework to be more heavily detail-oriented, personally.
Well, he was one of my biggest disappointments as someone who was friends with Jeffrey Epstein. Like they were buddy, and seeing pictures of him hanging out with him, it's like that just made my heart sink a bit. It's like, oh man. And then finding out that there were, some top academics that were even part of the sort of the new atheist movement that were also buddy with Epstein. It's like, oh man, the level of disappointment.
Klaus Hagersheimer, G-section, just checking on radiation shields. We'll be through shortly.
Yeah, that's why they say don't meet your heroes.
No problems at all.
Oh man, I'm so fucking disappointed with Chomsky.
Yeah, no Chomsky showing up to all that shit.
Tell me again. I hate being on the defense of people as heinous as this guy, and I don't want my peer to be on the offense, but I do have a problem with the very loosey-goosey stuff that people do, like, oh my gosh, there's these files. Like, and I'm not naive enough to think that a lot of them aren't seriously, like, more than implicated. But we have very few people who we know did anything, right? Chomsky doesn't seem to be somebody that we have something that we even close to know that he did anything, right? So when you say that, like, what is it exactly from the transcript that you see in there that would allow you to even think that he did anything, like when we say, approaching the P word, right?
Oh, I'm not saying that he did anything. It's just the how the friendship itself is enough to be like, oh, right? Because it seemed like a lot of people knew who he was and what he was all about. And yeah, maybe Noam Chomsky didn't know, but it's just like, it just leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
Yes, exactly. I mean, me too. But it's like we get in these rooms, and it's almost like believing the Benjamin hype. It's like, because a bunch of academics are listed in there, do you really think the academics are flying down on the weekends and, like, order me up a 16-year-old? I mean, that doesn't seem to be anywhere in any of this kind of stuff. It seems that this guy had his own Benjaminish kink on top of his many kinks for inviting academics and being able to say that he was talking with the big boys about academia. And I'm not saying that they weren't trying to, entertain themselves in the way that his access may have allowed them to do, but I don't think it's a one-for-one immediately. That means kids, because he did much more than just kids.
Oh, for sure.
Why are young black men?
It's also weird when people say, like, someone was in the room the other day, it was somebody we didn't forget who was up. And
Why are
was
young black men
listening
still
off
wearing
people
face masks?
in the Epstein files. And he said like, Blinton's all over the Epstein files. And he started, he went down the list, whatever, just a bunch of people whose names we know. And, but didn't mention Trump. And I was like, so I'm like, okay, wait a minute. And I did a little Google, and I'm like, how many times was Clinton mentioned in the Epstein's file? And, hundreds, right? Like, for sure. And I, so I was sort of asking, like, well, the people who are mentioned, like, what's the sort of frequency? And all the people who were mentioned this guy mentioned were all like relatively low number. I mean, not nothing, and still demands an explanation as far as I'm concerned. But Trump was mentioned 38,000 times. It was like a couple orders of magnitude more than anybody else.
38,000 times.
That's
wow. I didn't know he mentioned that many times.
He shows up.
Christ.
Like way more than anybody.
His name shows up in the Epstein files more than Harry Potter's name shows up in Harry Potter, more than Jesus Christ shows up in the Bible.
And this is the same argument we do. I was going to say, it's the same thing we do with when we're trying to explain how far away it is in space to the next, star. It's like, bro, we're talking trillions of miles, like 30 trillion miles away, in every direction, by the way, from the Earth. Think of that sphere. 30 trillion miles every direction. Yeah, there's nothing. Oh, except over there, there's this little thing. You know what I mean? It's like, oh yeah, I totally believe in aliens and visited. And it's like, all right, make that make sense for me. Like, because you're doing the same thing when you talk about 38,000 compared to like someone was mentioned 6 times. Like, yo, he's in there 6 times. He's got to be guilty. It's like, but nothing to the 38th times.
I think some people were just so surprised. So you have to say, no Chomsky? Like, really? No Chomsky?
Yeah, I went in there and read I went in there to the DOJ website and I typed in Chomsky, and I read like a lot of stuff. There's actually quite a lot of material to read through there. The most damning thing that I found was, so Epstein was this. I don't know if it was like public record at the time or anything, but if Chomsky and Epstein were good friends back around 2008, then Chomsky would have known that Epstein was convicted of let me see here, procuring a person under 18 for prostitution, solicitation of prostitution in the state of Florida, 2008. So Chomsky should have known about that by then. And yet he still maintained his relationship with him afterward. So that's like the most damning thing that I can find about Chomsky.
There's a little more. I mean, Chomsky was, I think, trying to figure out like how to make problems go away in his own life that had to do with his marriage or something like that, in terms of like PR or something like to that extent, which you could argue if that's worse or not. Yeah.
I read a bunch of other emails between Epstein and other people, and like Epstein seems to have this like pattern of behavior of like ingratiating himself like a little weaselly, little scumbag with all different kind of people, powerful people, influential people. That's kind of his thing.
Yeah, it's kind of trusting.
Yeah, right. Exactly. The like that 38,000 figure in the files is not just directly like Trump himself. It's like a mixture. It's like a or what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. It's like a Mar-a-Lago. It's like it's like a bunch of Trump sphere stuff. That's the 38,000 mentions, but we don't. But of course, like how do we know like what else hasn't been released yet? Like we should trust the people who are the very people who are named in the fucking files are in charge of the files' preservation and their release to the public, and we're supposed to take their fucking word for it that they released.
Well, and the thing is, again, that like Chomsky should have known better past a certain point, and like with Matt Gaetz, right? Matt Gaetz was kind of forced out of Congress because he trafficked and slept with an underage girl, like just over state lines, but still. And after he's gone, everyone was like, "Oh yeah," everyone knew he was a fucking pervert. Everyone knew like he would show us pictures of him having sex with like these women, and he would talk about how he'd take Viagra and Red Bull, and that makes me angry because it's like, so you fucking knew. All these people in Congress knew and did nothing. right? And so the kind of anger that I'm feeling at Chomsky is in line with that. You knew and you did nothing.
Well, one thing I like to point out, and I totally agree with you there, Romero, that it's horrible and it's disgusting. But here's the thing: even in everyday life, when regular people are like, so and so abused me as a child, people will still be friends with that person. I mean, I've experienced that with somebody I know who I accused of stuff, and people still, and it's like. So it's like that happens in our, we want to hold Congress and these people in high places accountable. And it's like, we also got to hold people in our immediate neighborhood accountable too for associating with people. So it's like, it's definitely a wider problem where it's like everyday people do this too in their own neighborhood.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, who was that congressman from California that was running for governor that all of a sudden all this information came out, all these pictures came out.
Swalwell.
Yeah, and everyone that they interviewed afterwards were like, oh yeah, we knew not to let our staffers be alone with him. It's like, well, what the fuck?
I know, right? Yeah, and I came up because I took a deep dive into the Epstein files. So I went, and then during COVID and shit, when people were talking about Pizzagate and all that, I deleted all of this though because I became a little emotional and unhinged because I was so distraught about what was going on. But I deleted all these videos. But I had video after video where I was telling people like, hey, Pizzagate might be like false and remember the whole Wayfair, like, oh, there's these cabinets on Wayfair.com that are worth so much aimed at your children. Oh, they're transporting children via Wayfair, the front door. And it's like, okay, yeah, that's not true. That's obviously false and a conspiracy or whatever. But I was telling people, like, don't let this distract you from the fact that there is a global trafficking ring. Like, just because Pizzagate and Wayfair is not true doesn't mean that there's not a trafficking ring, And I had friends telling me, like, Rachel, are you on your meds? Have you been taking your meds? Are you having a breakdown? Like, so many friends reached out to me. And then when all the Epstein files came out, it was like crickets. Like, nobody reached out to me and said, oh my God, you were right, Anyway.
Well, and so Epstein was apparently friends with the guy who ran 4chan. And one of the theories.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw emails about that. Yeah.
Yeah, that they would release rumors that were true, mixed in with fantastic conspiracies like lizard people and shit, to kind of flood the field.
Yeah, exactly. There were emails. Like I came across some of them that they were redacted in a lot of places, but. There were emails talking about the plan, to destabilize, to say crazy shit, to initiate crazy rumors so that people discounted the whole thing. Yeah.
So, hi, everyone. Happy Saturday. Hey. Hi. I have a few thoughts, but number one, it's interesting to think about the ethics of some of these situations that were brought up. Part of me definitely wanted to go into medical ethics for a while, and I still kind of do. But and on the topic of Epstein, let's not even get into the women physicians whom he had on speed dial to deal with all of the young girls that he abused.
You're not the one I want. I know. You know what Holman is doing.
What happened with those? But I love that. I think Elliot, you brought up Chomsky, and I read this really great op-ed, and I put it into the chat.
How do you know about this and I don't?
I thought this was really well written, and if anybody cares to read it, it's an MS Now op-ed about how Noam Chomsky tainted his legacy with his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. The subheading is the acclaimed scholar knew better than to work and side with the shadowy financier and sex offender.
This was written
in February, early February. It's a really, really good read. So if anybody wants to read it, by all means. Chomsky's relationship with, this author alleges that Chomsky's relationship with Epstein should certainly be considered a significant part of his legacy. There is one aspect of this writing where I really resonated with that part. So here's one paragraph that was good in general. There is a perennial debate about whether a public figure's misbehavior in their personal life should influence how we receive their public worth. There is a fits-all answer to these questions because the circumstances vary so much. But here's a rule that can help us navigate the question. In scenarios where someone's private behavior is in direct contradiction with their public mission, then that is a compelling reason for rigorous scrutiny and criticism of private life. And I found that to be one of the best paragraphs that I read with regards to public figures and their actions. It was a good article, at the end, he writes to guard against the kind of reverence that has made these revelations difficult for some of Chomsky's supporters to process. I suggest a rip on an anarchist slogan that I've heard on occasion. No gods, no masters, no heroes. I found it to be an excellent read. Not sure if anyone else would like it, but in case you would like to.
It's from the Microsoft network? What did you say?
It's on MS now. I'm not really sure what that, what kind of, what is it, media website that is.
MS Now is the online version of what used to be MSNBC, which is itself a syndicated cable news channel, leans mostly to the kind of corporate-y Democrat kind of left. They do have their Jack's the Fact, Just the Facts news guy at 5 or 6. I can't remember which one. And then they have a Good Sunday Show, which is usually kind of a political orientation of like what's going on throughout the week. But they're a syndicated version, like a cable version of NBC. They used to be MSNBC and now they're MS Now. That's probably more information than you wanted.
Still owned by Microsoft, yeah.
I didn't know they were owned by Microsoft. I knew Microsoft was a sponsor. I just didn't know random.
That's what the MS and the MSNBC was. Yeah.
Really? Anyways, this was just a different, this person doesn't, I don't think, identify as Democrat or Republican. I forget, but.
I'm just surprised. Like, anarchist is a forbidden word, and it wasn't invoked poorly here. So.
No, it wasn't. This was an excellent read. Like, I actually probably will subscribe to the Substack of this writer at this point, because I didn't realize he had a Substack. So.
Wow. Don't they all have Substacks at this point?
What's interesting? I've thought about different times is like, why as human beings, when somebody, let's say they write something really beautiful, or they champion a cause that seems so just and righteous, we know monsters who have written the most beautiful words you can hear, have said the most kind things to me, yet at the end of the day, they were horrible people. It's like, we as human beings, though, I mean, I do it too, and you have to guard against it, like, to elevate people in our minds. But it's like, no, like, that doesn't mean your art, your writing, your books, it truly doesn't mean anything about your character at the end of the day. But it's so easy to get caught up in, having these heroes, because we think it means something,
I I just thought it was interesting. I'd like to believe that everyone's reading the article, but I'm pretty sure that's not the case. LOL. But yeah,
no. My tab on the door. I'm leaving today.
Well, no worries.
But something that's funny to Pro's point earlier, because Pro was like, talking about people being mentioned doesn't necessarily mean they did something. What I find funny too, I found funny though on the flip side is people were like, oh my God, they mentioned Elvis and Marilyn Monroe in the emails and the files, and they're like, how can that be? It must be going on since that time. And it's like, guys, so some of the emails they're just making jokes and like referencing Marilyn Monroe and referencing Elvis, but they're not like Elvis and Marilyn Monroe are not like indicted in these emails. So that's something to watch out for. Yeah.
Sorry for killing the room, y'all.
Room killer.
I was reading the article. So is Elvis Presley alive? And is he going to come back to save the Union and proclaim Donald Trump's presidency as God's end?
Oh Lord.
It wasn't Elvis Presley. It was RFK Jr. that was supposed to come back. Or JFK Jr.
No.
It wasn't
JFK Jr. for the people. It was actually JFK. For those crazy people, they legitimately believe JFK was going to come back from the dead to name the club.
Oh. At the same place that he was murdered, he's just going to poof appear. It's like surprise mission.
In a Christ-like,
Jesus-like way.
Dude, it was like they were telling the story of Christ just with JFK. It was weird.
I mean, if they had that story for one person to attribute it to another, it sounds weird, but I get it.
Well, I get it. I know somebody who, on their fence, has this, and they're a Protestant, which is the weirder part of this. And they have on their fence, the sainted Charlie Kirk. Literally, an 8-foot tall thing that's 4 foot wide, and it's Charlie Kirk wrapped in an American flag with, the sun shining down on him. It is the most, and he's a religious person. He's a Christian. It's the most ungodly thing I've ever seen. Way to tell the Lord you're venerating an idol of Charlie Kirk. The idol of Charlie Kirk is being venerated all across America by all sorts of weird people, and they're Protestants, and they don't see they're making a fucking idol out of Charlie Kirk. It is disgusting.
Yeah, I thought the Protestants were all about not being idolaters. I thought that was their whole shtick against Catholics.
And Greek Orthodox, pretty much. That is their entire shtick. Hey, they worship idols. Kind of our thing.
I mean, religious conflicts would be so funny if they weren't so detrimental to the world.
That's true. If they could stay purely academic and they didn't tend toward actual violence, they would be really funny. But you take man's most sacred thing and they're willing to fight for it. What they see is their most sacred thing anyway.
Or they fight it out in some sort of coliseum, either as a soccer game or it's just there's this Russian show that I've seen on the internet where it's just groups of men brawling. It's well, MMA is not good enough. Multiple people fighting is not good enough. It's going to be 10 dudes versus 10 dudes. Fight. Yeah, and it's if the religious people did that in a coliseum, you could bet money on it. It'd be great money. It would be a great money maker.
Turn on Polymarket.
Oh my God, Polymarket! You could put it on pay-per-view. It'd be amazing.
Be like modern Gladiator. It'd be great. We get back to the Bronze Age and each select our own champion for the faith, and the champion fights for the faith in front of the assembled audience members, just like Gladiator.
Russell Crowe can make a special appearance.
Exactly, in his like over 50 pounds since he had the character Russell Crowe.
It's a walk-off. It's a walk-off.
What I wouldn't do for the good old days of a walk-off.
Why don't you just like do it?
I love that movie. Is this a center for ants? Has to be at least 4 times bigger. I love their like gasoline fight moment. That's classic.
Hey, I was gonna do that part, Dennis.
Sorry.
You should be.
Can't make it up to you. Orange mocha frappuccino.
Please, please. I would love an orange mocha frappuccino right about now.
Hold down, let it fuel. I could not get through the second one.
Wait, what second one? There was a second one.
Yeah, wasn't it in the last like 5 years?
No. You went through it like, what did you watch?
Let's see.
Now go Google it, please.
I swear there was a Zoolander 2.
Now go Google
Yeah,
it.
2016.
Yeah, there is a Zoolander too.
Stop it. That's all.
2016.
Why do they have to ruin everything with a sequel, except for maybe The Devil Wears Prada, which I meant to go shopping for so I could get some of the cerulean pieces, which I worked on, so I really kind of want to go see it. But, yeah. No, you won't see me in it.
Without a doubt, the Wrath of Khan Star Trek II motion picture was incredibly much better than Star Trek 1.
Uh-oh. You're about to start a nerd fight.
Well, I'm up to the task because, as you well know, I'm kind of a nerd myself.
I can't debate the whole.
We're nerd fighting. What are we fighting about?
That Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, was better than Star Trek, the original motion picture. It's not even a disagreement. It's accepted throughout the galaxy.
I mean, yeah, when I was a kid, I was like, what is this? What is this bullshit? But then as an adult, I appreciate the first one. Although, yes, it is slower and all that. You know, it's not as dramatic and fun as Wrath of Khan. But I like the philosophical stuff it gets into in the first one. So, yeah.
Yes, whether or not, I guess, AI or a computer can join with the human, right? Yeah. Yeah, but
Can you watch the first one without watching the TV series? Does it stand alone or connected with the TV series?
The first Star Trek motion picture stands alone.
Thank you.
Without the series, yes.
Is it from the 60s or 70s?
I want to say 65 to 68, 65 to 69. Yes.
Whoa. It's like as Apollo was being developed.
Yeah. But the Wrath of Khan, come on. I mean, Kirk, my old friend, do you know that revenge is a dish that is best served cold? It's very cold in Spain.
I like when he's talking. The last breath I was spitting.
Yes.
Around what year was it?
I know the motion picture was 77. I don't know the date of the Wrath of Khan. I'd have to look it up, but you always have and always will be my friend. Live long and prosper.
Or is Wrath of Khan where he also says, in all my travels, in all my encounters, there was and he's talking about Spock, and he's like, there was never a person who was more human.
Well, you forgot the pause. You forgot the pause. It's very important. Yeah. There's never been one that's been more human.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, I don't know anybody that thinks the original motion picture was better than the Wrath of Khan. Nope.
Rachel said it's more philosophical. Depends how you're grading it, I go. Would it be a good idea to watch the movie before the first season? Before they got into Star Trek?
Well, you could totally watch the movies without ever watching any of the series. It's just more rich, and there's little callbacks to the series. And especially with Wrath of Khan, you don't have to know the history of Khan, because it kind of like really quickly runs it down in the Wrath of Khan. However, if you want a richer experience, then yeah, watching the TV show first will give you a lot more context to Wrath of Khan,
Yes, what she said. Yes, what she said.
Thank you. Scott has very strong opinions about this.
I definitely like Star Trek. I'm just overwhelmed by the amount of episodes there are. Like, once you fall off the wagon, it's just like, oh my gosh, I don't even know what to do. Like, I've seen every Star Wars movie. I feel like this was like 13 of them or something like that. And I have not seen the new thing on Nathan Street because I don't know where to jump back in. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like overwhelming.
Did you like The Next Generation?
There hasn't been any Star Wars I haven't liked. I parts of The Next Generation I liked less than I would have hoped, but then I'd watch a little bit more of it. Okay, this is cool.
Wait, did you mean the Next Generation of Star Trek, or the latest generation of Star Wars?
I meant The Next Generation Star Trek series.
Considering there's no such thing as the next generation of Star Wars.
I think we were talking about this.
Exactly. Yes.
So here's what I was going to say after that. If you did enjoy TNG, then you might enjoy Picard. It might be a good place to jump back in. It's a lot of the same.
And that's exactly what I think. Like, I wanted to do Picard. What you had to do it on Peacock or something? What was it on?
Paramount.
Paramount, yeah. Which I think I now have. So I'm like, okay, maybe that is worth watching. But I haven't seriously invested in a series on TV in so long. They're only ones that I watch if they come up with the second season. Like, I think the only second season I've started watching, and I haven't even got through it in like the last year, was on Netflix. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, like part 5. You know what I'm saying? Kind of fallen off.
Pro, did you ever see The Pit?
No.
Now, I have not watched season 2 yet, but season 1 is amazing. The Pit.
I don't even know what it's about.
It's a medical drama.
I love Noah.
Yes, Noah. Yes.
I love him from the
ER.
No, actually, I never watched ER. I watched him in the Alien show, the last where he's the history teacher who basically saves the world.
Wait, what?
I don't know.
So there's a TV show, and if you just look up his bio, whatever the Alien TV show is, it was like 7 seasons or something like that.
Savage stuff, possibly. You don't choose like anymore.
I never heard of it.
Come to last
Guys, 5
I
seasons.
told you Alexander had to blend.
Oh, I have to check it out.
My father
I love
was
Noah
my
by
French.
too. Yeah.
Never should have happened. His horse got caught in the plow field and the brute just gave up. 7 damn lances had him like a tiger in a pit. Bad luck, they asked me. Yeah, bad luck. Yes, particularly bad luck here. 400 better horses at the stables in Hatton. Alex Brigade is spread. Plug the gap, if you please. Now's the time for the heavy cavalry, I think. By all means, up. Gordon, get your bastards up onto the crest. I'll bring out the rest of the brigade. But hurry yourself, Pick. My lads will hold them. Till you come. Get forward, Januaries. The 92nd will advance.
He's like a really smart.
Please hand, McDonald. Savage enough, possibly. Yep.
Bet you want some new places new. I kept my place until I wanted you. Don't mind when I'm with nobody else. I couldn't help it, I put you through. I don't know why
It's an aftermath of an alien attack, and throughout the country, there's different areas of resistance. Like there's some of the south, some of the north. Obviously, comms are all down. They're trying to communicate with each other. So that's kind of enough of it to give it to you. And, really well done. He's just a super star of that show.
I vaguely remember the show.
Cool. I've been spending less time on Clubhouse and feeling like, what should I fill my time with? And so I was like, I want to get into a good TV show.
Get into that. I want to say it ended in like right before COVID, maybe, or a little bit.
2011 and 2015.
Yeah. Okay. I thought it went a little longer, but 2015. Okay, cool. But yeah, it was dope.
And I started this show on called The OA on Netflix because I really like. Okay, there's this dope show called Undone, which I'll get to in a minute. That show Undone is fantastic, and so I wanted to look for similar shows, and ChatGPT tells me The OA. But you ever watch something and then just one piece of bad writing in one episode is so stupid? You're like, I can't get over this one little faux pas. Like, I can't watch this show. That's what happened. So I'm getting into it, and I'm like, I like the premise. This is cool. Okay.
Yeah.
It's barely just
like Clubhouse room. You try to go to a room, just like we can't do it.
Yeah. So then there's this one piece of bad writing, which I was like, okay, I see why they had to do that because they wanted to. With a very made the character do something totally stupid that no grown-ass adult would ever do, simply to fulfill this new plot line they wanted to establish. And I'm like, that was so stupid. I can't even watch the rest of this show.
Right. Noah Wiley's so good in that. He has to be the star of something. And sure enough, I was like, oh, okay. I didn't know he was in the. I wasn't really watching the medical. Oh, all right, cool. I remember seeing his face.
Yeah.
And I was like, let me watch this guy. And I was like, oh yeah, he's. It kind of sneaks onto the ecosphere. And you're like, wait a minute. This guy was too good for this just to be his first major role. He really makes the show.
Yeah, and the thing I was going to mention about Undone is so Undone is an animated robot.
They like the British system of not having the weapons, but they're also not protecting the citizens.
This isn't about labels. This isn't about being pro-union.
Who people think she has schizophrenia because they thought her grandmother had it, and really it's this other ability that, I mean, if you look it up, it tells you that it's like time travel, but it's not time travel in the traditional way you would think of it. It's kind of what I kind of like writing sci-fi screenplay of my own, where it's kind of time traveling through memory almost, rather than physically time traveling, if that makes sense. And so it really gets into themes of like family trauma and healing and identity crises and existential questions, and like and it's really done in this really cool way, and the writing's fantastic, the character development's great. It was only 2 seasons, but if you want a cool, unique, outside the box show like that, it's really cool. Yeah. Yeah, of course, you know the reasons I related to it, but yeah, but so there are moments where she like has to go in the hospital and stuff.
Conservatives.
But it's like
I think I watched
the shooting and death of Chicago police officers.
There's only 2, unfortunately.
Yeah,
I wish there were more, but yeah.
So I think I watched it like they were going house to house kind of thing, right, in the neighborhood, and they were like, it was something like it was like this small neighborhood, like group of people in the neighborhood.
And a call for change.
Right?
Well, okay, you're talking about season 1 or season 2?
I think it was season 1.
Okay.
So there's like, I have such a vague memory of it. I know I saw it. I just don't remember how much I saw. I want to say I saw the whole first season.
Oh, okay.
I realized some people have powers, or like kind of, and it's like I just have such a vague memory of it.
Well, it was more she finds out people in her own family, like history of people in her own family.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So was she like adopted as a kid, like kind of? I don't know.
Well, the grandma was, but that kind of gives away a little bit of the plot of season 2. But yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So you may have watched season 2.
Maybe I saw season 2 then.
Yeah, that would make more sense, because that sounds more like what you were describing.
There's like a house across the street where some of the stuff happens, and they go to some community center, and then like in the neighborhood, and they go upstairs in this abandoned house. And is that season 2?
No, okay. I think you might be thinking of a different show.
I don't know. It sounds like what you described. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look at the thing and see the pictures that people.
Okay. I mean, there is a part in season 2 where they show a lot of houses, but what it actually is not. It's showing houses from different time periods in the grandmother's life, not necessarily different households in the same timeline, if that makes sense. Yeah, now there's a current film project that I'm like, I want to use rotoscoping in, but I don't know. But I'm trying to reach out to a lot of my film friends, and I'm asking them, like, do you know how to rotoscope? But I guess most people don't do it because it's so expensive and time consuming to rotoscope, apparently.
Okay, I did see this. I saw, and I think it was season 2 that I saw.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that makes more sense. Yeah,
I'm seeing it now. I'm getting a little bit confused with another show that I watched at the same time.
We are
yeah, I remember this. It was dope. Now I remember the grandmother thing.
Oh, okay. when it says "Don't be a Richard" in the title, which Richard are we talking about? Ours Richard with the last name starts with a C, or who? Which Richard?
It definitely meant the male usage of Richard Short Dick.
Oh, got it. I thought you were talking about a specific person. I was like, what?
I tend to say that to people. I'm like, stop being a Richard, man. Stop being a Richard. And
That's funny.
there was a lot of Richards in a lot of rooms out today. I was like, people are really, really uptight today. I don't know what it was. A lot of the rooms I was in. It was a bit of yesterday too.
Richard, and it is a full moon.
Yeah. Maybe that's it. So let's chalk it up to that. I'm cool with that. I'm here for the moon today. Up there. See how I did that? Yeah, give me respect for that, right, Benjamin? You did well. I mean, it's my thing. I'm trying to get Benjamin's picked up. He's carrying the torch of it. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not gonna get there.
Some things that people call woo, though, are just.
Wait. That was not the reception we were looking for, Sam.
What were you looking for?
I was looking for, hey, what's going on, man? Like, you were just like,
When have I ever done that?
I suppose you have a valid point.
I know, I was about to ask that. I was like, I don't think that sounds like Sam.
Hey! Thanks for asking my show with the Boston. The Benjamin, hey Joe. Dennis.
Triple H.
No, I was gonna say a lot of things that people will say is woo. It just leaves with a different term. Because there's a lot of things I think now that I used to call woo, and now I'm like, it's just the way things are, and we just need a different name. Like, we need to invent one.
I align strongly with Benjamin on this one. I don't think I necessarily align with that. I mean, it depends what you mean, but whenever I hear someone say something close to that, I normally think they're going to give me a list of things that I need to reconsider that are. And I will say, there's something there. Like, I go to this example. This may not be what you're talking about, Rachel, but I go to, like, when I think of all the unexplained kind of stuff that's there, I just think of a bunch of unexplained stuff. I think like ball lightning, right? Like ball lightning is weird as hell. I think that's one of the few things that is over in this category of like mind-boggling. I don't know what to make of this kind of. I don't even want to comment on it because I come for a loss of words for it. I'm like, all right, I just leave it alone. But I find when I'm in clubhouse rooms, people say, "Oh well, you know, this is a thing," and I'm like, "Is it really a thing?" And every time they give me an example, I go, "No, that's not a thing." I'm still not convinced.
I wasn't talking about things that are like unexplained, but I also would never give you a list of things to reconsider because the only way that I've come to this conclusion is through personal experience, and nothing I say will make any sense to you or change your mind. So I used to be that person who tried to convince other people like what I'm saying. And now I'm like, no, you can figure it out for yourself, and it may not align. So I don't even want to waste my breath because it's like not out of malice or something, but more like, hey, it's true for me and it's worked in my life and it's actually improved my life, but it's very personal and it's very experiential and it's very unique to my life, and so I would never deign to like speak on your life. And so it's like, if you don't agree, it's like, I don't even care. I'm not even going to try and convince you, you know?
Well, that's no fun. That's no fun, Rachel. I beg you to reconsider.
I'll think on it. I don't know.
I'm leaning into your inner Keanu Reeves.
Wait, who, me?
Yeah, well, anybody who's doing that. There was a quote I remember from him, which was like, "I'm just really in my like no fucks to give phase. Like, if you want to tell me that 1 + 1 is blue cheese, like you are correct."
Oh yeah, I do remember that quote.
What was that quote before or after 1 times 1 is 2? By our friend from what's his name? What's the name? The Marvel character guy. Can't remember his name. What's his name?
I'm not sure.
You know, 1 times 1. John something is that his name? He played
Terrence
Brody.
Howard.
Terrence Howard. Yeah.
When Terrence Howard was on Joe Rogan, was it? Or what was the interview?
He was on a lot more than that. This is not 1 interview. This is like 100 interviews. But yeah, he was on Joe Rogan.
I think I only heard of the Joe Rogan one where he was saying about
he did the New Age 1 times 1 is really Tuesday. And I was just wondering, did that quote come out because of him? Or was that just a general quote before it?
I used the 1 times 1 thing when I did my taxes this year. I paid a lot of extra money.
You know, I don't know if you ever like finished that system. Does that mean 2 times 1 equals 3?
Then what's the difference between addition and multiplication? Didn't he have a name? I forgot. There's some kind of conceptual name for this little theory.
It's like teriology or something.
Yeah, I forget what it was.
No, it was that would have been a good one, but it was something else.
It's like when you can afford to just hire people that will own you all your ideas, man. Really.
Hero, it's throwing me off seeing this picture of you because of Snow Crash. I always envisioned you as this like Japanese skinny like young person, and it's throwing me.
I felt like I didn't want to misrepresent myself.
No, I just
threw out an actual photo every once in a while.
No, I've been trying to get certain people to read Snow Crash. Like for me with Snow Crash, the writing was a little bit hard for me to get into at first because I feel like he spent so much time and details on things that I just, as a reader, was not interested in. But then when you get to that middle part where he just all of the threads just tie together and it's all about language and myth and like all that programming and all the shit that combined towards the half of the book, I'm just like, it's so worth it to wade through the story. And I'm just so because at first I kept stopping reading it, and then one of my friends was like, "No, Rachel, you got to get to this part of the book. You're gonna love it." And he was right. So yeah.
She's gonna bring ass.
You got your head all the way up in it.
All the way up in it.
All right, here's my impersonation of Al Pacino trying to look for his cat. Okay, ready?
Where's my motherfucking cat? It's pretty good.
It's pretty good? Thank you.
Whoa.
Waste my
motherfucking time.
Well, waste my motherfucking time.
I'm sorry that the chicken got cold. Who?
Fucking owl. It's like, not my TV. You can fuck my wife, but you can't watch my TV. That is such a fucking, that's exactly what I would say in that situation. I'm taking my RoboCop Blu-ray special edition. You can fuck my.
Sorry for ruining your room again. I don't know if my rooms are capable to be ruined, but appreciate it.
Well, you put time into it. You've been building the room. And you have a lot of listeners now. I can see the work you put into it. I kind of feel bad sometimes when I come in. I just like poo all over everything like a fucking baboon.
I don't know if that was a statement of hubris or just that like nothing can derail your room because you allow all things.
It's pooperous. That's what it's called. I mean, to an extent. I suppose it depends on how invested you are in the conversation. I'm not invested in this conversation, so there you go. Fucking hero. He looks like an actor. Who do you fucking look like? You look kind of like Joaquin Phoenix mixed with, I don't know. I just don't know the names of all these actors. But you look like something. I put my finger in that mustache. Okay, no more being weird. Everyone's okay. We're on normal. Okay, Benjamin.
No more being weird and you call him Benjamin? I'm just kidding.
Marshall's fucking weird. I don't think Benjamin's.
Yes, I am. I will admit to being weird.
You're kind of weird, yeah. Sam's weird, but he's fun to party with. Sam's like a lot of fun. I think Sam's like one of the coolest people. I kind of like thought he was like kind of boring at first, but he's. All right, I'm gonna do my weird ranking.
Wait, party with
Can I do my weird ranking of everyone in the room? Yes, you can. But yes, he is. No, there was this night recently. All right, top. Oh, awesome! Just came in and changed the whole dynamics. All right, top to bottom, weird. We have. I can't do top weird. I have to do least weird. This is a tough room for least weird. I'm gonna go with least weird in the whole room. I'm gonna get to my number one spot. Yeah, I stand by that. That's why I pull out Elliot. Because when you want a well-monitored room, you choose Elliot, and then you throw in all the shit show like Benjamin. Number two, it's a strong propension to say hero, but I think I'm going to go with Dennis. I think Dennis is coming in at number two. Followed by John.
I made the stand. I'm on the stand.
After that, it gets really challenging. It gets really challenging after that.
Yeah, John's usually the same.
Yeah, it gets really. I mean, there's a lot of ways you can go here. It's like define what you mean by normal. Right here is the payoff. Like anybody could get that top three in any order, and you'd be correct. I think with number four, this could be a mistake. I could live to regret it. I think I'm going with Sam.
Really?
Sam may lose respect for me for putting him this high. All right. And then I think coming in right. This Meg isolates. Of course, like if she's on stage, I'd put her right to the class because even her last name is so normal for me. She wants to isolate from the rest of humanity, which I love. So I'm not going to count Meg. Let's see. I think next. It feels really irresponsible of me saying this, but I think it's Romero. I think.
No, yeah, you're wrong.
Top three bitches, top three.
Yeah.
I think it might feel weird about this too. I think Aisha might be next. It's like I might have to.
Wait. You're putting who's not weird. I would put Aisha above Romero.
I think so too. I think I corrected, but it's really
not weird.
He's trying to rank people who are.
The closer you are to the beginning, the less weird you are. We're going towards.
And so that's why I'm disagreeing with him, Romero.
I'm a normie. Holy
so when you're a normie.
Yeah. We all know who's number one or number.
Let's just put this in. Let's just say. All right. I won't reveal too much information. I'm just going to keep it right there. All right. And now I don't think we do know because I have a strong urge to put Joe at the head of the class, but we all know Joe very little. So,
it's from weirdest to least weird, or least weird to weirdest.
I
I was going for penultimate. I really wanted.
Yeah, Joe could be. I think the more you're gonna vote for Joe to be the weirdest guy in. But I'm gonna put Joe right now. I'm gonna put Joe now.
Like the British cooking show, and just do the bottom 3 and the top 3, and everybody else.
Nah, I'm still building. And then I think this feels. I feel dirty saying this too, and I think Uncle Steve is next.
You feel dirty.
So he's number 1. He's top weird.
I think it's Rachel. And I could reverse that order between Rachel and Uncle Steve. And now we really come down to the payoff because these are who I have left. I have Roybus, I have Benjamin, I have Marshall, and I have Austin. All right, so
That's rough.
I think it's Marshall who's next.
He's weirder than me. What are you talking about?
No, you're right after him. Then it's Roybus. But I feel like it could go either way. Roybus, Marshall. And now I think it's Austin. And I think I think Benjamin wins. And I think then Benjamin.
I don't disagree with Benjamin.
I think that's pretty solid. I mean, you might reverse a couple of people, but it's pretty solid.
Austin
Well,
doesn't
it's like
go
it to
along
be
with
an
the
outlier.
soliloquies. Austin's pretty brief.
I gotta bring up my weird game, man. Like, what the fuck?
I know,
you're in a
right?
room of all-star, Guerrero. Guerrero, you're in a room of all-stars here, so I got
You're gonna have to glue some like dog ears all over your body to like compete.
Bet.
You still have your
and I challenge you. I challenge anybody, by the way. Like, think of your weirdest weird for your resume of how you could say yourself in 10 seconds, just how freaking weird you could sound. I mean, Rachel, take yourself, for example. Like, as normal as you are, you can make your weird biography be top 10.
I'm not that normal. I just hide it well.
You hide it well. That's what I'm saying, you know. And I honestly think I might be the most normal in the whole room.
I was thinking that the whole time. Like, this is a list done by someone who's very normal. No, I think Elliot is more of a normie than Pro.
I think he is.
Am I more normal or less normal because I have Lisa Friend Space Aliens as my PTR?
Yeah, I don't think that adds to the normal.
So, really quick, Roybus, the actor you're thinking of is Scott Grimes, and I have his photo in my PTR.
Oh, let me look up Scott Grimes. I don't know some of these new actors.
You've seen him in a lot of things since the 80s.
Our hero looks a little bit like Luke Grimes, the guy who plays in Marshals. They just like needs more muscle tone and shit like that, but like he can pass his hands a little bit.
Hey, he just needs like a private like trainer. You know, he'll get there. Like if you had to like play like Jason Bourne or shit, like you would, you know, they'd fix you up real quick. They give you $1 million just for your personal trainer.
I mean, whoever you look like, hero, it's a nice face.
Yeah, it's a nice face. No, it's just pleasing face.
Yeah, he's one of the stars of the Orville. He's been in a lot of movies and TV shows since he was like a little kid. You know him if you see him on screen.
So Romero, is your next PTR going to be you with a bunch of dog ears all over your body?
No, I'm just gonna get a bunch of nipples and paste them everywhere.
He could be in the next like Tool video or something.
Yeah, it'll be like chicken pox, but nipples.
I know the nipples.
I definitely have to edit.
I know that I'm not gay, but
And Roybus. I have to edit that Romero.
Roybus, did you ever meet Trent Reznor?
No, I met Marilyn Manson.
Oh, that's cool.
Bro, you should change your title.
Oh, but I did a recording at James, his keyboard player's house. You see that old school MTV thing where they're all like in the mud and shit and that whatever that Woodstock, right? It's like no Woodstock. Anyway, I've been to his house in Calabasas, but I never met Trent.
What about Primus?
I went into the shower and I came out, and now, like, what? There's like a room going. Hello, look at this. All the fun people all in one place.
Yeah, you were voted weirder than you'd probably be comfortable with.
Apparently, you're weirder than me.
And there's no way that that's true. Sorry, I know Romero more than...
I was hoping to edge out Benjamin, but
How did did you not edge out Benjamin, Royvis?
I don't know. I guess because Royvis tries too
Benjamin
hard.
is definitely ranger than you.
I'm too much of like a florid, weird person. Like I don't know. Like I'm too.
Why am I getting voted as weirder? Like, where? Wait, what? What did I come?
This is not something you want to win.
It's that whole like that you hate Keanu Reeves thing that really pushed you over the edge.
What?
In California, we're
I
competing.
had to use that in my judging. I'm trying to recap the list here. I'm trying to So was it Elliot, Dennis, John, Hero? Who came after Hero?
Sam. I think Sam.
I'm not as normal as Dennis. Oh, Dennis. Oh, Dennis.
Was Aisha after Sam?
You're 11. This is a cybersecurity expert. Of course he's talking.
I don't understand. This is not what I want to be all comfortable after my shower.
I think it was Joe.
Are you lodging a formal complaint?
I might have to. I've had enough of the jury of appeals at track meets and conference championships, but I may actually sit here and pay to protest. Let's do
You
it.
need to speak to the manager.
Well, excuse me, Aaron. I'd like to speak to the manager, please. I'd like to know who your supervisor is.
See, now that Io's here, I would have to totally revise it, but Io, like, second to Benjamin, I think.
The one thing I can say.
Benjamin has never been to a UFO conference.
Tactical, 3 minutes. They knew the police response time. There's.
I know, but if he did go to a UFO conference, if he did go to a UFO conference, they might just stop the conference and say, "See, that's the proof."
How do we know he hasn't been to a UFO conference at Esalen? And IO won for least boring a few months ago.
Was it the state charges?
Well,
so
if he had been to a UFO conference, we know at a UFO conference they treat the aliens with much more respect.
So I need to hear the argument, Pro. Why is it that you think Benjamin is like the weirdest?
Oh, he's clearly the weirdest.
But why?
Nobody ever.
I mean,
These guys,
He ended up in a weird cast.
He was by now.
Not a opinion. That's a fact.
Exactly.
Boring.
Sam.
Is
Let me
that
give
what
you-
we're doing?
Let me give you
Must
his.
be what we're, because I'm certainly not boring. But that being said, CM has.
There was no. It was
oh, someone else mentioned boring, but that's not what we were
didn't
talking about. Yeah.
CM said need to do a rank choice poll where everybody votes for their top 3 or 5 weirdest people, and then we show them. That sounds pretty democratic, and
I think so. Look, here's proof, right? Sort of. Like, I think Rachel agreed with me that I could be the least weird. I could be the most normal here, but I don't think I'd be the most boring on anyone's list. So, the boring and normal, I don't think they necessarily go together. I'm not saying I'd be skyrocketing off the
Right.
charts.
Yeah.
Not boring, but clearly not the most boring. But anyways,
Pretty damn boring.
Benjamin. So he is and he isn't. He's boring in the fact that he restates the same thing over and over and over again. If that's what you mean by boring. He's certainly like high on that. But his takes are not boring. His takes are anything but boring. I mean, he literally has a fake DVD called "How to Survive in an Islamist Country." I mean, that is not boring. That's just, if it's boring, as he says it 600 times a day.
Yeah, his ideas are just really,
really off.
I can't.
Yeah, it takes the cake. So yeah, Benjamin is definitely a one of a kind. I mean, nobody knows anyone like Benjamin unless you know the star of Stranger Things, who's the pilot on that show. Then you know Benjamin. But if you don't know that guy, Benjamin's pretty much the most unique person I think I know any of.
I don't know about that. You're skipping over Uma, right? Uma, to talk about the most entertaining.
Well, nuts. Like, she's just a nut in every sense of the word. Like, and I know nuts exist, but Benjamin's a nut while not being stupid. You know, like he has unbelievable bad takes.
It's a very fine line.
Yeah, he's very, very smart, well read, generally intelligent person and just unbelievably stupid ideas on top of that, right? So it's hard to put a finger on.
You know, it's funny. I often get told, "Wow, Rachel, you're so normal and well-adjusted for someone who is raised in a cult and has psychosis." So I'm like, okay, like I don't know how to take that.
Well, now that you went there, I was thinking that in the bio, like if I wanted to create that bio I was talking about.
I know if you go purely by bios, I think I might win the odd weird game. But yeah.
And of course, Benjamin's is right there. Benjamin is a.
But I mean,
if we want to be objective, everyone taking meds has to go off. Off your meds. See what happens.
Oh God, Romero.
I'm not going off my meds. That's not happening.
I mean, unless you want to see me like.
I get really sad when I go off my meds. I don't want to do it. Man, I'm good.
No, I was gonna say, Pro. Has Benjamin? Hold on.
You sound like an REM song from the 90s, Marshall.
This one goes down to that's 80. John, why do you have Sean Connery as ATI?
Oh shoot, you're right. I was hoping you wouldn't recognize him.
And you gotta hit her with an open hand.
How could you not recognize Sean Connery? Yes, you do look like him, but
this is the photo back when I used to actually go to the barber, and they'd ask what I wanted. I whip out this picture and say, "Look, I'm not expecting miracles, but this is what I'm going for."
Wandering in the night, what were the chances?
Okay, Alex. I'll think. How does that work?
She brought a knife to a gunfighter.
And then he takes for a ride through with the Humvee and the whole escape scene.
Oh, the Rock. Oh, so good.
And I gotta see that Nicolas Cage. Losers go. What was it? Losers talk about it. Oh fuck! I forgot.
Losers whine about how winner goes home and fucks the prom queen.
Yeah.
Paper or plastic? What? Paper or plastic? Because when we're done here, I'm gonna either need to put you in a paper bag or a plastic one.
No, the thing I was gonna say, bro, before my kid came in, because I didn't want to hear it, I was gonna say, look, I think I could take the cake home on this because I don't think even Benjamin has ever thought he was a deer and got naked and on all fours and started eating grass in somebody else's backyard. So that is the true story.
There is that.
Yeah.
There is that.
So anyway, that's what happened on my last take on a break.
But
Yeah.
we don't know that much about Benjamin. You might
He might have done that. Yeah.
Am I gonna have to defend my?
Throw in some bees and some honey, and you might have
title.
Yes, Benjamin, you are.
Throw some bees and honey in there, and I think you have a pretty on par story.
Well, I gotta say, I was surprised by how freaked out people become when you want to protect women from a religion that literally kills them. I love protecting women from religions.
It's like waking up the Kraken.
Fucking thing.
Isn't it like waking up the Kraken?
A little bit. Well, I think
it's like InfoWars light.
MRI.
Hey, girl. Disturb my slumber.
It's like running an MRI on people's moral intuitions. Girl, you don't need that.
Everyone's turning the frogs gray.
And you find people that have like a wrench stuck up their ass or something, and they're wondering how'd that get there? Why do you have any objection whatsoever?
Well, I mean, it got there with a lot of mood, okay?
To condemning religion that literally kills women for wearing their hair falling out of the side of their hijab. They gotta have the right hair.
Okay, it's not the religion. that does that. It's a religious society that does that. But wait, hold on. Somebody said something a second ago. 1 second.
Wait,
Who said something right before it? Somebody said something right before it that made me think of. Darn it! I lost my thought. I'm so.
Hi, Christina. Was that it?
What was it?
Romero was describing the amount of lube required to hide a wrench.
I saw a CT of a man who decided to put a bunch of Russian dolls up his anus.
Like nesting dolls?
Oh gosh. The nesting dolls.
Oh my lord.
Saw a CT image of that.
Isn't
and
that
I recently,
like the medieval torture device where they had like the pear and they put that in your anus?
And then it slowly expands. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be evil. But also, I saw a man. Now, this is terrible since we have a majority of men on the panel as usual. But they decided to stuff a jump rope up their urethra through their penis into their bladder.
Oh my god.
I love sharing the fun medical cases with you guys.
This is so bad.
Remember
Yeah.
talking about that museum?
Like, have you ever seen the movie Aliens? Well, that's real life, motherfuckers. Get used to it.
Yeah, the Museum of Medical Oddities.
Bro, how much is Christina?
I mean, to rebuke Benjamin, all we have to do is just look at the history of Christians and witches, and there we are.
I like your picture of John.
But some of those women would really witty.
She turned you into a nude? She turned you into a nude?
I got better.
I got better.
Just like witches.
So that's so interesting. I love how like Benjamin is like just to defend his title of being weirdest. He brings up this thing about the hijabs or whatever. I'm like, I don't know what that had to do with anything. But okay.
It improved his title. You might have missed.
I guess so.
Benjamin gave us a nice story of this poor woman whose father, I believe, what did he like? Kill her, Benjamin, with a car, trying to commit holy.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was. You love this one, Benjamin. You want to give it a replay? Yeah, poor Nora. Poor Nora's story. He took a full 5 in Uncle Steve's room to share this tear. So let me skip to the highlights.
Who's shaving?
Girl doesn't want to get married to her cousin. Father insists. She said no. That's John.
What is shaving?
So recently,
the joys of listening to John Hot Mike they know no bounds.
I'm shaving my chest right now.
I'm grooming myself to look more like Sean.
That's better.
Are you?
I'm shaving the letter R into my chest for women.
So recently, a MAGA Republican got into an argument with his 20-some-year-old daughter, and then he proceeded to shoot her to death. So.
Oh yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah, I heard about that too.
So are we gonna denounce the Christianity part of that somewhere along the line? No? Yes.
Not Benji.
No, Benji should.
He only has eyes for.
It corresponds to his anti-religion stances.
He only has eyes for Muhammad. He only has eyes for Muhammad.
All right, just want to admit something to you. It's kind of embarrassing right now. I don't know why, because I don't really know any of these sites. So I like to eat cottage cheese, and then I put salsa in it. You know, I just mix salsa with cottage cheese. That's
like
weird.
Like Mexican salsa.
I know people who do that.
Roy's my thing
is the guy over. Like, I'm trying to out weird Benjamin.
Oh, my thing is Thai green curry and cottage cheese. It's the best.
Sounds good too.
It's really good.
Damn it. Oh, you win.
You just dropped a notch towards normal.
I don't know. The Roy's is kind of basic. I don't know this cottage cheese.
I mean, I know people who do that. Cottage cheese and salsa.
White
The
people
cottage
love
cheese
cheese.
drops you. The
Well,
cottage cheese drops you.
I know, Romero. I'm in
Salsa
Oklahoma.
brought you back
Because I
home.
told you something.
alright, what else did I eat? I gotta go really weird. I ate fucking cricket tacos. I go to Oaxacan restaurants.
Cricket?
Yeah.
Like with crickets in it? Gosh, and I thought I was weird for French
There you go.
fries with honey, salt, and pepper.
Yeah.
I've done that in Oaxaca.
So
I've
good.
eaten grasshoppers. I've eaten codfish gonads. I've had anglerfish liver.
Excellent like that.
I ate a liver. I ate a lobster when it was still alive. Let's see. Abalone.
Brett, you recovered your spot.
Sea squirt. Let me see. Sea squirt's fucking weird. It's a coral reef animal. I don't think I would do that one again. Let me see. I've eaten otter vaginas. Like a big ball of those.
Are you making this up?
Otter vagina.
Are you making this up? Or
Does that come flat?
And you all were just like, that's good.
That's pretty funny.
That was funny. But I ate crickets and all the other things are true. I'm not bragging about killing animals. That was like a particular Korean place where it was alive seafood, and I didn't like order that. They just bring stuff out. So you go like, okay, we have 5 people. Bring us that much food, and they just bring out random shit. And one time, yeah, it was a lobster. The bands were still in the claws. It was alive. The antenna was moving around, and I was like, all right. It was like watching the second Indiana Jones movie, Temple of Doom, when he's like eating the monkey brains and the bugs and shit, and the snake babies. And when I was a kid, I was like, I hope one day I will get to actually do that. Well,
You know, you eat one otter vagina, and then everybody's miserable.
everything is hurt.
How were there no mods? It's just my screen.
That's very strange.
No, it's not.
No mods. How did that happen?
Party time!
Let's see if we can.
Experimentation and anarchy.
But I can't leave. I can't even leave the room. Where's your...
You can never leave.
You thought you could leave, Mr. Bond.
Oh, this is very weird.
Sure, you thought you were that time.
And yet nobody has the ability to end the room, right? Am I wrong? I don't see it in mine.
Crow's in the audience, right? When he leaves, does it make somebody... No, it doesn't.
One of the mods had to come back.
I was going to say, somebody should invite Pro up, and I
It
noticed.
finally fucked up. We see it.
See, this is what happens when you just vibe code everything. You get garbage fucking software.
Well, is it more garbage for it to fail open or closed?
Stop with the razor.
This may be the first permanent room of Clubhouse history. Can anybody change the title? Because that would be wonderful if the first permanent room in Clubhouse history.
Don't be a dick. No, I can't do anything.
That was interesting. Okay.
I only have my own audio quality controls and certain settings that. Yes, I can't.
So nobody even knows if anybody has their hands raised down there.
True.
Wow.
You can bring nothing. You can change nothing.
And you would love it.
But my father, why?
And Dennis is somehow not weirder than me. Pro just doesn't know you like I do, Dennis.
Or he knows you better. I don't know.
I don't know whether gratified or triggered by being crowned the basic bitch.
I mean, your photo's kind of weird. I don't know. Like, what are you doing there? What are you trying to?
Literally left us in this permanent room to sit here and fester about who's the weirdest.
It's like, are you looking like directly into the sun?
Like, I think that was his whole plan, was to sit here and let us fester in a room talking about how weird we are when he's really the weirdest one of all.
And all I have to say to that is,
Are you trying to do an Al Pacino though?
I was doing it more like a more out of it. It comes up the other day, it's like, I'm tired, you know?
Do what you got. Do what you got.
Be there.
Al Pacino describing that ass. One of the funniest things I've ever seen.
He's got it. What's funny about the thing is, you know, he's about to say something else, and they changed it. I don't know if it's like ADR or something, but he almost said a different line, but they kept it anyway. So I think he was gonna say like, she's got a great something, and he went to big ass. I've analyzed this movie like 15,000 times.
And to be fair, there wasn't as much content back when that movie came out.
Yeah, we didn't have a choice. It's like, what are you gonna do? I'm gonna go home and watch Heat. What else?
For the 15th time on cable or
For
whatever.
the 45th time this month.
I'll probably jack off for 2 hours and then I'll watch Heat 36 times. That's what you do. It's like 28.
When you're weird. Okay, so what you just mentioned that whatever Al Pacino line, what is the best compliment you've ever gotten about you?
From Al Pacino?
Sure.
For the best compliment I got from me? Wait, say it again? Aisha. What's your question?
I said, what's the best compliment you've gotten? You can keep it to a part of your body if you really want to.
Can't answer that. What are you talking about?
Because we were talking about Al Pacino.
He has a great rooster.
Oh my god.
Oh, I know you'll answer, Roy. That's why do you think I asked you?
I'm not. With these people in the room, maybe you and the different after hours room. No.
Okay. I'll ask you later.
Thank you. Okay, what? But then, yeah.
The night is still young. We must venture forth.
Honest question. I want to hear from two people what the weirdest take is that I have. The weirdest take? You gotta calibrate this. We gotta figure out what's weird, what counts.
I don't know. I can't figure it out.
I'm just trying to reverse engineer the algorithm. Your weird thing with science, your weird thing with Zoroastrianism, and religion's kind of weird because you're not like a typical atheist. You definitely.
Wait, Benjamin, do you describe yourself as an atheist?
No.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense to, because people make up shit all the time with money and countries and all this shit. No. If money is not real, okay, then God is not real. But if money is real, you just make up things. People made up 10,000 gods. Like, those 10,000 gods and unicorns are at least as real as money is.
Money is not everything. It's the only thing, Benjamin. You got it back.
That's right. It depends.
Nobody's got even a clue. Oh wait, Zoroastrian. You think Zoroastrianism is weird? Okay, that's well documented. There's good scholarship on that. Dan will even come up and explain it 15 times if you need that. What's the other thing? Science. Oh, I'm so right about the science. Can't even know. I don't fucking
Bro, we decided you're the weirdest one while you were away.
Yeah. There were no boxes here.
Because he just made me ran away.
Yeah, I just want to ask you how. What happened?
No, he decided to make us all bicker amongst ourselves. He is the master manipulator here. We're all bickering about how weird we are. Royvis is trying desperately to win the competition. And then he ran away and created the first permanent room on Clubhouse.
So how did the mods come back?
Yeah, Pro, did you notice what happened? You left Pro and made nobody a mod, yet the room was still going.
I think I was next in line, and Clubhouse, we cannot let Royvis be mod. We must invent a new form of room hitherto unnamed.
The auto assign failed, and fortunately, the room didn't implode.
That was pretty cool.
If the room didn't implode, does that prove parts of Wanda?
I mean, I still have yet to hear someone say they did a weirder thing than what I did, but okay.
Okay, the best compliment anyone ever gave me is that I look kind of okay at like 4:30 p.m. I'm like the golden hour when the lighting's just right. It hits my eye. And
That was the best compliment. They said you looked sort of okay.
yeah, that was the best.
I think if I should moderate it, we should have Royvis moderate it. That seems like the only.
The universe must have balance. It is true.
The Aisha Royvis duality.
It's a good one.
It's not you scraping your ball, bro. Really.
Well, in physics, we call it the AR paradox.
I dig it.
I'm gonna put my weight vest back on. It's like,
Oh, yeah.
you like that one for fantasy? It's a good one.
Sorry. Now I remember.
I'm so proud of it when I got it, and now it's like it's fucked my knees up. It's fucked my shoulder. I have like a bruise on my chest. It's fucking weird. It's wearing this fucking stupid.
Late.
I have a friend who decided to walk the entire perimeter of New York City, which is over 32, maybe 36 miles, without training for it at all, not realizing that she was going to attempt an ultra marathon today. I haven't checked in on her. I gave her a lot of advice.
What?
We are 38 trillion.
Thinking of your late night hiking reminded me that that's what they tried to do today. And for people who haven't trained, that's going to be a 14-hour day.
I get it, but I do my crazy hikes all the time. I've been doing this for like 20 years.
Oh wow. I would have more money bet on you than a random person who never did a big long walk.
Did I tell you that a mountain biker hit me a few weeks ago? He hit me he ran right into under my ribs.
He's like, "What are you doing, man? God promised me this mountain."
He kind of tried to pull that shit. We're like, I'm sorry, is this a bike trail? I didn't know that you could just fly around without any kind of bell or warning, and I'm just supposed to no. The thing is you're gonna eat shit. I'll be eating, which I was. I'm scratched up. I'm like, yeah, that's what you get for being a fucking dipshit. And I don't let a bunch of dumb yuppies on e-bikes dictate where I go or what I do or where I hike. And so I swear to God, if I see one of them, I'll make them wait every fucking time. Until I'm done getting my slow ass up that fucking hill, they have to wait. I don't care how fucking mad they get. Oh, they get so upset. It's just funny to me. It really has to. Don't worry, I'm an asshole in real life too.
That's okay. You're just apparently not the weirdest.
Just give us some. Yeah, just give us some time. I know, right?
I'm updating in real time. It's a living list. It's updating in real time.
Well, Miss Nancy, welcome to the list.
I have 3 nipples.
What list? What did I do?
Jamie should slower the spot for that comment.
What?
And I have a 3rd
Bro
arm.
made a list of people who are weird and normal.
And I have a weird, like,
The most
baby
normal
arm growing out of
person.
my back.
It's on the top, and the most normal person is Elliot. And who is the weirdest?
Oh, wait, my name is there too.
Yeah, you're in the middle. You're not that weird, and you're not that
I'm
normal.
in the middle. That's right. I'm in the middle.
I mean, Miss Nancy.
Bit weird, bit normal. Yeah. Sorry, Rivers.
I think there's an argument to be made that Io and Austin would be rumored.
Yeah, I'm kind of offended by that. I'm like, yo, how did Austin?
You're not getting the Benjamin title. I don't see that happening.
No. Yeah. He's an older gentleman who's more accomplished in his weirdness. I have yet to reach that present.
We all have goals.
Sam, the after show, Dr. James, your raver outfit. You will be thoroughly impressed.
I should.
I swear, anytime somebody says the words "I should," I'm like, what? Who's talking to me? It was really hard in school as a kid.
I do think Joe could possibly dethrone Benjamin if we knew more about him.
Well, I'm proud to be in the middle.
Well, you're my co-host, Miss Nancy, so I think we do okay.
Yeah, we're next to each other, so that must be okay.
If you're the audience, we might have to remove you from the list. So we might have to take Hero off there. I mean, Hero, we're very confident of our Hero knowledge, but someone like Meg, like she was on stage briefly, but y'all don't know Meg that well, so she has to be off the list now. But I think if she was up here, she'd probably be fifth. She might be like right between Hero and Sam. It's possible. Maybe somewhere right around there. If Cat came up, Cat would go towards the head of the class.
Oh, what's your name, bro?
Oh, I don't call him. I think truthfully, if you guys did the list, I'd probably be like second or third from the bottom.
We are. You're top 3. You're top 3 for sure. Don't even fret, boy.
I think Elliot.
By virtue of organizing a community of weirdos, that puts you in the top 3 ranking, bro. So I'm sorry, you are guilty as charged. So what happened to your mini mic? What happened? Couldn't hear shit.
He's eating. I thought Hero was normal, and then Elliot.
I was walking home from taking my car to get work done. It was about a 45-minute walk for like the streets of Van Nuys. I swear to God, I walked by this homeless encampment, and there was all these people, and then this woman just like taking her shirt off, like on the street out on the sidewalk while I was walking by, and I was like, what are you it's fucking, it was like in a Hieronymus Bosch painting or something. I don't know what the fuck was going on. I'm seeing a lot of it. I was in Venice.
Was she
and
hot?
I saw a homeless woman just with like no shirt on, just like boobs out, just like wearing. I don't know if she's hot. She looked extremely. The one I saw today was emaciated, looked like a drug addict.
No, it wasn't hot. I felt bad for her because she's like doing this, doing that in front of all these like gnarly homeless dudes. I was like, oh, Jesus. Can't imagine what she has to go through to fucking live another day, right? Can you imagine? You think it's like...
Imagine? Sure. There are movies made on the topic, for sure.
I mean, she's brain damaged at this point. She's done. I mean, she's the trauma she's been through, and like she'll never be normal. I would say that. Got new tires.
I hate validating Benjamin every once in a while. I really do. But I might have to at this point.
Why? What do you do?
Because he's not the only one who probably fantasizes about going to like a psychiatry, conference and going there and asking every psychiatrist and psychologist that exits the building, hey, so how many patients have you cured? I watched a video compilation.
Cured or killed? I'm not sure. I broke up.
Cured. I watched like an old video compilation, like from like 1990 or 2000 or something. And it was just this compilation of all these psychiatrists who said, I haven't cured anybody. I'm sorry if that makes me somewhat insensitive, but I remember seeing this random video pop up on my feed and thinking, wow, they must have really loved this topic. Make these compilations.
I mean, that's the problem. Owen is just so incredibly prescient on this shit.
Going to neglect to acknowledge the fact that not everybody said I didn't care everyone. So, just
they actually had some success cases?
I'm just saying, it was obviously not everyone who went to the conference. I'm sure others would have said otherwise. This meant like 100% responsibility. However, the commentary was.
Send me the link. I gotta.
If I see it again.
Maybe I'll just make that the only thing on my bot.
Oh dear. If I see it again, I promise I'll send it. Not to encourage you.
So, Benjamin, you think he was pretty prescient for predicting a video from the 90s? Is that what it was?
No.